you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la. get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning. Nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light Biz Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, L.O. and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC. The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. K Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far outside, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me.
I remember the time you said good things we harder said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. 'Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. That dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. That dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. That dance of love. Ay, 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 ay. That dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. You can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, 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 ay. The dance of love. Body language.
Welcome one and welcome all to another wonderful week here in the LPL. The festivities, the fireworks, it's all to kick off week number 5. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, and we are ready to tackle the first day of week 5 here. Can't believe we're so far in the split already. Feels like we just started yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going rapid. I feel like, the fact we're on week 5 with 4 full weeks of play, and the fact that it's a 7-day-a-week league, kind of mad. I mean, technically the first week wasn't a full week, right? It was only a few days.
Make sure it's correct.
But even so, I mean, it's just been going absolutely rapid, and the fact that like playoffs is looming, teams trying to get themselves enough points so they will be in our top 10. Everything's just going a bit too fast. We need to slow down, break it down.
The clump is ever large and ever looming here. But we'll get to that in just a little bit, as we do got to cover yesterday's games. We didn't go the full distance of 6 games, but we did have some fun ones to at least have a wonderful night with. RA take a 2-1 victory over Team WE, who still haven't found a win, and Ultra Prime fall 0-2 to RNG, who continue right along.
Yeah, I mean, a much-needed win for RA. WE, sadly, as you said, still hunting. But that second series, RNG put on a masterclass, absolutely decimating Ultra Prime. Looked like, what we'd expect from MSI champions against a lower-tier team. But particularly that game 1, Gala coming out with a pentakill, absolutely massive for them. And continuing just to gain some ground and trying to catch up with the frontrunners of the league.
Yeah, exactly. And there is a little bit of difference from the frontrunners and that giant clump that we will be talking about now, because now we got to get to the rankings. We got to see that clump live and in person, because as we were talking about, Team WE still rounding out the bottom of the list there, but at the top, B5 still going strong. Nice little pack between 2 and 4, and I guess 5 technically as well. And then you also have that giant clump where everybody's got a bunch of wins, bunch of losses, been a bit of an up and down season so far.
Yeah, and that top 5, pretty interesting, because the only team to have lost to a team outside that top 5 is JDG, losing to FPX. Top Esports lost to JDG, EDG lost to JDG, and RNG lost to V5. But other than that, there haven't been any major upsets off those top 5 as of yet. And as you said, middle of the pack feels like such a blur. I feel like it's so difficult to scope out teams. We're pretty hyped on Ultra Prime, LNG, less so, but they're 4-2 in record. BLG look like they're recovering maybe, but still rough. It's just, I feel like that really could go anywhere. Once you get outside of that top 5, I feel like it could go any direction, which keeps things interesting. So remember, we have 10 teams. If we went into playoffs right now, all those teams on the left side of this graphic would be in playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And I've now come up with a new nomenclature. It's no longer the clump, it's the mosh pit. Because in the LPL, I don't know if you ever had an alternate phase, but in the LPL, everybody punches everybody, and it all works out. Everybody's striking everybody. We got to talk about some awards to give out, since we do have the honor of kicking off week number 5. It is the best of week 4. Special shout-outs to Shanji making it in there in the top lane. Clid with the MVPs coming through, and FPX's first win on the board. Obviously, Gala Ming performing to a T in Knight. Ooh, that's a Leah play. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic on clear, but also Silas meta for Knight. I mean, that was when he had that dominant split, when he broke the solo kill record, was Knight abusing Silas, and the fact it's back at the meta, really promising for him. Gala Ming, Gala getting the penta, but Ming stealing the MVP in that game. Obviously, fantastic play. And Clid, as you said, FPX needed wins on the board, and not only did they manage to beat RA, and honestly annihilate RA, but beating JDG as well. Pretty significant. But yeah, Shanji coming in with a really strong top lane performance against RNG in that game 1 on the Sejuani. A big reason why he was MVP, and also claiming best rookie of week 4. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, that's incredible. I'm really happy for Shanji to be able to pick up both awards. My bet was it was going to be Dream, but very, very happy to see Shanji pick up this award. I think very deservedly so. OMG having some rough times of it in terms of getting everybody to be on the same page, but Shanji himself, and when they are on the same page, looking really strong.
Absolutely. And I think that's the thing is, we talked a lot about Cream and Shanji in spring being these big highlight players. So great to see them sort of continuing some solid form into summer. And best player week 4 at Night. I don't feel like this is a massive surprise. I think he had a fantastic performance in their series that they had up against Weibo, which was a big one for them to win. And on top of that, just Knight has been absolutely stellar. I feel like there's moments in the game so far this split that felt more like summer last year, where he was just on a 1v9 mission at 740 damage per minute, which is actually really nuts. I'm not sure how much that ranks for in the league overall, but I know Viper is first for 80 carries at 708, so higher than any 80 carries in the league. And usually 80 carries are the one on top. So yeah, Knight doing a lot of work, I'll say that much.
For me, it's the KP, right? Like, it's obvious that they're able to find ways to play around Knight. I think that's something that has lacked a little bit with Knight in the past, where like they haven't exactly found the win conditions with Knight. But congratulations, best player of week number 4. We got to move forward though, because there's been some up and down trajectories in the LPL. There's been a little bit of heat and a little bit of cold, and we got to talk Ox, because it's halfway through the split. We got to talk a little bit about who's hot or not. And first up foremost is FPX, who are burning after that win over JDG, and JDG cooled down a little bit.
Yeah, and what I want to sort of present with this is, yes, we're halfway through the split, but unlike LEC, LCS, LCK, it's not a double round robin. It's single round robin. You play every team once. So halfway through the split, you know, you could be on a scoreline like 2-5 from FPX, but they have faced hard teams. They faced RNG and took a game. They faced Top Esports and took a game. And most recently, they managed to defeat JDG, who was 6-0, 2-1. So yeah, I think FPX are pretty hot, very fitting with the Phoenix, and I feel like they should be cleaning up wins in the second half of the split. On the other side, JDG losing to FPX, dropping games against OMG and Ultra Prime. This team was 6-0. And yet I wasn't convinced, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like there's coming up week 7, which is a while away still, but they will face V5 and RNG, and I feel like they will start to struggle. They are currently pretty high up in terms of the standings right now, in 3rd, just behind top Esports.
Yeah.
I don't think they're currently the 3rd best team in the league. That's not to say I don't think they're a good team. I just think I'm feeling a little bit cold on them, okay? So, you know, that's the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, for me, it's the FPX point of seeing Summit coming. And I understand, right? Whatever happens in the series, things can go differently with the draft. Things look different on different players and different champions, right? But the fact that we got to see such jubilation from Plid for the first time, I feel like in a long time, after the wins in FPX's game against a series against JDG, that's what got my eyebrows propped up, and that's what's got me watching FPX, because they do have a decent structure behind them, right? But it's been about putting the pieces together, and I think for FPX, you're starting to see how it can kind of fit together. Still a lot to be played for, and as you said, it's a long season, a lot of tough competition, but as well as some things to be proud of for FPX themselves. But that leads us to the next question, right? We've already covered FPX, JDG, gotten the hot or not take on them, but now teams that didn't play each other but have interesting stories in their own right. Anyone's Legend and LNG. You had the Pretenders in LNG. I know you're very strong statements on that one. But you also have Anyone's Legend, who themselves have found some very, very crucial wins.
Yeah, I gotta be real. LNG have a decent scoreline of 4-2, but if you have watched the LGD TT series, like the 2 series they had against each of them, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you haven't watched those series, do so at your own risk, because honestly, they are rough. Okay, I'm just gonna be real with you. LNG have not looked convincing at all. I don't care if they're 4-2. I really do not feel positively about this team. A lot needs to be done if they want to maintain their spot in the standings and continue to pick up wins, because I have limited confidence in them. Whereas on the other side, Anyone's Legend, 3-3, weaker scoreline, but actually really challenging V5. Very nearly actually winning that series against V5. And I don't just say that because it was a 1-2. Like, there are many series where a team takes a game, but it was never really out of control. You know, a bit of happy gaming maybe. That V5 series, V5 actually could have lost that. You know, AL really challenged them in that one, and then managing to 2-0 BLG and shit. BLG are by all means struggling, but I'm actually pretty hyped on AL. I think they're hot right now. I think they actually look likely to make it into that top 10 and retain a spot in that top 10. So I'm positive on them. Whereas LNG, as I said, something to be decided. I think this is just a thing to take into account. Don't just look at the scoreline right? Do not just look at the scoreline in the LPL and think, oh, this team has a good scoreline, therefore they're good. Oh, this team has a bad scoreline, therefore they're bad. That's kind of what we're going to hit on with this segment, right? Don't just judge off the scoreline. Think, who have they faced? What is their recent form like? Who are they going to go up against next? FPX is the best example because they have faced a ton of our top teams. And if you look at their schedule from now on, oh my lord, does it look so much easier. And I guarantee, you know, they could just go on a big hot streak from here. Like maybe they do drop a couple of games, but at the end of the day, they should be able to recover a lot of points. Whereas, you know, there's definitely other teams who have much easier runs to start the split off.
Yeah, I would say AL a little bit in the same boat there. A little bit of an easy schedule coming up, besides Weibo as their next opponent, but still some easier opponents there. But now we got to talk about today's matches. We've got the hot or not takes. We know where Ox is sitting here halfway through the split. And now it is the night's games. It is TT versus BLG to kick us off. And next followed up by OMG versus EDG. But for this first series, TT versus BLG, one of the biggest things for me and for BLG has been the difference in the mid lane and has been a little bit of a spotlight on the iconic icon.
Oh, so we did that, the iconic icon. Yeah, I think BLG, we've talked extensively about the issues. Everyone wants to be the main character. Everyone wants to be the big carry. Everyone wants to be played for and get all the resources. And it just wasn't working. You can't have 5 players who want to be the star because someone needs to take the L. And Icon came in, no ego, said, I will take the L. CSD at 15, minus 8.25, 18th in the league. There's only 17 teams, Mazel. GD at 15, minus 153, 11th. This guy is not playing to farm up. He is not playing to try and be a late game carry. He is playing to roam. Kills and assist at 15. He is 4th. KP percentage at 15. He is 5th. He is moving around the map and making things happen. And this is exactly what BLG need. Fofo is someone who is that lane focused player. He's like, I want to get my lane ahead. I want to stay in lane. He won't move. Whereas we look at this clip, right? This was the series against IG. He is against a Rise, typically seen as one of those picks who can get prio, play for sides, and roam with the ultimate. And yet it was Icon who was making the moves, coming top lane with the Cursed Sad Money to make that happen. And then on the flip side, using the Realm Warp to make a play bot. And you just saw that midway being crashed, right? That's why you're seeing the CSD being rough, because he's willing to sacrifice to get the team ahead. And despite that, even coming into team fights, it's not like he doesn't have a role. This fantastic clip that was dubbed Curse of the Sad Knock, coming in with a combo to deliver. And yeah, I just think BLG, a team with so many struggles, really feels brand new with Icon in the mid lane.
Yeah, it just feels like the pieces are starting to like work together better than they would with Fofo. And I think Icon having taken a little bit of time off, maybe that helps in sort of the mental and bringing that approach to the game. And I think it's really interesting to keep an eye on, right? And as the season goes on, if that playstyle continues to be a cornerstone of their victories, but as well as Icon's play himself, because both teams coming in today, I feel like for me, it's who's showing up in this kind of moment, who's going to step up in a series like this, because both teams having a lot of struggles within the split itself. And no matter what we say about the meta, no matter what the changes are, it always relies so heavily in the LPL around the jungle. And I think that's no different when you're looking at Beishuan versus Weiwei, even if they have very different looks to their playstyle.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Weiwei, you know, yeah, I mean, Viego definitely big for both of them. It really feels like, you know, Beishuan is trying to really facilitate the team a fair bit, still managing to lead in XP difference of 15, still ahead in goal difference, but a high jungle participation. The team is setting him up, he's trying to set the team up. Weiwei, on the other hand, you know, still a solid role for the team, but maybe not the sort of strongest performance so far. Maybe a bit more oriented towards him. Definitely had some fantastic games on things like the Graves, where he just managed to steamroll.
Yeah, exactly that. And you see Viego obviously going to be a huge priority in this one. I'm sure either Bay had picked away. We'll see what the answers are to that. I know pick and ban is ready, and as we go into Champion Select, there are some changes to be said for Thunder Talk Gaming, as they will have some substitutions coming in Kepler and Yao Yao subbing into the bot lane. Puff, unfortunately, undergoing some medical treatment. They have said he is okay, just taking time to recover. And for now, we will be seeing Kepler and Yao Yao. So best wishes to Puff, and we get to see a little bit of difference for Thunder Talk. And speaking of difference, we're already all the way through the picks and bans here, Ox. So I'm just going to catch up on some of the major ones. Obviously, the Wukong, the Viego, jungle's priority for both of these two teams.
And I just want to, for anyone who has watched the LPL quite a bit, Yao Yao has renamed. He was formerly named Pudding. You may recognize that name as someone who has played in the LPL before, so just to let you know, this isn't a completely new player. And of course, we have seen Kepler previously as well. Now, rapid fire through the bans. We've seen the Aphelios Jinx trade-off that has become a little bit more common due to the amount of AD carry bans. Zeri, Senna, Lucian, and Kalista all removed from the pool. Wukong given over to Beishron, so very powerful pick there. And Wei answers with that coveted Viego. Bot lane matchups, we've seen both supports picked, so looking towards the mid and top lane. Still a ton of top laners available. GP, Gwen, Kayle still on the cards, none of them trimmed away. And in terms of mid lane, things like the Ahri still a possibility to bring out. We obviously see Yukal being denied the Talia here.
And we also see TT bringing in Hoya to start as well for this split, this game again, and wanting to see how that works out against Ben, who, not too shabby in his own right, I would say, Ox. So there's a lot of testing that's going to need to be done in this series by itself from both sides. I feel like testing the waters for BLG and testing some of the mechanics and some of the play for some of the members of TT here. And in the second phase, we saw the Talia as we were seeing, and the Gragas actually joining that one for BLG.
Yeah, I think with the amount of top laners open, BLG definitely want to give counter pick to Bin. The fact that there is, if Kayle is taken if Gwen is taken by TT, you can take Kayle. If GP is taken, I mean, you can just take Kayle anyway. You can take Kayle in a lot of things. And then if TT blinds Kayle, there's obviously responses to that, like you've seen Cubes, Nasta. So I expect a mid lane pick here. It'll be interesting to see what they opt to go for, as we have seen the pool trimmed a bit. Ahri is a standout, but obviously there is the factor that there is the Sandra still open available. Sylas could be taken. I don't think the ults are fantastic, but you at least have the Nautilus ult. And I think ultimately, as long as you have one really good ult to take, I think you're normally fine with the Sylas. Obviously, ideally you want more, but Nautilus ult will work in every team fight you can take that want to be completely happy with it. So we see Icon again on the Sylas. TT toying with the idea of the Ahri. Sylas typically seen as a good matchup into the Ahri. Something to note is I don't expect an R here at all because the ult is too good for Sylas. Okay.
You look like a fool!
No, this is trolling. I am telling you, Gnar ult is one of the best in the game for Sylas. Okay, the big issue with Gnar ult for Gnar is you have to be mega. Sylas doesn't suffer from that. And also, it's 100% AP ratio. Yeah. It is broken.
It's real rough. And also the Ahri matchup, too.
Yeah, it's also, we saw Sylas first come in the meta as a counter to Ahri, stealing away the ult, getting that mobility, fantastic for him. So you just given, I said Nautilus ult is enough. You just gave two of the best ults for Sylas. I don't really say Gnar is possibly the best in the entire game, right? It's up there. And then you give Bin, he obviously gets counter pick in this matchup, and he's able to take the gangplank, which should be comfortable in lane, should outscale. So TT, I don't know what you're
they're
doing,
setting
man.
the bar of execution high. They're like, all right, we're going to throw in this new combo. We got to make sure they can perform, all right? We got to make sure they can over expectation perform here for Thunder Talk Gaming. On the other side, it feels like BLG got everything they could have ever asked for and more. It's Christmas in July. It's 4th of July. Maybe some fireworks needed. I know we have Jinx on the other side, but it's definitely going to be Cannon Barrage style fireworks for BLG. And I think Ben is going to have a great time, first of all, on the gangplank at the top, but the entire composition feels like it's forthright and forward the way they want to execute and the way they want to win for BLG.
Yeah, I just feel like they have good matchups across the board. The only one that's maybe a little bit iffy is the bot lane matchup, because Nautilus is going to have a bit more pressure in lane than a Rakan, and Jinx is going to have Prio in the bot lane, is going to be able to outrange Aphelios at first. It's not too much of an issue. It's not like this is a counter matchup. It's just, that's why people typically pick the Jinx into the Aphelios, because you are comfortable there. But yeah, I feel like GP is going to have a free time. He's going to be comfortable. Sylas, you've just given him such a selection of ultimates. I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's some, if I have to go through lane by lane, some of the best ultimates are Gnar in the top lane. Malphite is obviously up there as well. In the mid lane, things like Ahri are really powerful. Things like Cassandra obviously really good. She's ult is so good. I just feel like they've given Icon so much freedom in this game to really take over.
Well, hey, speaking of taking over, it is time for the Summoner's Rift Takeover. First game of week number 5 in the LPL. The fireworks are outside my window, but they're also on my screen. Happy 4th of July, everyone. Thunder Talk Gaming versus BLG.
Yeah, and I will say, credit to BLG, because Hoya is someone who has learned heavily on the Gnar. I believe it's his most played or up there from his most recent tenure in the LCK. So maybe the thought process was he might just pick Nara anyway. He's that comfortable in the champion. But the Silas pick for BLG going to be massive here. And I think that's the thing, is that you look at the side of TT. Yes, they have a strong front line. Yes, they have this Jinx who gets resets. I'm concerned about the longevity of Kepler in this game. You have Rakan, you have a Silas who's got a great selection of ultimates. You have things like the GP. You can obviously drop that cannon barrage on you, set a barrel chain. So I think BLG on a very comfortable position, and it's up to TT specifically, UCal with the Ignite, and the Wukong as well. That's a strong mid jungle. You should be able to come out ahead of BLG if you match 2v2 with that summoner advantage. I think they need to get ahead to start to set the pace of this game.
And coming into this one, right, usually very easy for me to like choose some power points for both sides. But in this one, I feel so indifferent. I feel so... I'm waiting. I feel like I'm sitting in a chair and I'm waiting for the show to happen in front of me. Who is going to be the one that actually rises to the occasion, even in a series like this, even against TTBLG? Because I think it's important to start seeing the standouts as we get further in the season, right? You want to see some of that work, some of that development begin to take hold. It's a long season, but you still have already traversed a decent portion of it. So for both sides, I'm just sitting here. I feel like Caesar a little bit. I'm just waiting to judge the gameplay.
And I think that's the thing, is that at this point, teams spend time trying to work out their identity, trying to find who they're going to play for, who they're going to lean towards. And I think identity is something that BLG has definitely struggled with quite significantly. Obviously with TT, you know, they brought Hoya in, they've got this new bot lane in, possibly just for today's series, possibly longer term, although I think they were kind of satisfied with Puff and Southwind. So it'd be interesting to see if that does shake up the dynamic. But ultimately, I feel like TT just trying to get wins on the board, whereas BLG, this is a roster who we've talked about time and time again. They are a stacked roster. They are a roster who should be higher in the standings. It just has not worked as of yet.
And I'm always still looking at the Doggo Chris bottom lane. Like, when is that going to come online? When does Doggo really feel at home, feel confident? And when does Chris really allow that to some extent? Been taking a pretty heavy trade up there in the top side. I will note, though, both junglers heavy pathing towards this top side of the map so far. And Weiwei taking a bit of aggression, getting to the Scuttle Crab first and foremost.
Yeah, so that's one of the things, actually. Well, first and foremost, Wukong did actually go for a full clear, so even doing the Krugs as well. But we have seen Wukong's clear being nerfed a little bit. Came out post MSI. He is going to get nerfed on the new patch, which is coming in a couple of days. So Wukong just being slowed down, trying to trim his clear speed. And that's probably his biggest weakness, because obviously in skirmishes, fantastic, in teamfights, fantastic. Just maybe not as fast at clearing through the jungle, but he's still holding a decent pace here and should just be able to go towards that boss scuttle. He's got the prio mid lane from UCal. He's got the prio bot lane, as we talked about, from that Jinx. So no major advantage picked up for Weiwei.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about Beishwan really trying to enable the team, having a very high team jungle percentage himself, having a very high XP differential at 15, right? And trying to keep the pace in his corner. I think it's important to see at least TT keeping the priority in bot lane, willing to kind of move those lanes around. I think mobility is going to be so key for both of these teams in this one.
Yeah, because as much as I really favor the draft BLG came out with, there's still so much opportunity to snowball in this one. There's so much opportunity to set up plays. Particularly, I think Ari is a pick we've talked about, has a lot of agency on that. Once you get your ult available, really able to move and make picks happen. If you get that initial kill in the skirmish, getting more charges of your ult, very potent. Now, Weiwei has been spotted there on the ward that was nicely placed down when they made that move towards the scuttle. I beat by Yao Yao. And we see Weiwei actually going for an invade with Icon. And this is textbook. This is what we expect from Icon. The willingness to move, the willingness to be there for his team.
Beishwan gonna find out Crisp here in the tri-bush. Crisp too quick, too clean, gets out of there, and that aggression does bear fruit for BLG early on in the red side enemy jungle.
I actually really like that play from Crisp. It may seem like a tiny thing, but look at the wave state in the bot lane. They needed to crash the wave. They knew Weiwei was going for an invade, so they weren't going to have immediate assistance from their jungler. And so Crisp just sits in the brush. He's a Rakan. He's very safe, very mobile, dashes away, but they spot out Beishwan, so Beishwan doesn't opt to gank them. If they just pushed the lane in, they potentially could have got looped on by Beishwan and ganked. could have fallen behind, but Crisp just doing his best to cover his AD carry and allow them to keep farming up. And in that time, obviously, Wei Wei stole away the Raptors, so just, you know, it's little things. This might seem really minor, but it's just nice to see them making the moves and just finding those little advantages, looking to contest even just a small amount.
Making the schmoves. Speaking of making schmoves, we got BLG in mid lane trying to make something happen against UCal. As UCal does have some defense here, Yao Yao right around the corner. They're going to try to pull the trigger here, but as he does, you know, UCal immediately backs out of that one. Icon did steal the ulti, so look for that Spirit Rush a little bit later. A little bit of that mobility for Icon, see if he gets himself into trouble.
Yeah, I mean, really powerful tool, and I think particularly just makes it very hard to gank. Pro 6 Ari is such a hard target to gank because of the ultimate. You can burn it, but unlikely to get a kill unless you have insane lockdown. And the fact Icon has it as well just makes it a tricky one. We are seeing potentially something break out, a fight over the Scuttle Crab.
Doggo's on his way,
Doggo is
though.
first to move, yeah, so it looks like BLG will be able to secure this. Again, is this the biggest objective in the world? Absolutely not, but you take anything, and you see Wei Wei's pulled a little bit ahead in that jungle matchup with that camp stolen, with that Scuttle Crab as well. So may end up hitting that level 6 first. And really, level 6 is where these junglers both come online. Wukong, obviously, with the Cyclone, so much engage potential, so much lockdown. And Wei Wei with the ult, the ability to get those resets that are so potent on the Viego.
Yeah, exactly. I think as both junglers down towards this bottom lane, we did see some pings from TAT towards the Dragon, but it looks like we got a lot more pings going towards bottom lane. And engage comes out from Yao Yao. They got Beishuan coming through the alcove here. But BLG back away and nicely done. They're trying to wait to see if they can bait them out, but Beishuan will take this time to set up a bag.
Yeah, and it's decent layering in the CC with the Chompers, so Crisp can't instantly dash away, but ultimately very hard to punish a Rakan, very hard to apply that pressure. And this has been a slow start so far. Neither team really able to find necessary big angles. I think BLG could be happy with this one in leaning into the later stages. I am interested in seeing the setup for the neutrals, though. Herald going to be on the map in just a few seconds. You can see Icon already establishing a little bit of vision in the area. You see a ward actually placed down up towards further up in the river by Bin. And you even see the bot lane of BLG actually moving up. So it looks like BLG are really looking to prioritize this objective. Whereas on this side of TT, yes, Yao Yao is moving, but Kepler is still bot.
He's starting to move
walking
now.
up.
It's going to be really late, though. We see them bypass the Rift Herald start early, though. So this will mean TT is in a space to defend if they want to. BLG not necessarily too super confident, even with the vision game that they have. Realize TT has 3 members strong there as they clear the control ward, and now we see a lot of priority trying to be gained in mid lane.
Yeah, looking to contest the wave. You see the minion dematerializer drop by both sides to clear out that cannon. TT are going to start this one up. They have Hoya moving and sacrificing some farm. Yeah, he's ready for Mega, so would be significant. I want to see if Icon can get in range to steal away his ultimate, but if you look, the wave is pushed in top. Hoya feels like he's gonna have to move back up, but actually he stays.
I think they're just giving it. Yep, looks like they're just gonna back off. Yeah, had the Mega, had the positioning. No confidence there for BLG to move in. First neutral objective for TT, as it does mean BLG move down toward this bottom side. We'll look for these chicky nuggies for Wei Wei as the resets come out for TT. I feel like, you know, they come out a little bit on top, even if they aren't on top in the gold differential.
Yeah, so we end up seeing some CS missed out by Hoya. That's one of the significant things that comes through here. So that's why there's a bit of a goal lead opening up, because of the CS lead in the top lane, the CS lead in the AD carry role, and in the jungle. If you look, Wei Wei has now built up a pretty significant difference. But as you said, TT have that Herald, and I'd love to see them make use of that in the bot lane, try and set Kepler up and get him ahead.
Trying to set up the new carry, at least for TT for the moment. But not going to see any resources divulged that way just yet. 27 left on the Cole, though, so we'll have a little bit of gold in his pocket after that gets completed. The Dragon did go over to BLG, though, so we have trade neutral objectives. It will be, I guess, all eyes on when and where Beishuan wants to use this Rift Herald, and I think that's the important question, because we're still yet to see where the resources are really going to lie, right? Are they going to try to dump it all into UCal, get this Ahri ahead so they can split out of the mid lane, or are they just going to try to dump everything into Kepler, like you were saying, and utilize the absolute carry force of the Jinx, even with the nerfs that we've had? We still heckin' love Arcane.
Wait, for season 2.
We had to cast. We got the cast guy. I had to say it at least once. It's tradition. Come on.
You have to, yeah. There's already a plate down top and mid, so those are easier targets to look for. But I think mainly the thing with Herald is you can either be proactive, pick a lane you want it in, set up a play and make it happen, or you can kind of wait for BLG to either make a mistake or show someone the map. So, for example, Weiwei is top, but he hasn't shown on the map. So, if you end up going for a Herald bot here, for example, he could just head over. You don't have an exact read. You can sort of judge where he is if you want to be more proactive. But typically, if you manage to get a kill, if you manage to get an advantage in a lane, that's where you have prime opportunity to use a Herald. Here, though, TT instead opt to be a bit proactive, and they're going to throw it down in the mid lane. As I said, the tower is already low. This will chunk it out to, you know, a pretty weak spot. This basically means if Icon does look to roam, if he looks to move, mid tower is probably gone.
Yeah, and so TT opting into giving UCal a little bit more pressure in the mid lane on the Ahri and wanting to revisit it. I mean, this is multiple ganks we've seen tried to pulled off in mid lane by both teams at this point, and heavily on TT, just not able to find it yet. Both mid laners, Silas and Ahri, again, notoriously really difficult.
Yeah, it's just not the easiest lane to set up
they
on.
They keep going, though. They keep going. They don't want to stop.
They are posturing. Hoya looking to have Mega again. Might be looking for a heavy trade on the bin.
He's in a decent amount, but yeah, the Mega Gnar will be coming out here. The Hyper procs come through. It's a little bit of that health back. Just some trading back and forth between the top laners. Now we get a bit of aggression from Weiwei yet again. But Beishwan and Yao Yao here to defend Icon with the Spirit Rush. It's a 4v3 though. BLG back away. They don't know where anybody is. And now they transition to bot lane where Doggo trying to get some plates.
Yeah, able to just let the turret finish that one off. So all in all, gold dead even. No real advantage gained, even with the Herald coming out from TT. You can see Weiwei is just being able to farm up a significant lead in the jungle. It's only really mid lane, but Icon is down in farm, which is kind of what we expect. We talked about at the start of the day, and things still just going a slower pace. I guarantee people are like, what? This is in the LPL. We expect faster pace games. I will say BLG, you know, it has been less of a thing this split, especially since Icon came in. But in spring, they were the slow team. They were the team who really took it easy, didn't go too fast-paced, and tend to lean into the later stages of the game. So yeah, I do want to know, we've just seen Gale Force come out for Kepler. Not something we typically see from the Jinx. Often it is that Kraken Slayer, but obviously valuing that dash, that ability to outplay, dodge away from things like Crisp with the quickness, dodge away from Cannon Barrage, barrels. We do see a play coming out here in the top lane.
Mega Gnar trying to get into the charm. The Everfrost, it makes sure it connects. And Bin, one last auto will go down. Weiwei is here to respond, but Yukao had a Spirit Rush charge back. Icon's here trying to steal away something. Looks like he's going to try to steal away Yukao's life. Heartbreaker over the wall from Weiwei. Icon's all by himself now. He flashes away. Hoya follows him up. He's got the Kingslayer. Got to watch that healing, but he's left all alone. And Icon, you're a dead one as bot lane. Crisp is locked up, locked down, grand entrance, and then there's the Gale Force. Instant gratification is what we know and love.
Yeah, we were talking about a slow game. Instantly, the pace picks up. Yukao being the one to make a proactive play. And then the fact that he gets the reset, the extra charge, gets him out of tower range. And this is just a bit of an overcommit coming out from Icon. So Bane clears the wave, but unfortunately, isn't too much you can do to avoid the CC. Orange is the Everfrost, not there for the charm with the Ignite. Likely to go down anyway. And then the extra charge gets Yukao out. Icon goes in, but doesn't have his ultimate available. When he dies, there was like a few seconds before it was going to be up. So he flashes over the wall. Hoya chases. Even a Mini-Gnar knows he can handle it. It does end up being a bit close. But the difference it could have been if that ult was available to Silas. And yeah, Crisp, bit of a mistake on this one. Rakan, someone who is very mobile, very good at playing aggressive like that because he can get out. But if you get CC'd, if you get locked down, you will die quickly. You are very squishy.
And as the tables turn, so does the next dragon. Already about half health for BLG, but TT want to come here. Beishwan is right there, but the dragon already secured by BLG. Now they're trying to get out the charm. No, it's going to connect onto Doggo, and Doggo's just dead. Oh, flashed out from Weiwei, but they leave Doggo in the dust. He burns his heel, but he's already dead. Yes, they get the dragon. It's 2 stat for BLG, but now all the pressure for TT.
Yeah, in those situations, either everyone flashes or no one flashes, because all that happens is you burn the summoner from Weiwei, but they still get the kill. If you both flash, you both get out. If neither of you flash, then Weiwei probably dies, but at least you don't burn any summoners. But yeah, just feels like TT have instantly found a pace in this game. Now,
Hoya's
this tower...
dead. Oh. There is no hope. They already took his tower. He was in transition here. He might get out just because of the hop, skip, and the jump. But Weiwei doesn't want to let that happen, and maybe to his chagrin, he escapes. Hoya survives somehow, and hey, Gnar pretty darn good, huh?
Gnar managing to get away just about. Now, ult comes in. This shouldn't be enough to take anyone out. Does actually hit Doggo, so it's blocked.
I like the
Herald
camera.
secured by BLG. Now, gold lead in favor of TT. They picked up all those kills. They got mid tower. They got bot tower. They're in a really good spot gold-wise, but BLG has at least been able to take those 2 dragons to slow down any potential scaling coming up, not scaling, any dragon stacking from TT. If Soul was to come in this game for TT, it would be very, very late. So BLG have at least bought themselves time, but they have really, really flubbed this sort of period between the 10 and 15 minute mark, where honestly TT have just surmounted a humongous lead.
Like lightning, baby. As they are into the game and very strong now. They're moving Kepler to the mid lane with Yao Yao, as that bot lane has been taking a lot of pressure available for them from the mid lane. Look at that gold difference as well. Kepler sitting nice and pretty first game here, renewed in the LPL here with TT. And he's sitting pretty with a unique Gale Force build. Already hadn't gotten the kill on one-time use with it. So not too shabby for TT to start it off. But it's also about how they close it out, right? You've got a lot of scaling aspects on the side of BLG. You have a lot of strength in BLG's mechanics, in their macro movements. You got to be careful at every which moment.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy sailing, but I am interested how BLG manage things from here. Crisp, again, will be able to get away. The safety of the Rakan is there. The lockdown didn't connect, but he is playing dangerous games right now. And I think the thing is, BLG, they can just slow the pace down, right? They don't need to contest dragons. They have the second Herald in pocket, so they can throw that down mid lane if they get an opportunity, if TT overcommit to one side of the map. And they have a lot of wave clear. With the right guns, Doggo can provide a lot, but they have a gangplank with the barrels, or the ultimate can really make it difficult to apply pressure. So they should be in a position where they're able to hold on. And it really comes down to TT accelerating the game, and particularly looking at the last outer tower, which is in the top lane.
Hoya playing a little bit aggressive up there. Gets the ward down. GG easy, I guess, for Hoya. And it's BLG moving up, trying to clear out some of this warding, even with the Baron still 2 minutes away. It's about control on the map, and especially because they have top tower. This is the only safe space, Ox, at this point. Especially with, renewed pushing on towards bot lane, and how much strength is coming out of TT's mid lane right now because of Kepler's lead.
Yeah, and we see an ult come out, stop bins, reset, Dragon in a minute 30. Already TT is setting up control to try and make sure BLG can't approach. They really want to secure this Dragon. H1 will even want to secure those wolves as well.
They're
and you can see they're
bullying
kind of pushing through on these 2 lanes, applying a lot of pressure. Reset's going to come out from Kepler. He should have a second item.
Oh, they're going
Actually,
full
TP from
on.
Icon, yeah.
They're trying to get Hoya here. They just need to find a side lane advantage. They've got 2 coming at Hoya, but he's about to have Mega Gnar, and he still has the jump. Going over the wall. Nice grand entrance, though, and they get the Mega Gnar ult back, though. Hoya responding, and the outplay bin. You got to be careful. He has to flash as well, and then the rest of BLG have to run away.
So much bin, and the fact that Hoya hit Mega and had flash available was always going to make that difficult dive. They do connect the CC. It isn't quite enough to take them out, and now that's a heavy investment to the top side of the map with no real reward coming in, which does mean they're probably going to lose Dragon for nothing. We'll see the replay. Hoya again, close to Mega. Nice hop on the minions to get the double bounce. Does get knocked up and CC'd, but in Mega, able to turn it around, and then the flash at the end, even with Bin hitting the barrel, does keep him alive. And now BLG committed all those resources to the top side. You can see the wave state mid and bot is pushing into them, so they have to catch those. This Dragon is forfeit, is gone. But my question is also, what are you going to do with the Herald? Because the Herald is about to time out for Weiwei.
It's going top. It's going
like
opposite
top
side.
lane. So they're trying to get some damage on the tier 2 top lane. I don't think they'll be able to take it. Not exactly the best use of a second Herald, but you take what you can get.
Yeah, I mean, if you're at least they get it out. It doesn't get wasted. It doesn't get the charge off here. Going to be a little while till they can get a response from UCal. Dragon goes over, so exactly put TT, draw a line in the sand, say no more dragon stacking for you, BLG, and move back to the mid lane, continue pushing up. The next eye is obviously next dragon in 4 minutes 45 seconds, but Baron is something that can feasibly be played around in terms of baiting fights for TT.
Yeah, there's a lot of engaged, a lot of pick potential from TT, so a good objective for them to set up around and try and find more picks, more kills, and keep accelerating the pace of this game. That's the problem with being down in dragons. You know, if TT had all of those dragons, they would be looking at 4 minutes till they could challenge Soul and force BLG to fight them. But as it is the way it is, they don't really have too much pressure coming out from that side of the map. You do see UCal finding a window. You see the lean coming in from Bayshon and Yaya, so they should just be able to pick up this tower. But on the opposite side, you can see BLG posturing to go for the T1 in the bot lane.
They really just don't like Hoya. That's what I've established at this point. They're just playing opposite side of strength for TT, and I think it's some good looks from BLG, right? Because if they do catch Hoya in one of these transitions, it can work out really well for Bin in the side lane himself, having a pretty substantial lead, sitting at 2 items now.
Yeah, we even see the cannon barrage actually come out on the Baron, so Bin just checking that they weren't doing it. And this is another reason why GP's so good at stalling games out, not just a wave.
Wait. He gets caught out, tries to flash, gets out the Heartbreaker, but the Cyclone is renewed, and UCal gets the kill. 5-0. 22 minutes in for TT.
Such a mistake. You know, you checked Baron with the ultimate, but now no cannon barrage, no jungler. This is Baron for TT. It's done. It's gone.
Ain't got nothing to say here. They're going to burn it down slowly but surely. Hoya TPing in to make sure that BLG might be putting up a fight here. They have Moonlight Vigil. They have the Infernum. A lot of AoE damage in that pit. And they're going to try to contest here. Moonlight Vigil goes out. A lot of damage. And it's taken by Bayshwan. So they've gotten the secure. Icon goes down. And it turns out BLG really get nothing. Hoya, he needs to be really careful here. Gale Force from Doggo gets the kill. Doggo flashed it over the wall. Gets away from the Dredge Light as well. TT get the Baron. But they give over the first kill to BLG.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not really bothered at all, right? You lose one member. They finally managed to take down Hoya. But you get the Baron. You even trade a kill in return. And BLG just, you know, I was talking, it shouldn't be that hard for them to stall out. They have things like the Cannon Barrage. Viego's quite good at checking objectives because his ult can go over walls. I have no idea why Weiwei was there. Just completely unnecessary. Then here, Icon flies over, not in range to reach Hoya for the Gnarl, which would be preferred. Ends up going for the Wukong ult, which doesn't have an AP scaling. Obviously with Silas,
he didn't even get to
AD
activate
scalings into AP, so the damage is very low. Not really able to provide much threat. And then Doggo gets that turnaround kill with the Gale Force, but has to flash out. And things are looking pretty good for TT. 1-4 in the scoreline for series. A win here would be massive.
Can you imagine? 2-4 TT, the amount of 2-4s we're gonna have in the league. It's gonna that clump. It's gonna be looking really tough there. I think if TT can secure this one, but a long way till that moment, right? We still have said BLG have moments of hope if the tunnel gets a little bit longer and the time gets a little bit longer in their favor here. About 1.5 minutes until Dragon spawns. Obviously, BLG can give this one away. TT will not let it go away, I'm sure. They do not want to give Soul Point and the power that comes with that decision-making over to BLG. And they're using their bottom lane priority here to set that up for themselves.
Yeah, and I think for BLG, just sack the Dragon. You just give it up. Sacking bot lane tier 2, I'm not as convinced on, but it looks like they're going to do that anyway.
What about the inhib? What about the inhib? What do you think about the inhib? Is it sackable?
No, they'll be there. They'll be there in time. I think they should defend that, but I thought they should defend this T2.
True.
So, you know, what do I know? Now, we actually see Icon pushing in the side lane. That tower is very low, so we should be able to take it and equalize at least a bit of the gold. But overall, BLG just trying to desperately mount a defense here.
Cannon Barrage onto the wave, try to clear the Baron minions down. Tier 2 will go over to Icon and BLG, but Tier 2 in mid lane falls for BLG themselves, so losing a lot of objectives and a lot of defense around their base.
Yeah, so gold quite heavily in TT's favor right now, 4,000. That tier 2 take does manage to mitigate some of the pressure, but look at the items coming through. Infinity Edge finish for Kepler, 3 items on this Jinx, absolutely massive. UCal as well already has a Morellonomicon. Something to note, Morellonomicon, the Grievous Wound was nerfed, but the stats were buffed. Gives 90 AP now, so quite a lot, especially with the Everfrost that gives extra AP on the passive. A lot of that raw stats coming in. But Dragon is up, and yeah, BLG give this up. No surprise. They'll just be able to easily pick this one up for TT and equalize those dragons. But still, not that much pressure. BLG can still afford to give up another dragon. And TT, you know, you've made your push with the Baron. You haven't cracked the inhibitors. You haven't broken the base of BLG. And we're probably just going to see the pace of the game slow down once again.
And we're hitting 3-item spikes now. The Zanya is finally completed there for you, Cal. I still see that IE in Jinx's inventory, and it scares me every single time because the damage that's going to be coming out, the reset potential for Kepler is going to be nuts. And that's where you're still waiting on some of those big, you know, I guess I would call them qualifications at this point for damage for BLG. You just got the Lord Doms. You're trying to build up for Doggo, but he's a bit behind at this point in terms of just map control and resources, at least, that Kepler has gotten. And I think it's hard to see them fighting, but that's also where I think it's okay for them, where they're sitting, where it's a bit tentative, it's a bit stressful, but they're willing to give up, bend and not break, I guess, is the philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, Bin is still ahead on this gangplank. Obviously, champion skills exceptionally.
And not break.
And you know, we've seen what Bin's gangplank can do. If there's any LEC fans, they all know the G2 moment. They all know about that one.
They do.
On the gangplank. And that's ultimately actually what I want to hit on. You know, TT are ahead. They're in a better position. They have a Jinx. Fantastic. All good stuff. This game is never going to truly be over because BLG can always find a favorable fight. Even if TT are ahead, if you connect the right abilities onto Kepler, that can be enough, right? If you get a barrel combo with Bin being level 16, if you get, you know, a quickness icon with a Gnarl, if these things manage to hit the backline of TT, if TT's backline misposition, they can still lose a fight from this advantage. So yes, TT in control, but they can't get overconfident in this game.
Absolutely not. Another pickaxe into the inventory of Bin. He continues to try to leave Hoya in the dust in terms of gold. Gangplank's going to be stacking up well in front of everybody else. I guess right in par with a few of the members of TT at this point. But it's looking very good, at least for the long-term setup in BLG's favor. And I think that's where I want to go back to what we've seen so far. It's been an off and on game, but we've seen so much skirmishing come through from Beishwan and Weiwei, and the teams forming around them. A lot of heavy, like 2v2s, 3v3s, 4v4s, and that's the essence of this series so far.
Yeah, Beishwan been doing well, and I mean, the Wukong is a pick that thrives in those skirmishes, in those fights. Weiwei and the Viego hasn't been able to find the reset. Chris, come on, man. You're playing with fire there. One of the things you always have to be careful of is someone could be sweeping, and if you use a sweeper, they see you and you don't see them. Now, they're instantly going to start the Baron. I like this play. You know Chris was trying to reset for wards.
Yeah, Weiwei
They do have the cannon barrage
here.
to check.
Doggo's got red-white, so you know he's willing to fight. It's a mean Doggo there, but about half health. Hand barrage comes through and pulls TT off of the Baron.
Yeah, cannon barrage is a great tool of stalling. I feel like the fact you get a vision, obviously, but also when they've been had shredded resistances from the Baron. Oh, Chris.
Oh, they caught him out. He tries to pop the quickness. Crisp is just dead. The catch out again. Crisp. It's heartbreaking.
Not a good look is all I'm going to say. And now they can head over to the Baron. If you're going to lose someone, Chris probably the best to lose in terms of combat power. But he's the one with the wards. He's the one who'd be able to get you vision in this pit. No cannon barrage available. And BLG somehow have to approach. Look at Yukal on the flank. And Yaya waiting in that brush.
Icon's trying to get a little bit of a steal action going on here. If he can get to the right ones. He's looking for the Mega Gnar ulti. The Baron's already gone, though. Engage doesn't hit from Yao Yao. And that means BLG will get out unscathed. But they lose the Baron and map pressure galore.
You know, and we can be plenty critical of BLG here, but I want to take a moment to praise the setup from TT. You know, yes, Crisp overextended, but they cleared out the vision, swept it, and look at the Baron pit, right? Look around on the mini-map as well. I count a lot of control wards right now. That is the whole team working together to establish vision control. Crisp is like, okay, I have to try and approach. I have to be the one to do it. I have to be the one to get a ward in. And then he gets flanked here. Hoya and Mega. And on the other side, Yaya and Norlis. Not a good choice on either side.
They didn't even
Ends up
have
getting caught out.
They just knew he was pathing there.
Yep, they had him spotted out. A fantastic read and a great setup for the Baron. And again, all those control wards on the top side of the map securing the vision, ensuring BLG had no eyes on the objective once the cannon barrage was down. And
at
now
this.
they pick up. Yeah, they're going to be able to pressure mid because BLG moved down towards Dragon.
They just lose everything at this point, right? Like they lose the inhib tower, which is a big pressure point, but now this lost them position around the Dragon pit, which means now they have to face TT in an unfavorable position, and at this point not even face them. This is sole point for TT in 3 straight Ocean Dragons.
It's a lot, right? It's a lot of Ocean Dragons, and especially when a team is lacking damage and you have to cut through things like a Wukong and a Gnar. Gnar obviously exceptionally tanky in the mega form. Wukong just hard to kill because of the fact he has a death stance, because he is very slippery. It will just make it so much harder to get way resets on these frontliners. So BLG in a rough spot, and TT, they still have Baron. This is going to try and make more happen.
They are. They can still push up for another minute and 10. It felt like the siege. It felt like everything was coming to an end for a moment, but then it's renewed immediately after the Dragon taken from TT. Looks like they'll calm down just a little bit longer, but I would expect this bottom lane to bear fruit for them themselves because they're bringing in 4 members. And the only response right now from BLG doesn't feel like enough.
I just want to see a good fight from BLG. I feel like they haven't
gotten one.
Yeah, the whole game, you know. I want to see them look for those big combos. Icon level 16 can steal away the Gnar ultimate. Just look for it now. Hoya's right there. Go grab it.
They're indecisive and they're waiting here, but they're losing their base. They lose 1 inhib, which means easy pickings for TT. They can move down to the bottom lane here. This might be it. Icon has the Mega Gnar, but he doesn't pull the trigger on it. TT flesh out perfectly. Cannon, the barrels at least do a little bit of damage. Still more damage to be done to the bottom lane inhib tower, but TT realized it's time to back away. Let's let them rest and complete a 4th item for Kepler. No big deal, Bloodthirster.
Yeah, they get the gold. They play it safe. Baron's timing out, but the lead is growing and growing. 6,500 at this point. Yeah, Bloodthirster for Jinx going to make it so hard to cut through TT. Grievous Wounds, as I've talked about many times, has been nerfed. It is lower. And also, BLG don't have a good source of it right now, other than like an Ignite from Chris, which, I mean, okay, they don't have a good source of it. Ignite from Chris is all they really have. Icon's ultimate will time out. One of the nice things with the Mega Gnar is the cooldown is so short that Salah should be able to steal it fairly quickly. Again, should be up in time for either this Dragon or this Baron. But now, TT, with this massive lead they've amassed, going to be trying to apply some pressure in this top lane. But even if they don't get anything here, they just have to wait. They have Dragon, they have Baron, and we've seen them set up for Baron very effectively 2 times in a row. And with Soul on the cards, BLG, I am still waiting for that fight.
Yeah, I just don't know where it comes at this point, right? You've got like huge differentials coming through it. You would think it comes with a pick, it comes with the team fight setup, but they can't find the in-betweens to do that.
I know where it comes from. You just get on top of Kepler. You have, you know, so many engaged tools. I mean, you have Rakan, who should be enough, but you have Icon who can grab the Silas ultimate. You have the Cannon Barrage. Just do something, right?
Well,
stop losing the game slowly.
And I hate to bring the mental aspect into it, but you wonder how much those early catchouts onto Crisp have affected the engage potential for BLG, right? Because he is the major forward force, right? A grand entrance sets you up for an entire fight, but we haven't been able to find it just yet, and all we found is Crisp getting caught out. Speak of, he gets caught out yet again, and they're continuing forward because Kepler's excited and they can keep pushing these towers.
And with that, you know, they're just going to keep pushing. BLG, can they do anything in return?
Cannon Barrage, Moonlight Vigil. It's a lot of damage. That'll help your stats at the end, but it's not going to help you secure a win today as they are moving on forward into the base. Hoya's still pushing up. TT a little bit here, skeptical. They're waiting on the next wave to come in. Back and forth a little bit here, but the defense is now going to be renewed for BLG, so TT not really having the siege potential.
I think that, you know what's the most painful thing about that situation? Look at the summoners on the side of TT. They burn Yao Yao's Ignite. That was it. That's all they burn. They had
to
3
be fair,
stopwatches.
all of BLG have theirs, though.
But the main thing is if TT are going for these aggressive plays and they're just not burning summoners, it's so bad for BLG. Like, when was the last time you saw Kepler flash?
Yeah, very true.
Like, I don't even remember. I'm not even, like, it was so long ago if he even did. Like, that's the thing. He now has a stopwatch. We have 2 Zonyas, 3 stopwatches for TT. Everyone on TT has a flash. You know, I'm talking about these big combos from BLG. How are you supposed to find them? If TT press the buttons, you don't.
Oh, he had to use his Gale Force to get out of the Everfrost. Yao Yao in the engage here. Here comes the Mega Death Rocket. Hits on 4 members. Not a lot of damage, but it's still nice peppering UCal has 2 charges of the Spear Rush. Going to use one of them. Icon was looking for a flank there, but BLG, they've got super minions to deal with at their base, and they're not really in position. They're going to force the hand. They're just going to go for the Baron. I like this. This is a glove thrown down by BLG to force TT into a fight, but I don't know if it's a fight they win, and at this point, it's not winning. You want to run away. You don't want to be in this one. The barrel's not enough. The damage not enough. Kepler gets another one. It's 9-1, and it's about to get a whole lot worse. Nice little combo from Crisp. They get one back, and they're trying to turn it around here. Icon and Weiwei with the re-engage, but they are going to die. And guess who is still alive? It's Kepler with a triple kill.
36 minutes. And TT will find the team fight that wins them the game. BLG, you saw them trying to find the window. And look at TT, Mazel. All 5 flashes used there. Broken stopwatch galore. Zonya's on cooldown. They had all the tools to prevent BLG's engage and prevent it. They did. And now they will close out this game. And what I can only say was a convincing win for them.
And where was BLG? I just don't even... it is crazy how much of a haymaker TT just threw to BLG, and especially with the changes to the roster, everything coming into this one, you would expect them to be on the back foot, but no, they took it straight to BLG, and they're the ones reeling.
Yeah, it was a really strong performance from TT. The Baron setup was very, very well played, very well coordinated, constantly finding these picks and just accelerating their lead. I was concerned about the 2 dragons for BLG. I was concerned about the GP on the side of BLG, things like the Silas who could steal an R ultimate. They never got to use them, and TT just continued to advance the pace in the game. And on top of that, for the side of BLG, this is the problem, right? When you lose slowly, you're not forcing someone else from the other team. It means when you do finally fight, like you waited 36 minutes to fight, everything's up. They have all the defensive tools in the world. It makes it so much harder to fight in a game where you already had a massive deficit. I would have preferred BLG just to go for it earlier, just try something, make it happen. But instead, they kind of just roll over and accept defeat. And so 1-0 to TT. There's still opportunity for BLG to get back in the series, but it is not a good look for them. And bear in mind, you know, as much as TT will have the worst scoreline at 1-4, BLG are 2-4. They are not in a good spot by any means at all. And this is a team who not only made playoffs in spring, they also got through the first round. So for them to get, you know, demolished in a game by TT and staring down a potential series loss here, not a good position to be in.
Yeah, and it all started off of some wondrous picks on Chris, but then snowballing into skirmishes that never seemed to go anywhere for BLG at that point. And I think the whole time, you know, you're holding up your flag of I'm scaling, but the flag's getting torn away in the wind. The thunderstorm's coming through, and you can't hold on to it any longer. It's actually
you just got to do something. You just got to do something. Like, what actually frustrated me is you saw Kepler get close to going down that last fight, even though he had Flash and Zonyas, because they finally started to use things. That was when, you know, the fight was so messy already. Like, it wasn't a good fight for BLG, and yet you could see the thought process. You could see how it could work in theory, but no. They just waited. Bin waited until he got Infinity Edge and had 4 items. Cool. Bin did tons of damage, sure. It's just not relevant. And look, this is how the game pans out, okay? Pretty even at the start. TT build up a lead. Big spike when they secure the Baron. You know, then it goes a bit slowly. Big spike when they secure the Baron again. And then it just teeters off until they end up closing out the game. Really just felt like there was no actual contest from BLG throughout that one.
And I gotta give a huge props to TT. We were in the draft and we're sitting here like, oh my god, it looks like BLG got their Exodia at this point. Like, it feels really good in this draft for the red side of BLG. We had questions about the Gnar for Hoya. We had questions about the entire composition. You know, we saw the Wukong. We're like, okay, we understand. And then they come out and give us a presentation like this. I mean, hey, we were wrong. Like, BLG just weren't able to find anything.
I can say UCal was the first to move in the top lane play. Icon tried to follow and fell behind. And ultimately, Icon, I was like, this is such a good Silas game. You have Gnar and Ariel, both fantastic choices. You're in a good matchup. And he just felt a little bit invisible, which is harsh towards Icon. Because to be fair, everyone kind of felt invisible on BLG.
But I will say you could see what we were talking about when you get that mobility early on for BLG, right? But it just felt like they weren't able to put the pieces together. But like that early movement from Icon in the mid lane, at least trying to pair up with Weiwei and trying to respond to UCal, I think was super important to see that they still function like that. But they've got to find a way to transition that into an actual win, into something that can be consistent when you get to 15, 20, 25 minutes.
And here's my suggestion for them. Okay, don't go for this hyper carry, 80 carry matchup in the next game. Pick a lane. I mean, it doesn't even have to be bot lane. You could go for a hyper carry, 80 carry matchup. Pick a lane, top or bot, where they aren't just playing a scale. Pick a lane where you're going to be aggressive and that you can play around, have icon move to it. And for Crisp, pick a champion who can, yes, engage, but also is tanky enough to withstand being engaged on, because the Rakan looked pretty rough for him. So that's my hope in game 2. We'll see if they can bounce back.
The mental fortitude needs to be there for BLG. We'll see as the fireworks continue here on July 4th, and with the LPL continuing. TT take game number 1. See if they can finish out the series right after this break.
But at the end of the day, fantastic for TT. Baytron now trying to escape, using it all very early on. There's a charm from Yagao. Yagao has to survive as well, though. There's one for Zero. Kanavi going so deep on the back of the play. Southwind will fall. Xiaosheng alone. Puff knocked up in the meantime. Hope with a double kill. How do you lose the Infernal Soul and then take a fight so handily? Puff will go down. Hope with a triple kill. And he is a new hope for JDG with a quadra, because that's the 4th Star Wars film.
Wait, is that the game? JDG, they've got the push. They can just run through. UCal needs to reset, and it's UCal versus the world, but I think JDG just ends.
And I think Yagao might have just grabbed himself an MVP with that engage there, making the pick happen onto Beichuan. UCal has to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough here. Trying to clear the way, but the cannon will actually go down. Well, maybe it is enough. 369 is going to use his death passive. It's a pentakill! Hope got the pentakill somehow and then died afterwards.
We're going to see if Care can find the engage.
This is a burger if I've ever seen one, and it's Flip!
Oh,
Flip gets the smite! And JDG are in some trouble. They are completely surrounded. FPX just need to close the pincer. The heroic entrance not going to go through for Care, but it does not matter. No one cares. JDG is moving down. Hope tries to get the plays, tries to get Summit. They've actually turned it. And 369 is back, but 369 goes down. Hong and Clid, they're trying. The resets for Clid. Oh, he can't get the 4th one. It's not going to be the quadra, but FPX find the fight yet again. Oh my God, he still finds it. No way. He's got the red buff, he's got the damage, and he clean aces JDG. What a fight, and FPX are alive and well.
Now Clid is here. The Cataclysm is available. They want to try and continue this chase. They will get the flash out of Cube as the taunt does not land. Now Stripe goes back in with a 2-man Everfrost and forces Care into stasis. They do get the KL ultimate, but the Galio has gone down. Now iBoy trying to chase this one down as FBX have gotten a little bit too sure of themselves. Never mind. They've got a Cataclysm and they've got a Zeri just zapping everybody and nothing you can do. LWX with the quadra kill.
Now it's into the dragon pit for the fight here as Care trying to go around the side, make sure the vision is okay. Might be looking for over the wall. Big taunt for member taunt, and Care makes the game changing, but it's a big AoE combo, and JDG, they're throwing it right back at him. Look at Hope. He just goes for the Gale Force. Yagao gets stunned up, blocked up, and maybe he's just dead here. As now it's another kill for the ADC of JDG. It's turned back as the Chaos Storm.
Knight though with a cleanse, maybe enough here as Odd flashes forward, gets the dredge line, the golden status of Knight. Willie Gale to fight this one back. It's so close.
He does!
It's a
Knight!
He's doing it! Knight, you're a god!
What was that coming out from Knight?
Don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey, I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free.
我觉得微微的话，他打前面打得比较凶吧，想通过前面进野区什么的帮队友取得优势。就我们前面防守要做好一点，因为后亚才刚刚来嘛，他中文每天都还在慢慢学习，他还有很多听不懂，所以他还在努力学中文。然后我们平时就一些简单的沟通还是会的，然后要多沟通一下。
Welcome back to the LPL. We are into the first series of the night. Ooh, scared you there, huh? Scared you. Got a little frightened. TT versus BLG, and TT come out swinging somehow, some way. We said, who's going to step up? Well, it turns out it's the whole of the reinvigorated TT here, as it's UCal picking up MVP.
Yeah, making some solid roams on the RE, playing into what people see as a counter matchup. You know, Salas often picked into RE, but he was able to make that initial roam to the top side that set the game going, and just there to perform and deliver on the team. You know, we talked about Icon being this new roaming mid for BLG, how it's reinvigorated them, and UCal just goes, nah, that's me.
You ain't got nothing to say about it. I got the Ari, and that's all that matters. Very, very huge part to the win. The early roam, transitioning that into an advantage through Beishwan. I think it was a very nice test for TT, bringing in, you know, Hoya starting again, Kepler and Yao Yao coming in. I think it was a good test for them, and they passed. Like I said, the bar was pretty high, and hey, they set it.
Yeah, and I mean, this situation, it just feels like it's so split. Like Wei ults out, but Icon's willing to go in and chase down, like try and extend the fight and make it happen. It just feels like still BLG aren't all on the same page. But TT, that is something we can absolutely say about them. They feel like they played like a team. This wasn't just, you know, as much as we're praising UCal as the MVP, this was a 5-man effort. And the way they work together in unison, especially considering, right, Hoya has not had much time on this roster.
Yeah.
Kepler and Yao Yao have just been subbed in very late notice, and it felt like they were working extremely well as a unit.
Yeah, I think it started with those early catch-outs, especially to get the groove, to get the vibe going, bot lane, catching out Crisp like that in transition and letting that lead to so many more advantages. It's honestly incredible the difference we saw in the bottom lane of Doggo and Crisp when they went up against Kepler and Yao Yao. And now in this next game, BLG on the blue side, I think a lot of changes need to come, not necessarily in the draft though, but in execution, in movement around the map, because on paper, we even said it at the beginning or the end of the first draft, they looked good.
Yeah. I think they looked good, but I think the Rakan wasn't working for me, okay?
Yeah.
Too easy to get picked off even with the mobility, even with the durability changes. Rakan did get buffed, but he just felt like Chris wasn't as comfortable getting caught out and then being able to turn it into an engage. He would just get popped. So maybe leaning into something like the Nautilus himself or even the Leona. but have a lane you can heavily play through, right? It felt like top lane was playing a scale, bot lane was playing passively. It just really felt like BLG, you know, even if they had pressure mid, wouldn't have really been able to use it. And now, coming the next draft phase, we see the Talia band away and the Jinx. So just to refresh you, we had heavy 80 carry bands coming out the last rotation. Zeri still available, Senna still available, and Renata, Crisp's signature pick that, honestly, when it first came out, people were so scared of him playing it. I haven't seen him in solo queue that they just basically perma-banned it. So they only got to choose one, and they choose the Renata. So Senna or Zeri both available. No brainer. BLG pick up the Zeri, and now TT. How will they respond?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Is you obviously know the Zeri is going to come through. It's just so ridiculously strong. But they chose to ban the Kalista and the Lucian over it, so a little bit more priority in that lane and maybe elsewhere here for TT as they first lock in the Wukong. Quickly followed up by the Twitch. We might have a submarine on our hands.
Yeah, so often we see the response into Zeri has been Twitch plus, you know, a scaling support, typically the Yuumi, because Zeri doesn't have the highest pressure lane. And later on in the game, you just have scaling, you can just absolutely annihilate her, pop out with the ult. And Twitch is one of the best scaling AD carries in the game. So they end up going for that, which gives them ridiculously strong team fight already. My question is, what do BLG do from here? Diego is kind of a no-brainer, way very comfortable on it. And with Wukong gone, you do want to take it. The question is the support pick. If there's something you want to secure, now is kind of the time. If you want to deny Yuumi away and take it for yourself, again, now is the time. Or you could look into a solo lane, assuming TT are going to take their support on 3. Could make a lot of sense to lean towards potentially the top lane if there's something for Bin, like the Gwen, but actually going for the Gnar here. Pick? I mean, I think Gnar's really good. It's just don't pick it into Silas, but apparently that works for TT.
Barely it works. Maybe they'll be like, all right, DT, you're just going to get mind controlled. You're going to pick Silas, and we're going to win because it's blue side and we got Gnar. But I do find it interesting they didn't want to go ahead and grab a support here because second phase is going to be very interesting in terms of where the bans lie. As no submarine this time, no Twitch Yuumi. Yep. We do get the Nautilus, so some engage to pepper on top of it all.
And then you see Brand the Braum, which I really like. Braum, Zeri, quite a painful combo to deal with. Obviously, you can quite easily stack up the passive with your Q. And also, it makes it very hard for Nautilus to really pressure you. Braum also fantastic into Twitch at just mitigating the pressure. And obviously, BLG couldn't take Braum blind because then you just get something like Yuumi taken that you couldn't pressure. So I like the Nautilus. Point-and-click CC onto the Zeri as well. Always strong. BLG starting to ban away some mid laners. First the Ahri, I think a Silas ban could be okay as well if they wanted to bring that out. For TT, you can honestly just lean on banning more supports if you want, and they go for the Alistair here.
All right, the Alistair. It's still some interesting CC at least taken away, something that Chris would feel confident on. Yes, the Silas also, Big Brain Ox over here calling it, banned away by BLG. So we'll have one pick for TT, and then we'll get counter pick for one of their solo lanes. Would expect it to go to Hoya at this point against Bin, but we'll have to see. Well, I guess at Hoya this point you wouldn't need to, right? Because
Hoya already knows what he's gone into. So I expect a top lane pick here, then you leave counter pick for Yukal. Unless the exception is that there's something left open you really want, right? Ooh. Like if you're like, we really want Corki, I can understand them prioritizing it then, but no, they go for the GP, the flip of the matchup from the previous game, which we did see Bin have a great time in, playing the GP and scaling up. Now Hoya will be playing it against his signature to the Gnar. Yep, unfortunately. Now, BLG, the question is, what are you taking mid and what are you taking in the support role? You're into the Nautilus, so something that can help trying to mitigate that pressure could be useful. Lissandra coming out, I actually kind of like this. You know, into the Twitch, he's probably gonna have to take cleanse, but Lissandra can still just like ult, you cleanse, then she roots. And on top of that, I love it with the Viego. That pairing very powerful because you both get the resets when you go for a play. You're also good at like picking a target, killing a target, and then Viego can get that reset. Chris Plus, you're going for the Yuumi, so this is a good combo, but it's brave into the Nautilus. Bear in mind, you have Nautilus and Wukong, both who have very hard to avoid ultimates, and you're picking someone who is living or dying by whoever they're attached to.
That's yeah, it's going to be an interesting comp. I mean, obviously the Zeri and Yuumi is going to be very strong together. Zeri with any of these members for BLG will be very strong. But it's a lot to be dealt with on the side of TT. And now even more, BLG, you know, they tried to skirt around the edges, but in the end, Yukal gets the Corki.
Yeah, so Yukal leaning into the scaling option. Here's what's going to happen, right? Yukal's going to take cleanse. Kepler's going to take cleanse. Hoya has oranges. And when it gets to those late game team fights, very hard to function, right? 3 hyper scaling picks on the side of TT. A lot of range from the Corki and the Twitch. A lot of engage from the Wukong and the Nautilus. It's going to be very hard for BLG to find fights in the late game, especially if they fall behind. Zeri Yumi does help to mitigate, though, I will say. But realistically, TT, they need their mid jungle to do well. They need their mid jungle to go favorably. If we see another inactive game from BLG, I think it's just going to be really rough. BLG have to make things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in terms of proactivity, in terms of just getting something to work off of for them, because I think that's the biggest thing in game 1 is their non-existence, and the fact that we didn't get to see them putting up the fights, getting those grand entrances set up in the way that they wanted to, and for BLG just being present, right? Like and looking for advantages in some ways, but as well as making sure that you're not giving up these crucial transition picks and things like that. Like the communication just needs to take that level up for BLG.
And the coordination, and please just make things happen. I don't mind if BLG lose the second game, as long as they try, right?
Yeah.
Game 1 was frustrating for everyone involved and for us watching it and casting it, right? Just do something. That is the main criteria for this game. Mid lane, you're into a Corki, one of the most inactive early mid laners. Yes, he's safe, but he's not really going to do anything until he has his package. You should be comfortable. And hey, take a look at that. No surprise to anyone, Mazel. Cleanse on Yukao, cleanse on Kepler. They're definitely going to make the job of Icon a lot harder in the late stage of the game. So please, momentum would be a godsend here.
It would indeed, as we hit the rift for the second time. BLG on the back foot at this point. TT looking to secure a second series win for themselves in the summer split. I will say that dredge line from Yao Yao was very, very close to securing an early level 1 trade there, but does go a bit wide, and we'll just get the calm starts here. Now, last game, we did see, same pathing starts for both junglers. Ended up being a lot of skirmishing between the two, and I think we'll get a lot more of that this time around. Same matchup, just opposite.
I mean, I feel like for Beishron just kind of wants to avoid, Wei, or at bare minimum track him. If you can track him, if you can prevent him from doing anything, that's the good thing. Contesting it might be risky. Just the fact that you expect Icon to be able to get first move. Bot lane as well should have control of lane, and Wei is going to be spotted on this level 1 camp.
Yeah, the early vision game obviously lent a lot to the pathing last time around. He's going to be going straight for the aggression onto Beishwan. Beishwan will see this coming with a ward over the wall, trying to stay and get this Gromp. He's got the blue buff, and he gets it. We'll see them move forward now, as well as Yao Yao and Kepler were on their way. Yukao from the mid lane too. It won't end out in anything. Wei Wei's early aggression not coming up with much. I don't know if I lost Monsieur Ox. Maybe I did, but I'll just continue.
Yeah, I'm back.
Going. Oh, he's
sorry.
back.
I am back. I had some issues with my feed, so I was just sorting that out. Yeah, Wei, fortunately not getting anything. Ended up walking over towards the enemy jungle, and then have to walk all the way back. So we'll be behind compared to Beishwan now. And since they're going to both end up on the top side of the map, that should be a free scuttle for Beishwan.
Should be, at least. And we saw last time, right? Wei Wei was the one playing really aggressively around the scuttle crabs. This early wave crash, though, in the bottom lane for BLG, working out in their favor. You just got to be careful for the instant retribution. That could be that level 3 Yao Yao engage with Kepler on top of it. So that bot lane could be volatile. Got to keep a side eye on that. Still is the Zeri Yumi, though. A lot of mobility there. And speaking of mobility, got Wei Wei on the move yet again. Will be to the scuttle crab first and foremost as Beishwan going for the full clear.
Yeah, Beishwan taking a bit slower. Wei Wei able to get it before he's even finished. He's only done 3 camps. Does have that level 3, gets the scuttle, and Beishwan will find out and be like, oh, well, I guess I head towards bot lane, but not first. Let's get a quick trade on Icon.
Trying to get Beishwan. Oh, he can't connect it. The frozen claw, the flash. It gets Icon out by the skin of his teeth.
But a big wave going to be missed here by Icon, even with a TP. Well, okay, he won't miss all the way, but we'll miss some. And it's really nice for Yukao, because Yukao gets a free reset on the back of that gank, and flash down for Icon, all positive.
There we go, the level 3 immediately flashing. Chris getting a little bit low. Both ignites utilized already, but Doggo's sitting at full health. Still feeling really strong. The focus from TT was on Chris.
Yeah, trying to find the window. And now with that ignite down from Yao Yao, there can be no kill bot lane without a gank. 2v2, TT just can't kill. This is one of the issues with Yuumi is people think, oh, Yuumi's so not a problem in bot lane. Like, it's so easy to get a kill. The problem with Yuumi is you have triple combat summoners. You have heal, exhaust, and ignite. Compared to T2, you have just cleanse and ignite. So you have that advantage. They now have 2 summoners to your 1. And because you don't have the ignite to trim the healing, Doggo gets full power heal. Crisp can obviously keep him healthy. And if you try and burst out Crisp, that's great. You know, obviously he's squishy as a Yuumi and he's immobile. But if you don't kill him before he can reattach, all that damage is wasted. You saw Crisp got low, but then jumped on Doggo, and Doggo was still full HP. So, you know, people think that Yuumi is like the freest lane. She is if you bring extra members. You bring like a 4-man down, fantastic. If you're just playing 2v2, it actually can be quite tricky to find all-ins. And Yaya tries to find a window, but we'll just end up down in summoners and down in farm.
Look at all this vision down towards this bottom side for BLG, man. They've got the entire river ready to go with wars, ready to go with vision across the board, just making sure to keep control. And that's something that BLG were very much lacking last game, control. Just keep that word in your mind, BLG, because that's what we need to see from them in this game. As Bin getting pressed off, we'll have to use the TP to get back in response to Hoya's.
Yeah, we're in a terrible spot, so we'll be forced to TP to try and crash this in. Hoya's obviously already been his, so not too big of an issue. Something to note about that vision, which I think was a great point, but it basically is setting up for the dive when Icon is level 6. That is the point where Lissandra is free to move to the sidelines, make the plays. And I'm going to be real, Yaya is a free target. No flash on a Nautilus with Glacial Augment, no Aftershock. Should be free picking. Now, Yaya's looking mid, but they can just go for him. He's got no flash.
He's in some trouble here. Does use the dredge line, but they've still got the angle here, and they've got the speed up from the Scuttle Crab. Flash from Weiwei to follow this up, and yep, Yao might just be dead. Doggo comes in, but kill goes to Weiwei, and first blood for BLG.
Not sure what the game plan was. It's a Lissandra in the mid lane, not an easy gank target, and yet Yao goes fishing with no summoners, and you saw what happened to Mazel. Just a bit of an overstep, and now we'll see BLG rewarded not only with a dragon, but with some plates in the bot lane. Crisp also getting some free time to auto the tower as the Yuumi get their spell thieves procced up, so just fantastic for BLG.
Yep, and it does mean that BLG have resurged into this series with a little bit of life. We were saying some proactivity, just get something going for yourself, and this is a nice little start for them, at least 1,000 in about 7 minutes here. But it does mean Beishwan, knowing so much is happening towards that bot side, takes some time to steal away another camp.
Yeah, gets quite a bit here as well. Should be able to pick up the Scuttle, No, actually, I don't think he will be able to get the Scuttle if Weiwei comes and contest, because Beishwan has no smite and no CC to break the shield. But looks like Weiwei won't actually go and contest it. So not only does Beishwan steal the camps, he gets a Scuttle as well. Massively rewarded on this play. And obviously, yes, we saw the pain in the bot lane, but at least Beishwan is finding some favor in the jungle.
That's a really nice bluff call, at least there from Beishwan. Or I guess bluff non-call from Weiwei. Just kind of resigned to the fact that Beishwan had already taken that Scuttle Crab, but in fact he did not. Yao actually looking for a bit of an aggressive stance here against Doggo in the bottom lane, but again, without gank assistance, without any help, probably nothing going to come down this way until, well, I guess the Ignite's back up at this point, so you might get a little something. You saw Yukal positioning down this way as well. Icon right behind him, though, as Beishwan already reset coming out onto the map, as Weiwei himself getting a reset off.
I honestly feel like maybe TT need level 6 on Yao in the 2v2 before there's anything. I don't think they really have too much of a chance pre-level 6. If they bring the jungler, that can be the difference maker, especially as Beishwan has his ultimate. But yeah, as I said, still delicate trying to find those all-ins onto a Yuumi lane. And for now, Doggo's just been having a final time farming up. See where we're potentially fishing for an invade here. A lot of camps up on the opposite side if he wants to get some revenge for what was stolen from him earlier.
There's a lot more over here as well. It's a bit of a treasure trove, but Weiwei choosing to go for the neutral objective. We'll be getting this Rift Herald started up for BLG. In terms of neutral objectives, though, they've gotten 100% at this point. No contest to come out besides Hoya over the wall, maybe spotting them out, and does do so. Yukal on his way over here, maybe to aggress, but it's already done for. It'll be a nice little objective to continue to look out for BLG, because now the question is where they want to put these resources.
And it's kind of a good example, though, of like a bit of a lack of coordination between BLG, because Weiwei goes for that when Icon is resetting. So should TT have been in a bit more of a position to contest, that could have been really bad. The fact that your mid laner isn't there. And Icon's TP's up now, but it wasn't up when the Herald was being taken. So definitely potential for that to go awry, but BLG managed to secure it. Maybe just expecting Wukong to be a bit, you know, on the bot side of the map, not able to do anything. They do secure the Herald. They have a Herald. They have a Dragon. They have a lead in the bot lane. These are all positives for BLG. I said they needed to come out swinging, right? You're playing to Corki Twitch GP. You don't want to take this late without a significant advantage in a Fed Zeri.
Yeah, definitely don't. They're trying to get a little bit of something on the bin. Weiwei's right up here, though, as a response. Beixuan stops his back, does use the clone to get out of the stun from Weiwei. They'll just try to provide a little bit of cover for Hoya up here, as they did try to at least find some aggression that way. I will say, Yao Yao was also on the move there, so they did have a bit of body, at least in terms of advantage, but not going to find anything. It's calm and quiet here. Only that one kill going to BLG so far.
Yeah, once again, a slower one. But BLG, the fact they have the Dragon and the Herald, pretty massive for them. They're just trying to find a window to make use of this. If you can connect onto a lane, if you can make a play happen, it would be absolutely fantastic, because then you can turn it into hopefully more.
Oh,
Bin finding a trade.
Yeah, it needs to be really careful here, but does have a decent amount of damage back, as well as Bin had already used his combo. So there goes the trading between BLG, Bin, and Thundertalk Gaming's Hoya. It's still going to be a little bit. You saw also, it's always like the fake movements here from mid lane, but now we're looking at real movements from Beixuan and bot lane. Every time we've seen ganks try to be set up here, it's feeling a little bit like a BLG last time. They just haven't been able to strike true just yet. But now Doggo's
dead, yeah.
Oh, they don't take the advantageous angle there. Doggo will spot out Beixuan. They still go for it anyways. The dredge light connects and Doggo's just dead. Kepler helping. He gets one of them. What just happened? TT up 2-1.
I mean, as soon as that control ward got put down, the one they're clearing right now, I knew Doggo was dead. If you're playing that aggressive in the lane, then you are either completely missing something or you know something that TT don't. The answer was he's completely missing something, and that was the threat onto him. So we end up getting the aggressive engage comes out. Beixuan gets the initial knock up, and then Yao Yao actually following the flash with the dredge line. The CC comes in, and that's the great thing about Yuumi. It's a 2-for-1.
It is a 2-for-1, and I just think that Kepler is going to really like having that one kill. They're also going to get their first dragon of the game, so at least getting on the board with neutral objectives. Didn't even have to use the package for it, so I wonder where Yucal is going to try to use this as he's moving towards top lane. And that's just what TT needed to take some pressure off of this game from them.
Yeah, there will be a window in return, and Doggo should get a ton of gold here. It will be split, but yeah, the tower already low. They'll get a big influx thanks to the Herald, so with that they will pull ahead. But even so, would have liked to have gotten that without going over and giving 2 kills. And now Kepler with ultimate.
Oh yeah, I thought maybe.
I mean, sorry, doesn't have ultimate, but has the Blade of the Rune King completed. Obviously, Twitch does spike pretty well at every item he picks up with the sort of Blade of the Rune King. Often go on Runehands as well.
He does have the ultimate complete now, ready to go. We'll get a replay of that last fight as Divine Sunder had been completed for Beixuan just now. Not here, though. It didn't matter. The CC chain, too heavy. The lollipop, baby, from the dredge line. Huge.
Just don't flash in a straight line. That's the lesson. That's the lesson
He'll
here.
be like, but I was diagonal to it. It shouldn't move.
I mean, you see where the Nautilus is. You see where you are.
Ooh, nice little lockdown cleanse is used by Yucal, though, so 5-minute cooldown on the ropes.
It's good to do, like just banning the cleanse from Yucal is a positive, but this is kind of the issue with the fact that, you know, as I talked about coming in the draft, Yucal and Capital will both have cleanse, Hoya will have the oranges. Isn't exactly fantastic targets for icons. You have to do work beforehand to burn them. Now, Doggo, not again.
Oh, the flash cyclone. The final chapter is huge with the lightning crash on top of it. Weiwei's coming through. Beixuan, you got to be careful. Now you're getting so much for BLG. They get 2 quick kills. Kepler trying to take down Icon in bot lane. Does he do so? The expunge is just enough.
That's a one-time spike, right? Icon no ultimate, doesn't have that ability to stall him out. And so Kepler makes a solo play. Really positive from him, but then, oh, Nah, he's out.
Invisible.
He's out for sure.
He's invisible. Oh, the scanner. Oh, no. Kepler.
He's not out.
He's not out. Cleanse doesn't matter. Oh, Ultra Shock laser goes wide. Kepler dies. Doggo gets another kill. And this is why you don't give away the Zeri. It is terrifying in any hand of the LPL.
Yeah, and you see with the Yumi paired up as well, so hard for TT. If they don't get on top of the Zeri, very difficult to make things stick. Doggo able to kite it out, use the final chapter from Crisp to create some space, and we'll see the replay. So the problem is the ult doesn't initially go off. Base Run's a little bit slow with it, so Doggo gets to flash away. The movement speed comes in to dodge away from Yao Yao, and that's the thing. If you don't get onto the Zeri, it will get turned around, and just massive disaster there for TT. Here, you know, Kepler gets a straightaway kill, but yeah, ends up kind of making the wrong call with regards to where he should leave to get out again.
Indeed, as now another Rift Herald is going down for BLG with no real response coming out from TT. You would expect a little bit of transition here as now Kepler's in the mid lane. Got a lot of playmaking ability from the Twitch with the ambush. But speaking of ambushes, Ben comes out of the bush onto Yukal here. Yao Yao is right here, though. And Ben about to get Meganar, but does he have the damage? He's back up and healthy. Still needs to watch out for the rockets. The flash comes away, and he gets away for the moment. As Meganar will still be up for a little bit. He'll have some movement. He gets out unless Beishwan, he doesn't have flash, and yeah, he'll back away.
And it's a good opportunity by BLG. You know, misplay from Ben on the bot side that gets punished, but he gets out, and BLG instantly respond with this mid lane play, and we'll get 2 towers in return.
That's insane. That is so much value from that Rift Herald and so much pressure for BLG. Hoya's trying to take this top tier tower and now needs to be careful because Icon,
Goodbye, Hoya.
Weiwei, Bin, they're all here. They've even got Crisp with them. Hoya goes down. Who's going to get the kill here? Somebody finally, Bin.
Yeah, I mean, Hoya overstays for the tower, and Icon just plays it slow, clears the wave, burns the oranges. TP comes in from Bin to secure, and BLG doing something, right? I said I wanted them to be proactive. They're getting gold on the map. They're getting rolling. Second Dragons in 30 seconds. I do want to see them set up and try and secure that one and prioritize those early Dragons.
See the objective control come out in the next little bit. Everybody from BLG heading down towards the Dragon. There's a lot of vision to be cleared out against, though, because TT has already set up their vision game around there. Still waiting for Hoya to redeploy to the lane. Looks like he was deciding to go top, but decides to transition down towards bot lane. Did have the TP available. Yukal does not have the package, though, for this fight, and this could make it a little bit more tricky, but here you go. Doggo trying to catch him out. Kepler, he's in some trouble now, though. The TP coming in. Weiwei tries to get on top of him, but nothing going to come of it just yet. That will be the spray and play used by Kepler, though, so big cooldown in terms of the damage department. This is just Dragon for BLG.
100% secured because Doggo, he just goes over. Remember, it's an ocean map. There's more of those honey fruits. He picks one of those up. Even if there wasn't one there, you have shield bow for sustain. You have Crisp to heal you. The fact that you lose the ultimate from Twitch just basically guarantees, certifies we're not contesting Dragon. So BLG will secure that one. And business as usual continues. You can see, actually, look towards the bot lane. Pretty big wave being stacked up by Bin off the back of this. And all 5 members of BLG are looking to lean in to crash this one. We'll see if they're able to actually get the tier 2 tower here. Hoya does have a lot of wave clear. Maybe forced to ult to defend this.
See, it's a lot of pressure, though, as Cannon Barrage does come through for Hoya. Means BLG back away. And you got to deal with Yukal in the top side of the map as he's taking a tier 2, but it's going to be a little while till that does go down. I think at this point, BLG okay. I would say want to continue to see the proactivity, want to continue to see the skirmishing come alive for them, but they feel pretty controlled right now in terms of the reservations they have overextending.
Yeah, they feel okay, but they definitely need to respect the fact that there will come a point in this game where Yukal has package, Yukal is scaled up, Hoya is strong, Kepler is strong, right? These super scalers, and things become much more difficult then. So need to bear that in mind with regards to setting the pace for this game. But at the moment, things are looking positive. You've got Doggo coming out with the second item. Remember, with Zeri, 3 items is a big spike. That Infinity Edge, lending the bonus modifier to your W, and also just making your Qs really hit.
It's all about the damage, and Yao Yao needs to be very careful in those kinds of situations. That almost was a yikes. But UCal needs to also be careful in his own right because they are pressing up, and BLG are just looking for those picks. They're trying to continuously find this advantage, which is exactly where we want to see BLG.
Yeah, and I just like the fact that BLG are being proactive with their movements. So what they'll do is they'll build up a wave. It doesn't have to be a super big one, but they'll build it up in the side lane, and then they'll move resources over to try and prioritize taking these towers. You see, they actually leave that top one because they're just hellbent on trying to defend mid. Really, Bin should have moved over sooner to try and defend this. He is coming now, but it's very late. You see how it's a little bit disjointed there? Like, Icon and Doggo move down. Bin is slow to mid. Not as smooth as you'd like it, but the idea is there. The concept is there. They should eventually get this top lane tier 1. But unfortunately, because it took them extra time, they will be answered in the boss side of the map. So BLG kind of not the cleanest on those.
Boy, definitely not as rich as Bin was last game, but still working his way through his item differentials, though. And I will say now we have the Leandries completed for UCal. Still waiting on some of those item scalings for the Corki, but you're progressively getting there. And I think that's something we got to keep an eye on for TT as they come into the next skirmishes, right? We still have a little while for them to farm up for the next dragon fight, which would be Soul Point for BLG. And at that point, I feel like you would want to fight over Soul Point just in terms of how much, you know, control it gives you around the map for BLG if they do get it. But you're okay scaling if you're not in position. If you're going to cost yourself the game, TT should know better to just go in, right? They should be able to back off because they realize their win condition is the late game combos.
I will say Ocean Soul will make it a lot harder for TT if BLG can get it. A lot of their setup for fights is going to come from poke, whether it's with barrels, whether it's with rockets from UCal, especially with the Leandries build. You know, with the Ludens, you can chunk someone out to like 30% with a big one, and then you can just engage. With Leandries, it's a bit more about that whittle away, burn down the HP bars, and Ocean Soul will mitigate that quite heavily. So if BLG secure that, it could be painful. And for TT, you know, they're not that far behind right now. Yes, they want to lean into the scaling, but look at the items. You talked about 2 items coming in across the board for these carries and TT. If they can sync a package, they might actually be able to contest this dragon and keep BLG away from the soul, but allowing BLG to get 3 does make things very scary.
It does indeed. 3 and then 4. 4 would be the scarier number. 50 seconds, though, until that dragon does spawn. You see TT are positioning around this way, just trying to get some vision down, but BLG in full force, moving this way. You got package gotten by UCal, though. He's on his way. Kepler on the ambush on the side here. They could get the engage. They're looking for base 1. They're going for Doggo, but he's immediately out of there, and now Yao Yao is into trouble as he backs away. The engage is not necessarily there for TT, but they haven't used the package yet, and that is the big power point here.
Problem is, though, they get flash from Doggo, fantastic. But look at the ult economy.
Ooh,
Twitch
flashes.
ult down, Cyclone down. I feel like BLG might be favored here.
Yao Yao just
in
can't
terms
find
of
the
those
engage.
ults.
Like, he keeps trying so hard, but he just can't find it.
He is struggling. UCal trying to get some poke down. This could make a big difference if they
Bin
can
over
connect.
the wall, Bin over the wall. He's got Meganar. He's looking for it. He gets 1, but immediately UCal packages out. Final chapter utilized, and that means TT cannot fight over this dragon. Will be mid-tier 2 taken out by Kepler, but still Soul Point for BLG.
Yeah, the package felt like it was just final saving grace. Like TT were like, we still have the package. That might be enough. As soon as he gets slammed into the wall and has to cleanse ult away, they know, right, fight's over. No chance. Dragon has to be given. And in fairness, TT get that mid tower. They get some camps. The gold lead is kept very close. It's only 400 apart right now. But BLG 1 away from that soul. I don't know. It'll definitely make a big difference. As I said before, I don't know if it's enough. I am a little bit scared about this Twitch on the enemy team ramping up in this game. Icon on this Lissandra down in gold and losing relevance the longer the game goes.
Zeri or Twitch? What do you got? Who you got? If they're going into like a late game, 50-minute banger, who you got? Who you putting your money on?
I would put my money on Twitch, but the problem is it's not just Zeri, right?
It is not just Zeri.
There's still cat hanging around.
They're
called
the
Yumi.
same. I mean, it's one champion when they combine. It's you know, it's like Voltron, but only 2.
Yeah, but it adds a lot, right? I also think it depends how the fight plays out, because obviously if Twitch can pop on someone on BLG and just blow them up like Doggo, fantastic. Like, Twitch is so hard to deal with because he comes out of stealth, he gets the extra AD on his ult, the extra attack speed in his Q, and he just absolutely decimates.
Yep.
He gets to the point where he'll kill Doggo in like 3 or 4 autos. At that point, Twitch just absolutely outscales. The problem is,
I would say that we've seen Doggo be able to escape a couple times, right? And I know, like, later on, it's going to be a lot more difficult to see happen for Doggo. But
we'll see
I've had a caster. I just caster cursed him. He's dead. He's just gone. And guess who got the kill? It's sneaky little Kepler.
Yeah, and a big thing to note as well, Kepler's level 14, Doggo only 12. Pairing up with the Yuumi a lot has put him behind, whereas Kepler feels more confident to pick up side waves. Remember, he went in the side lane and killed Icon earlier. And now things are starting to feel a bit concerning. TT with the gold lead. Yes, the Ocean Soul is on the cards, but unless you smite that dragon, unless you lock it in, those dragons you picked up so far don't really mean that much. And this Twitch is getting strong, getting to the point where I'm starting to feel worried for BLG.
Working on that third item just about for Kepler. And they've obviously put so many resources into this carry. Also coming in here for TT, it's a huge difference maker. And Doggo just caught out in transition. He thinks he's safe with all of his team right above him, but Weiwei walks away.
Yeah, and even here, just if any CC connects, like, there wasn't that much damage done by Beishuan and Yao Yao. The autos are really starting to hurt. Kepler has the Runans now. It's getting scary. Once Infinity Edge is picked up, that's the point where it's like, okay, Doggo, you have to consistently fear for your life.
And I guess you question, right? Like, if TT approach it as a team, if they don't let anybody get caught out, like, you always remember that there's a Twitch that can be invisible at any point. They could play this, but then you think about the grouping up. You think about a spray and pray with Rudan's Hurricane, and like, I don't know if I want to group up, but they can try to catch out UCal as they do final chapter on a 4 members strong. They have gotten Icon in return though, as resets come through for Weiwei. Is it going to be enough? He's caught out, and the scaling is officially online. Kepler goes down though. Doggo in some trouble. Bin with the nice Meganar back. Hoya's just running back and forth. He can't do anything. I can't believe Bin is about to turn this around. Hoya with the kill on the Doggo, but he's going to be dragged out by Bin. He's trying to heal up. He's trying to survive, but it's a cat and a Gnar. And it's a turnaround fight for BLG that looked so terrible in the beginning, but they wiped TT.
Bin manages to pull through in the end. It was such a messy fight, and honestly, TT kind of committed into it. They overextended. We're going to replay of how it happened. So Icon, this is the problem that I was saying. Cleanse for UCal, cleanse for Kepler, and Hoya has the oranges. So he goes for UCal, but can't make his stick. He's able to Valkyrie away. Now, they see the Zonya's Yao Yao. They get a trade kill, but Weiwei's just deleted immediately after. At this point, TT should be fine, but Kepler flashes into the Meganar.
Yeah.
UCal gets caught as well. And this is when you realize things are not going good for TT. They could have just backed out, but Kepler gets a little bit too hypey.
Yeah, that flash is going to be one he wants back. I have no doubts. It's a little bit of fun, a little bit of extra, trying to make the hero play in the moment that you have. But in the end, it turns out better for BLG.
I want to say, look at the cleanses on TT. Both down for Kepler and UCal. No flash for Kepler. This is what BLG want. They're fighting for soul, and those pesky summoners aren't available. At least some of the big ones for TT. This could be BLG's best window to find the game.
Package secured by UCal. That is their saving grace in this fight. BLG know that TT can't really force this, and now they're going to move in as TT are posturing around the Baron at this point. They think Kepler can burn it down, and they're just about right. Oh my god! This is a huge call for TT. They gotta hurry up, though. They gotta hurry up. UCal package across to buy some time. They can't go across. Weiwei in the pit. They can't get the Baron. Who's gonna smite it? It's Weiwei. He gets the Baron. TT after the fight, though. BLG are stuck in the pit. Now the final chapter comes in, and they're cutting off the retreat. Bin is over the wall, and BLG are over the moon at this point. They want to bring it to 3 games. UCal cannot carry the game from this position. And BLG, they force TT's hand. They force him into the Baron, and they take it all away.
He tries for the Wolves in the end, but he won't get it. And you can see the thought process from TT. We don't want to flip the dragon. We know what it could mean for BLG to get their soul. Let's take a fight at Baron. But even with the package doing all that work, Weiwei gets in the pit, Bin is there to follow, and they're able to shut down the team. We'll get a replay of how that one panned out. And Yukal, you know, he does a good job of keeping Weiwei away, but then Yao Yao, you know, he goes for Icon. Flashes out, but who cares about Alessandra? You had to stop the Viego getting in. Baron is stolen. Look at Bin here. Knocks them away so they can turn on a base run, and then Icon buys time. The final chapter, sorry, fantastic from Crisp to get that lockdown onto the back line.
And I will say Beishuan gonna feel bad, but still had Smite available. Was unable to use it to secure it, and unfortunately for him, it's Weiwei coming in to steal it in a renewed vigor for BLG, who had to keep the pedal to the metal, and at this point, the pedal's all the way through the floor.
Okay, so now at this point, Doggo is caught up in levels with Kepler. He's 2 levels down. He's now even, thanks to Baron and all those kills. He has a Yumi on his back. Great. And he has an Ocean Soul. And he does that.
Yep.
By the way,
no big deal. Ultra Shock Laser.
933 damage, yeah. That's cool. Thanks, Riot.
I remember when that thing used to do like 200 damage at max rank. But you know what? It's fine. Because now for BLG, everything's riding just fine. They are on the bottom tower. They're pushing in multiple waves. The Baron is still on for another minute, and they'll just be racking up the gold here.
Yeah, trying to use the cannon barrage to play the waves, but it's so scary sieging against Azeri. Doggo with flash as well makes us engage so much harder. There is good wave play from TT. That's the one saving grace. So they're going to try and mitigate the pressure onto these inhibitor towers.
I'm trying to do so. That Ultra Shock Laser is going to do some work, though, and just absolute pestering TT in their base.
Yes. I hit you with one skill shot, therefore you have to reset and go back to your fountain.
And it's just free. Look, they're just getting pulled all over the map. And now the inhib in mid is falling, but they're going to have to defend that, try to stop this inhib tower in bottom lane from falling. But there's a cannon that's just whacking away.
Just pick a lane. Honestly, pick a lane. You just let it go. You can't defend both. You give up mid, try and defend bot. But the Ocean Soul, the Yumi, it makes this poke from Yukal just not stick. And the end result is 2 inhibitors taken for BLG. Now, BLG Baron's timing out, but look at the top right of screen before it fades. 5,700 gold secured from that Baron. Such a humongous lead, and BLG managed to find the fight when it matters.
They do, and now it's just about finishing it for themselves as Weiwei taking the time to take all of Beishuan's jungle camps, at least the main one that matters, the red buff. As Beishuan comes back out onto the map, he's still got a long while for the next objectives, but you gotta hope that for TT, the scaling continues to come online, right? Like, you've got a GA completed now for UCal. You're working on your 4th item still for Kepler. He's got to be pretty close because he has the Crit Cloak and the Longsword. I'm sure he's gonna be getting there very, very soon. But it's the culmination of a lot of things for TT that aren't necessarily getting to their endpoint, and BLG are taking that to their advantage. Now GA also completed for Doggo.
Yeah, I mean, he's really hard to deal with right now. We saw one of the big win cons for TTM fights would get him Doggo, kill Doggo. That has now become even harder. We see big stacked wave set up by Icon, but it gets deleted in like a split second by Hoya. Not really going to be able to find too much pressure here, but I think with Weiwei zoning off, they should be able to get this last tier 2. Bit of extra gold for them before the next objective spawns. And TT once again just trying to defend, but the super minions pushing in mid and bot. You did see Yukal deep push that bot lane to create some space, and I don't think BLG will get anything off this push, but the problem is TT won't be able to find their way towards the Baron, won't be able to secure vision. There is a couple of wards near mid lane that's going to help them out, but BLG are making sure they sweep out this red side jungle.
God, those Ultra Shock Lasers, man. It just hurts to watch. Hoya has to go back now as well. And they're just going to keep pressing up. They don't even need the Baron at this point. But there's that wave clear you're talking about. Now they're in an unmanned 5-4-man route there. Hoya's trying to get back into the fight here. They're under tower, though. BLG need to be careful. They're still making quick work. Final chapter comes through. Doggo engaged on the tower is not enough. And TT, they take advantage of the over-aggression by BLG. They were there for no reason. They were just being bullies.
And I was literally saying to Mazel, I don't think they'll get anything from this play. BLG decided, you know what, we're going to go into tower. But I will say one thing, that looks kind of bad for BLG. It is, don't get me wrong. But one thing to note is that once again, TT have lost both cleanses on their carries. And we're looking at a Baron in 30 seconds, so this could have been a lot worse for BLG, I'll be honest. Not exactly an optimal play.
4-man.
Icon goes in, big root, big self ult, but then it's left on the tower with Bin tanking. and Kepler just doing an unholy amount of damage when he's able to auto onto Doggo. But yeah, BLG managed to get away. They don't want to overchase in the Zeri, and now we can sort of take stock. 10 seconds until that Baron, a minute until that Elder. TT on the map first. I don't think they're confident enough just to flat out start it. Summoners is the big thing to note at this point of the game. Icon, no flash. Doggo, no flash. But also Yukal and Kepler, no cleanse. Kepler, no flash available. Very significant in these fights. If Icon can find the right CC on the right target, it can make all the difference. And Yukal, he's got package.
He does.
That could be big.
And Hoya just finished his IE as well, so the barrels will be doing tons of work. BLG want to put priority around the vision game on Baron. They want to force the hand potentially of TT here as they feel like they have the damage. And they want to get TT into an unfavorable fight, and they will just that. Yao Yao in some trouble. He's been caught out a couple times. Yukal needs to find a use for the package, though. Beishuan there. Look at Doggo. He's already started up the Baron here, too. TT, they're going to have to come into the Meganar. Oh, they're going to give it for the Elder. They like the trade. I like it.
If TT get this trade, this is weird. By the way, this is so weird.
They're TPing. They're pulling off.
Instead.
All right, so they've got Icon TPing behind the flank. This is all about the Elder fight for BLG. And now Hoya on the side. Package is gone. Beishuan is in not a good position. Now the Frozen Tomb, everything on top. Hoya's not even in the fight yet. Ox he can't even get there. His team is getting obliterated now as well. Beishuan is still alive somehow. And Hoya is trying to make something happen, but it does not matter. That's an ace, and we're going to game 3.
Felt a little bit tenuous there, but you see the difference with the cleanses down. Yukal, CC, lockdown, Kepler, exhausted by Crisp. No response to come through. And with the carry shut down, BLG get the resets, and they get the win. Definitely felt like a bit of a fight in this one, a bit of a battle for BLG to find it. But they managed to equalize the series 1-1.
We wanted them to show up, and they do so in a big way. The blue side coming up aces for both teams so far. And the fact that we see BLG get pushed the distance but be able to respond from that first game is the biggest standout for me. The mental bounce back for them has to be huge, and it was.
Absolutely. I mean, they found the opportunities, they found the window. The dive top lane looked a little bit sus, but honestly, it did what it needed to do. I think that's the thing in these late game fights. If you can take a fight where the consequences are minimal, right? Because the consequences on that fight were kind of minimal, and you burn summoners before a big objective can make all the difference. I said I was concerned about the Lissandra when you know the enemy team's going to have multiple cleanses. They took them out. They managed to find the fight, and shit, like, there was definitely some tenuous moments. The pace of that game was a bit slow for my liking, considering enemy team had Corky Twitch GP, but they found the fight in the end, and they managed to secure it. Pulling off the Baron, making the right calls, stopping them from getting the Elder, and BLG... Yeah, I'm not exactly convinced, but they managed to at least equalize the series and push it to a game 3. So we'll see if they can continue that momentum. Things definitely looked better in this one. Chris doing a good job with the Yumi of not being caught, not being the one.
Hey, he's not walking around as much. Like 50% of the time, he's not walking around. So there you go.
I think one of the main things is like when you're playing Yumi, like people think, Yumi's obviously, can be like enchanters are vulnerable. If you're playing like Lulu, Soraka, Karma, and you have to go ward, it is so dangerous. Yumi, one of the reasons she's been so strong when enchanters have struggled is because she cheats that, right? If you have a jungler in your team, someone like a Viego or Wukong who's hard to pin down, you just attach to them, and it's like, cool, now I can ward safely, and I have this bulky bruiser with mobility to attach to. And so as a result, Chris found so much difficulty trying to take him down to 10k damage as that support. And you see the goal graph, BLG finding leads, losing it, finding leads, losing it again. And then in the end, you see that massive dip that came out, but still able to close out the game.
The dip and then the cliff that just goes straight up in favor of BLG. Yeah, I don't know. Weiwei might want that game back a little bit. He'll be like, oh, but I swear I did more than 10,000 damage, more than the Yumi, right? But in all actuality, it was again a great bounce back from BLG. A good performance from Icon, who at the beginning of the day we put a pretty big focus on in terms of trying to get the gears working for BLG, especially in combination with Weiwei, in combination with getting to the side lanes. This game, it was a lot of setups from him as well through the mid lane that I found really interesting that BLG played around pretty well.
And I think a big thing for me is the fact that there was such good setup coming out from from BLG around the neutrals early on. Getting those early dragons made all the difference.
Yeah,
blocking those down,
absolutely.
I think, put them in a positive position. So hopefully he can sort of continue that as this game goes, as the series goes on. You know, the early dragons can make such a big difference. Obviously, in the first game, BLG got the early dragons and it didn't manage to give them the win, but at least bought them more time. And I think we're seeing that quite a bit, that being able to secure them quick and just makes it hard. If you're a scaling team, but getting early dragons means, you know, you have more time to scale. If you're not a scaling team, getting early dragons means you put more pressure on. Because I think that Ocean Soul absolutely a massive factor in that game, mitigating the poke from that Corki.
Yeah, the poke, in never letting TT get to a position that felt confident and comfortable for them. And a lot like BLG felt in game number 1. But now, as it always does, it seems, we have gone to 3, and now we get the best of it all. Everything that's culminated into this series we get in game number 3 right after this break. TT versus BLG.
跋涉，迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远，尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声。也不过是雨点，勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次吹了过，人都心总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，将光之间。冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。剩多少次摔倒过，人都心中有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。流的泪，受过的伤都会终结。被否定，被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心，一双脚都匹配，这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。每个你，每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
下一场要赢下 TT 取胜的关键点，我觉得在于我们团队的配合吧，然后加上我们能不能把状态调得好，然后一起努力去赢比赛。我觉得我们队伍就是大家在，就是我们可能大家要在沟通上就是要做得更好吧，然后要更努力一点，然后中期要打得更好一些。
Welcome back to the LPL here on the kickoff day of week number 5. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, and we are into the final game of our first series of the night, TT versus BLG. We've had it all: fireworks, glitz and glam, events, fun things, bad things, everything in between here, Ox. But it is a fun iteration of BLG that comes out in game 2, gets the win, and Bin himself gets MVP.
Yeah, I mean, the Gnar performance really solid. Coming in clutch when it mattered. And in those team fights really delivering. Particularly that one, you know, where thought it was going to go in favor of TT. BLG answered back, and it was Bin making the big plays. Consistently getting on that back line with that mega.
Yeah, and also the icon catches, everything in between, right? This one, obviously a huge spotlight on the Bin, who survives some way, somehow, and makes it through to the bitter end. To really turn things around. Kepler definitely going to want that flashback. But it's a holistic effort. I feel like, again, what we saw from TT, a holistic effort in game 1, BLG do the exact same in a bounce-back recovery game for them.
And I mean, this was a close one. You know, this was a battle. I feel like game 1, it just felt like TT got control and never let it go. BLG weren't really contesting. This one, TT were trying, but just not able to find the windows. Maybe leaning a bit too much into the scaling. So we'll see what happens in this game 3, what they end up coming out with. There's once again them on blue side. Blue side 100% win rate in the series. And we're kind of returning a little bit more to the bounds we had in that first game. But Wukong coming out for BLG, namely this time. Wukong actually let through this series so far, and TT have had it twice, surprisingly.
Yeah, so not going to be getting it a third time around, at least here, but wonder if we continue to see maybe the Renata ban come through from TT. They didn't want to give that over to Crisp at least last game. But spending a little bit of extra time here to make sure that at least for the first phase they'll be set up. And hey, look at that, it's the Renata ban.
Yeah, I mean, TT haven't changed the bounds at all on either side of the map.
Oh, the Viego! Oh my god, what do we do? I'm running around. I don't know what to do anymore. Ox, what do we... Viego's not available for Beishwad or Weiwei.
Bro, maybe I'm making a meme of it, Senna? First pick Senna? No? Yes? No?
No? Maybe?
No,
maybe?
Jinx
No,
first pick.
The excitedness.
It's something I definitely know TT prioritizes. Bit weird in my opinion. You know, I don't think Jinx is like first pick worthy. I could have seen if you wanted to first pick a jungler like Lee Sin with those two banned. I could have seen Senna as something that was banned in game 1 that's left open. But no, TT opt to go for the Jinx, interestingly enough. We'll see if BLG respond with a handshake that is a Aphelios or go in a different direction. That Senna is available. But they're actually going to take Gnar this early.
Priority.
And I get it because Hoya is like a Gnar player, very much true. So denying away from him has value. Being obviously confident on it, and it was very good post durability changes, but it does give lots of opportunity for TT to respond here. We'll see what BLG go with his second pick. And looking towards the support role, taking the Nautilus here essentially locks you out of the center because Nautilus center just isn't really a lane we see.
Yeah.
So it looks like they are going to take that.
Some very hard decision making maybe for BLG, but it is the Nautilus that gets locked in. So Crisp will have the onus for engage for BLG.
Yep, got that single target lockdown on point. Obviously pairs well with the range of 80 carries. Now we're going to see what TT do. Silas, honestly, you have 2 good old choices already if he wants to bring it out. I feel like it's pretty good here overall. We talked extensively about how Silas stealing Gnarl is one of the best in the game. And Yukal will lock that one in.
I really like this as well because you're getting a lot of the mobility out of mid lane, meaning a lot in this series so far. And when we did get the Silas in game 1, at least from Icon, didn't have necessarily the brightest of points. But here for Yukal, getting the opportunity to maybe make the history a little bit different for the Silas in this series. And especially leaving a lot of things open for TT still in terms of now they get the Lee Sin. So maybe not as much, but at least they'll have the Lee Sin there for Beishwan, which I think in its own right, as a proactive pick, is huge for TT to get into this game.
They have a strong skirmishing mid-jungle already. They have a scaling bot laner. You know, TT have the tools set up to make things happen. My question is what BLG are going to decide to prioritize here. Looks like they might just go for the handshake of the Aphelios. How lame. To be real. Oh, no, yeah. Let's go. This is more like it. No more handshaking. No more agreement. Okay, let's play Aphelios Jinx. No. Doggo comes out with the Kai'Sa. Big chat energy pairing up with the Nautilus. That's what I want to see.
And now, I guess the biggest thing lies in where we see the big focus in Phase 2 bans, especially looking at BLG here on the table, because they obviously still have a lot left to decide on, but they want to get a good setup for Crisp and Doggo at this point, and they ban away the Tom Kench. The response from TT is the Nocturne.
Yeah, maybe like Tom, Braum could be good bans if you focus on them both towards support. Braum, you know, you have not the greatest engage, but you have dive threat from the Lee Sin and the Sylas, plus BLG's comp is more dive focused, so if you were to go for something like the Braum, could obviously do well into the Nautilus and defend against the Kai'Sa when she dives in, but it's actually going for the Rakan. A bit more concerned about that one, interestingly enough. Now, TT focusing on that jungle pool. Could see a Graves maybe come out. Definitely something Weiwei has lent on so far. But obviously, Nocturne was the big priority with how well it would just sync with BLG's dive composition.
I also like the, continue to engage support focus from BLG. Poppy, actually the ban from TT, so going out on a limb, just saying, hey, don't want to even give this a chance to be in here, especially while we have the Sylas and the Lee Sin. And now it's up to BLG to extend a little bit on that jungle pool here for themselves and find something that I feel like still needs to be proactive, still can skirmish, because that's where we've seen both these junglers really shine.
Ooh, Taliyah would actually be so big brain here because it's a flex, right? It can go mid or jungle. BLG they've revealed nothing with this. You don't know where it's going to be. It's good in Lee Sin and Sylas because they both have dashes. Kind of similar reason why Poppy was banned. Poppy is good against dashes, so is Taliyah. And now TT, they need an answer to the Gnar. Could well just be the GP again that we've seen so far this series. And they need a mid lane pick that is potentially blind. Sorry, they already have Sylas. So, this could actually be, if they're looking towards mid laners, this could be a Sylas top.
Could be, and change it up a little bit. They do. It's the Azir that comes through for you, Cal. So both teams playing some mind game.
I'm gonna reveal. This could be Azir top or Sylas top. You don't actually know. It genuinely could be. We've seen. I can't remember. There was a region who played Azir top recently into GP. Into Gnar, you just be able to harass him in mini Gnar. If he goes in you on Mega, you ult him away. I think the laning phase is better for Azir in the top lane, I'm going to be honest. But I have also seen Sylas into Gnar specifically because you can kind of manage him in lane and then you could steal his ult, which is fantastic. So, I guess we'll see what happens. A lot of flexes potentially coming out here. Over the side of BLG, they either need to lock in a jungler or a mid laner. Looking like they're going towards the mid Taliyah with the fact that they're hovering Trundle, hovering Xin Zhao.
Yeah, they've been really thinking about these two picks, and it's going to be the Trundle that actually comes through.
Yeah, so Trundle, pretty decent into the likes of Alistair, into the likes of Jinx, being able to pillar them, and then they're kind of essentially trapped. The other three have dashes and kind of, get away from the pillar. But we will, I'm going to say we'll have the information on where the lanes will go. We'll know who's playing the champions. They could still swap them, Often see, let's say Yukal's the better Azir. They could put Yukal in the top lane on Azir and then have the Sylas in the mid lane. I think, though, this arrangement could be where we see it because I think Azir has a fine time contesting Prio into the Taliyah. Sylas wouldn't really enjoy playing into Taliyah. Just because the Unraveled Earth makes it a bit painful. But, it could change. It could go either way. They could want to prioritize a strong laning phase in the top lane, which would be Azir top. So,
yeah,
we'll see where all these funky flexes end up panning out. But definitely an interesting draft coming to compared to the previous two, which I'd say were a bit tame.
Yeah, I think that's the most interesting part for me is it's still an absolute huge focus on Beishwan and Weiwei, but it's an interesting one because we have such differing lanes this time. It feels like everybody's bringing out a little bit of all the stops here for 4th of July and our first series, and especially looking towards these junglers. We've known how much the skirmishing has been important here.
You know what, Mazel?
What?
You're an American dude, and obviously 4th of July, a big deal to you, but to me, it's just another day of the LPL.
But it's fireworks. What are you talking about? Come on. Fireworks happen all the time.
I don't get fireworks over here.
You don't get fireworks all the time? I have to listen to it for the entire next 24 hours, every minute of my life. I have to kind of spread the love, right?
I don't. I'm the UK. We get fireworks on bonfire night and randomly, sporadically throughout the year.
All right. Well, this is a sporadic night. Maybe make it a bonfire night because it's TT versus BLG, and we got some fun to have as both teams need to leave everything on the Rift, right? We came into this series talking about who's going to show up, who will step up for both these teams as we crest into the second half of the split. And here we are.
I'm gonna be real with you. If I'm gonna have a sporadic bonfire night to celebrate, it's gonna be on Saturday for Top Esports RNG when I'm casting. Probably not for TTBLT.
Come on, give me a little bit of a limb to work with here. Come on, man. Come on. Can't just leave me out hanging. I got all puppy dog eyes over here. Come on.
You know what, Mazel? I can and I will.
Yeah,
and that's just how it is.
What's your favorite firework?
My favorite firework?
Yeah. You know, like all the different kinds of
man.
fireworks? Don't be lame and say like the big artillery shells, because that's just lame. You got to come up with something
Like,
cool.
you know the ones that like go up and they make like a soft like, and then like it like rains down like a willow tree. I'm kind of fond of them, man. Those are pretty good. Yeah, I don't know the specific name. I'm not an expert in fireworks.
No idea. I know it lights up and I
good.
go, ooh.
That was a good one.
It was. Mine.
But it's almost like there's fireworks happening right now.
True. I hear literally. I'm not joking. Constantly, for the next day, I will hear fireworks outside my house. But it's okay. It's okay because we don't need to listen to that here. And I will say just quick, my favorite is like the little like vehicles that turn into fireworks. You know, like little fountains and stuff. They're kind of cool.
There's some really unique that turn into fountains.
Yeah, have you not ever seen like the little fireworks that have like spouts on them that you can light and they like move, they can like drive, they like drive themselves sometimes? Or
no, what the heck?
What? You've never? Oh my God! Ooh, flash from Kepler though. That's an early cooldown on bottom blade.
That's like some Transformer stuff going on there, dude.
Wait,
that sounds sick.
Man, UK, you gotta catch up. You gotta catch up. We got the firework tech over here. You never seen the tech that we have, Og.
Man, that's no wonder you're hyped about the fireworks. Actually,
yeah, ain't no bonfire night.
Yeah, we just erect a big effigy to this guy who tried to destroy Parliament called Guy Fawkes, and then we burn it, and that's kind of the vibe, you know.
In Texas, we just used to burn stuff all the time. We just have bonfires like every week. So I know how you feel. I know how. Yeah, yours is spontaneous, but mine was a part of life. And bonfires are a wonderful thing. This is not a bonfire, though. This is a game of League of Legends, and we have had.
Could you say it's a barn burner, though?
Not yet. Not yet. We'll see if I can utilize that later. We'll see if it's
barred
barred off at this point. But checking back in on the game state, checking back in on these junglers. This is a time where I feel like we're getting a little bit of difference in terms of the pathing aspect of it. We have seen a little bit of aggression come out in early pathings, looking for early invades, but this time around, I think both junglers taking the third game a bit more reserved.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the thing with how this matchup's going to go is that if Weiwei finds Beishuan, Beishuan will dash away. If Beishuan finds Weiwei, he won't go in because you don't want to get in the melee range of a Trundle. It's just how it is. So both junglers probably going to avoid each other, maybe look for a bit more ganks. We will see Weiwei come down and shadow his bot lane as they look to crash this lane. And as we saw earlier, Kepler's flash was burnt, which is obviously a nice start for the side of TT. Beishuan doing some info hunting there. Gets the ward down on the Raptors. Little scrying orb onto the Frogs. And we'll also see how the lanes have developed. So I thought it was probably going to be a 0 in the mid lane just because it's a good matchup from Slayer. And Hoya so far in the top lane actually doing pretty good on this Silas, you know. And he is going to very much enjoy being in a lane up against the Gnar. If Gnar ever jumps into him, you can just slam the Gnar against the wall. In the extended trade, the healing from the Silas can really come out strong. And obviously, it'll be a while before Bin actually gets any magic resistance picked up.
I can expect a little bit of volatility up in that top lane, especially with the Silas up there this time around. But have to keep that check-in until later on. I think it's interesting, though. We were talking about a little bit of reservedness earlier from the junglers. Beishuan, I mean, we saw a huge push by Bin, but realizing that Weiwei would probably be resetting and be up towards the top lane to respond, doesn't go for that one. Now, we have objective on the Rift in terms of a dragon, but we've seen in this series, it hasn't been until the Rift Herald that we really get movement from either of these teams, and especially in this third game with the way that the early parts have planned out, I feel like that's going to be still the case.
Yeah, no one wants to like go crazy overcommitting for a dragon without any good reason. Do you see Weiwei like, okay, time to go and look at the enemy jungle, and he will find nothing. And now Chris,
shocker.
Chris, we'll just walk that one out. Was in tension comfortable position, and you know, TT to get some vision down bot. The dragon's there. Scuttle's spawning soon, but Herald will be coming up in a couple of minutes, and my question is going to be how teams play around this. Will we get like the full roam up, the full contest? Because that's what we've seen so far this series, is kind of the expectation.
So far, TP was utilized by Bin in the top lane there, so we'll need to see Hoya maybe go ahead and use that now. I see him backing. Okay, he just started the back, so that'll be utilized to catch back up in that aspect. Bot lane, still nothing to be said. I still highly expect there to be a lot of resources devoted either towards this mid lane or the bot lane for both these teams, because there's a huge snowball potential in that aspect. And for both these teams, the way the series has gone, feels like a snowball is it's going to be a comfortable way to a victory. Oh, I might have lost my co-caster, but as BLG take the
I'm
dragon.
here.
Oh, he's back. They're taking dragon.
I'm back.
Yeah. We'll see Wei at least get the early objective. I think this is like maybe one of the earliest dragons we've gotten in the series, but at least it'll be early objective focus.
If they can take that and then re-ensure bot lane priority and make the swap up towards Herald, they can easily make that play. I feel like in this one, BLG want to be setting the pace once again. You know, as we talked about in that game too, you're up against a Jinx, you're up against Azir, you're up against the Silas, who has a great selection of ults to steal. Kind of don't want to be taking this one late. Might become a little bit problematic. The range discrepancy, one of the major things with Azir and Jinx just being able to sit back at such a large distance. Now Hoya, this is going to be a common theme where Hoya just steals the Gnar
and just uses it to decimate Bin's health bar because, you know, the AP scaling you had mentioned earlier. Bin does have Mega Gnar, but he's getting pressured pretty heavily. Beishwan is right
They
here.
might still try. They have kick.
They can, and there you go. Mega Gnar into the wall, though. That's huge flash from Bin, but it's not enough. They're going to get the kill. Hoya gets first blood for TT. Wait! What just happened? Bot lane, we're getting chaos. We have 2 members down for BLG as Wei has died as well in a failed gank.
Yeah, I mean, they managed
they got Kepler.
They got Kepler, so it's a trade. But all in all, I think TT can be happy with that one. You 1-for-1 on the bot side of the map. The wall is used by Icon to get there. And you still get the kill on the top side. So we're going to replay. Hopefully get to see what happens bot. So they go for the dive. Jinx does have flash back up again. Yao does a good job of playing bodyguard. The triple pulverize, knocks Doggo away, so he has to ult in. And then Azir picks up the kill. A lot burned by the side of BLG. But Beishwan, that's not your team.
Yeah, I want to know how he got here. He's just dead. Okay, well, BLG even things up in terms of kills, and now they'll maybe even get a little cherry on top as they do the Rift Herald.
I can get it. You know, it gets confusing when you're
Here we
switching
go.
side constantly.
Multi-CC, the Chompers. Crisp needs to be very careful. Mega Death Rocket and Yukao slam dunks the kill. As now TT 3-2. There's still more fighting. This is the kind of LPL I was hoping we get. The fireworks are plenty here, but Hoya can't keep up with Wei. Yukao flashes, gets another kill for himself, and this is the hyphy play. Bin needs to try to get out. He doesn't have the angle. There's the knock up. The CC layered beautifully. Mega Gnar back to stun. The wallop is not enough. A double kill for Yukao, and guess who is Sharima's Emperor and 4-0? It's the mid laner for TT.
Kind of seeing why Azir was banned against him in game 1. Beishwan, okay, yeah, a little bit out of position there, going for this solo. You know, teams do switch side in series, so maybe Beishwan thought he was on the red side, and these were teammates. But regardless, we see Crisp. You know, I gotta be critical of Crisp. I'm not positive about this player. Overstepping a fair bit. The combo into Chompers. Azir with the final damage to follow through. And Yukao just getting so fed off of this. And we see an extended trade as well. Bin nearly with Mega gives him confidence. Remember, Hoya steals the Trundle ultimate, so he is so tanky.
Yeah, he does so much work, and the Kingslayer healing so much. Yukao is just poking and prodding away, or Bin can't get out. Tries to get the beautiful combo, right? Gets even the whole combo on the wallop, but the tower doesn't do enough damage at that point.
Yeah, and I think at this point, 2K gold lead for TT. This is looking a little bit rough for BLG in this one.
You can tell the blood is pumping for these players, though. They're constantly looking now. We were getting reserve play early, but not anymore. CC layered again, and Crisp is crisply fried. And guess who's joining him in the gray screen? It's Wei 2 times.
And again, Yukao just moving down, making the proactive movement. It was a lost play regardless of whether Yukal was there, but him being there ensures they get 2 kills instead of 1. Doggo can't step up to the wave, and this is going to be plates ahoy for Kepler on this Jinx. Definitely a fantastic situation to be in.
And what a game for Yukal to step up. This is feeling like game number 1, but in a different fashion, through mid lane, through this incredible Azir play that we've seen in the early parts of this game that can lead to that snowball we were talking about for TT. They are a skirmish-heavy team. They can force the hand of BLG.
Absolutely, and this is kind of reminiscent of game 1, right? Game 2, BLG struggled, but game 1, they were just crushed by TT. And in this one, Hoya, fishing for these opportunities, has the ultimate to look for something.
Gonna find anything just yet. Yeah, they're just playing. They're just having fun.
I mean, this is the thing: is Hoya has the ultimate on demand. Bin has to be mega.
Rift Herald going to be used in mid lane by Weiwei. They'll try to get some plates at least. Trying to catch Yukal out as well. They'll transition this down towards the dragon, though, it looks like. And maybe 2 respond to Kepler down in bottom lane. 1 charge goes off, couple plates. BLG looking for the transitional catch out here against TT. Won't really find what they're looking for, though.
Yeah, and this is scary for BLG. They wanted to try and find a win in the contest, but like, who'd you pick? Yao has his ultimate to buy time. Beishuan is mobile. They're looking, but TP comes in from Hoya. He still has the Mega Gnar ultimate, by the way.
Nice CC. Again, it's the layered CC that ends up with TT coming up on top. It's a dragon secured here. They'll start their stacking. They deny BLG's early objective focus.
Ocean Soul again?
Yeah,
They're
I guess
time
we're
the
just
series,
coming up
by the way.
aces. Yeah, it's not too bad.
But yeah, they get another kill. I just love the fact that every time Yayo goes for a combo, Kepler's traps are there. Like, it's like the communication's clear there because it feels like he's throwing them basically immediately so that it's the pulverized into traps. And Weiwei and Crisp have been caught out by that consistently so far this game. Yukal's just able to hold top lane up against Bin. You know, we talked a bit about how Azir really comfortable there, but Mythic's starting to come in for the side of TT, and they have already got such a massive lead.
Everything is perfectly fine in the Thunderstorm for TT right now. We'll see at least a Mythic item completed now for BLG in terms of Doggo's Kraken Slayer. You see now with the TT advantage that they have, 4,000 gold just about. They're pressing up their vision. They're starting to stranglehold BLG's resources.
And we saw, I think the main takeaway from game 1, if you didn't catch it, was that TT got a lead and they just continued to push the pace of the game, setting up for Barons very effectively, finding opportunities to lean into towers, and BLG just didn't have a good response. So if TT can maintain that sort of pressure, go in a similar direction, it looks very rough for the side of BLG. And you can see now, leaning down towards his bot lane, looking to get some damage on this tower and perhaps just take the whole thing. There's no real response from BLG right now. They're looking up towards top lane, but already you can see Yukal moving over to try and defend Hoya. I don't think they can dive this top lane, and they're losing this bot lane tower with no real contest.
Yeah, both teams were looking for the inverse dives. The dive doesn't get completed for either team, but the pressure is enough to get TT the first tower of the game. Even more gold, and it goes into Kepler's pockets. Now they can reset and come contest for the Rift Herald that's spawning in 25 seconds. You see Beishuan is already on his way. Mega Gnar ulti is secured by Hoya.
Yeah, and one of the things, you know, I've mentioned it already in this series, is the fact that the Gnar ultimate has a 100% AP ratio. You know, Gnar ult does like an extra 50% damage if you hit them into a wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you hit targets into a wall, it technically has a 150% AP ratio. That's a lot.
That's a those numbers are big. Mason, what do they mean? They're huge.
Yeah, they're pretty big. So Hoya, like, this is kind of why we've seen before, and in this game, the Silas into Gnar, if Hoya gets a big Gnar ult, he will just obliterate BLG. Like, to such a crazy degree. The damage will be absurd as we get later in the game. And you can see here, like, look at that.
Yep, there you go. It's a little bit of damage, and Bin has to flash. It's a 5-minute cooldown. We'll be looking to revisit in just a bit, but it's also, at the same time, TT getting the Rift Herald. That means they're going to have time to reset, get the Dragon in 2 minutes, and BLG are just falling behind the pace of the game.
Yep, they are looking to try and get this tower bot, and they do have objective bounties at least, but Yukal is actually caught out.
He is. Big mega death rocket comes through, though. Tower still goes down. So the bounty secured. Yukal has to get away, but BLG at least gets something to write home about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent pick up for BLG. You'll take it in this situation when you're really struggling to find anything. But still not good. Still not exactly good, I'll be honest. And top lane tower, Hoya not staying for the local gold. But this will go down. Question mark pings coming out. And yeah, so not sure about that one. And also Hoya going Leandries as well on the Silas. A bit of a weird one. So for anyone who doesn't know this, you can only apply one Leandries burn. So if you, Cal, and Hoya both hit a target, it's not like you get double burn, you get one burn. So they kind of like they don't cancel each other out, but like you don't get the stacking, right? And so as a result, you typically never want to have two Leandries on the team. So I'm kind of curious as to Hoya deciding to pick up Leandries here. Yeah, I guess maybe he wants it for the side laning against Bin, but still, I don't know. I feel like there's other options you could have gone for here. I feel like if you really want ability haste, I mean, I don't think Riftmake is good, but at least you could go into that. But yeah, double Leandries, not play. Regardless, Hoya is fishing for opportunities here.
Got the depth charge available. Weaver's Wall comes away just to try to block off the Rift Herald for a little bit longer here. Big point for me is Kepler's a full item over Doggo. I guess an item minus a couple components. So I think this is obviously waiting for 3 items for the Jinx, but this is a nice little bit of strength they can use. They get a charge off on the mid lane. A little bit of damage there, but not exactly enough to take it down. But that means that they can set up for this dragon in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and TT should just have complete control over this. We do see Hoya could be in trouble here.
He's taking him out pretty heavily, but yeah, Hoya is now in a 1v2, and it's not a 1v2 that he wins. Bin comes out with a kill.
Yeah, no reason to overstep like that as Hoya. You know your team are making a play towards the bot side, so the response should be you just kind of chill it out. Play it slow, let your team do their thing, and don't go crazy.
Yao Yao is caught out. That's a lot of terrain to be dealt with when BLG find the setups with the Trundle and the Talia there. It's a nice little bit of a combo, but it will be a second dragon secure for TT as Beishuan hits level 11. And it will just be a continuation of the scaling and the farming here, as objectives have literally been the fight bell, at least in this series so far.
But look like the jungle difference as well. Beishuan 2 levels up on Weiwei, significantly far ahead. And we see in this situation, so first off, Hoya doesn't have the Gnar ultimate, which, you know, Nautilus ultimate, I don't feel like is doing as much here. Not as much damage for sure. And then also, fact that Icon turns up, just Hoya tries to get away, but is caught out by that Mega Gnar ultimate. Remember, Execution is picked up for Bin, so already has a little bit of Grievous Wounds to apply and reduce that healing.
We'll see Seeds in mid lane, though. Now as TT try to get this last outer tower, or at least in the mid lane tower. And Hoya playing in the side lane here needs to be a bit careful because BLG are on their way there. And does back off. I saw him stepping up a little bit. Oh, you can farm that way? That'll be a little scary. But again, it's a little bit of a waiting game at this point, looking to set up for TT. But that's also the thing is, like, we've wanted to see the setups for TT. We've seen them be playing aggressively this entire game so far. And they don't want it to come back and bite them, right? Like, you've got to realize when to temper it to some extent.
The problem is, like, I don't know. I feel like BLG, I don't know. I feel like if they play it slow, if they try and wait for the window again, as we saw in game 1, I don't think it comes. I'm gonna be real.
Not even with the 4-0, UCal. Oh, Beishuan.
Oh.
Has the flash. Big cooldown for the Lee Sin.
No,
No
I mean,
kick
TT can play it slow. Yeah, they can play any pace they can. I think BLG are the ones who can't play it slow at all if they do like they did in game 1.
Might be looking for a fight here. Subjugation is stolen by Hoya, so the Silas will be pretty tanky. Weaver's Wall comes in. Beishuan can't connect on the resonance there. Kepler is going to take a bit of damage there on the back end of it. Flash from Icon. They try to catch Beishuan, but they don't get it. Icon, having burned his flash, is now out. Mega Death Rocket goes way wide there to that extent. Hoya gets engaged on by Chris. Killer Instinct comes in from Doggo, but look at Weiwei and Icon. They're pressed off. Hoya goes down to Kepler. Kepler is taking 2 kills while Doggo only got the 1. And now UCal misses the Shurima Shuffle there, but it's still a double kill for the excited Jinx. And TT strong, 4 members coming up big.
They can go on Baron. They have so much DPS for this. I mean, BLG, they kill Hoya, but it's like you just don't even focus on the carries. Now, Aishan's going to try and get some honey through because he is low. Obviously, Lee Sin does have a lot of sustain, but this could be tentative.
Doggo is a little bit late to get here. He's trying to push up the mid lane. The Baron is going to go down here as the smite comes through. And now UCal's looking for Crisp. Crisp heading the wrong way, heading to the hills that have eyes in them. And they're a little bit scary. Oh, we went to Icon. But Crisp is going to be a long, drawn-out fight here, but UCal will take him
There's a
down.
turret there still over the way, Chris.
Yeah, gotta be careful. He's playing Spider-Man. He's playing. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
But this is so rough because not only do they get the Baron, but Chris dies very late. It's kind of one of those situations where like they want to contest, but they don't contest, and they just end up being exit kills. Especially is the fact UCal has the Rylai's. We'll see the replay here. And if you're like me, you were probably really focused on Hoya in this fight on the top side and kind of what was going down with him because he dashes in quite aggressively and he gets turned onto. The problem is Chris goes for Hoya, whereas on the backside, Kepler and UCal are just unchecked. And this is the range discrepancy I was talking about in the draft. What can they do when Jinx has rockets, stack lethal tempo, boom, boom, boom. UCal there with the Rylai's as well, slowing people down. It's just so hard for BLG to deal with from this point.
It truly is. 5-0 and 3. UCal is stepping up in this moment, but as well as Kepler, the double carries at this point, right? Kepler coming in for Puff, who is going through medical treatment, right? He is okay, but he needs somebody to step in for him in this moment. And TT might just find themselves another series win on the season because of this guy, because of the combo that's coming out from the carries of TT right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really impressed with Yaya and Kepler. Particularly just the playing with the Jinx, having the traps instantly come in after the CC initially from Yao Yao. We see BLG trying to defend. They will have Bin just clear the top lane. They have a decent amount of wave clear with that Talia. And Maikon's looking for Hoya. Hoya ults the Banshees.
There.
Yeah, not sure what Hoya was doing there. He like ulted the Banshees, so kind of questionable. Because that does put your Side Assault on cooldown. But regardless, doesn't end up going down. TT now have Dragon to pick up. They do lose a fair bit in the top side. So that gold, you know, the Baron gold power play isn't actually going to be that high after this tier 2 gets taken.
Will be soul point, though, for TT as they lose their tier 2 tower in top lane. Get a little bit of response coming out in Hoya and Yao Yao coming top side, but it's just a bit late, and Ben will be able to get out of that one.
Okay. Wait, Mazel.
What's up?
I've seen a funky build. Oh, we need to talk about.
It was so close. Sorry. Okay, what?
I've seen a funky build. You spot it yet?
Chempunk?
Chempunk on Kai'Sa.
2 of them. I mean, well, I know the bin isn't that bad. It isn't bad.
Yeah, so
right?
it's pretty standard for bruisers now to build Chempunk Chainsword. It gives 25 ability haste, 55 AD. It's a really strong bruiser item. It's a stat stick. Ever since Grievous got nerfed, they buffed all the items. And Chempunk Chainsword is 125% gold efficient. I do find it weird for Doggo, though. So I haven't seen this build before, I'll be honest. But let's break it down. Okay. It gives a lot of raw AD, gives a lot of ability haste, and it's cheap. You could have gone something like a Phantom Dancer instead, which gives more attack speed. But maybe the theory is you're not going to be auto-attacking that much. You're just going to be diving in and pressing Q. I don't know. But it does mean, like, if you think about how far behind he is compared to Kepler, at least you got to pick up a cheap item, I guess is maybe the theory.
Ooh, the backstop rocket onto Icon. Oh, it's not there in time. Okay, so they'll get the defense, but they're losing. They're in hip tower. Weaver's wall comes through. Cancel a little bit early so Icon doesn't give himself to the doom that would have been that fight. And it's a nice defense just in time for BLG, and they're picking apart the side lanes of TT.
Yeah, and at this point, they could just turn back over to their side of the map, reset, play for what they want. Baron up in 2 minutes, Dragon up in 3 minutes, a would-be soul. Really easy to play towards those. And, you know, as much as like I can understand the quick item spike for Doggo on the Chempunk Chainsword, it is going to delay like your crit items quite significantly. If he is going to go towards something like a Phantom Dancer, then it's going to be like IEs later. Lord Dominic's is going to be super late when there's already like 2 Zonyas on the enemy team. And obviously, Lee Sin is... Well, I guess Lee Sin's got a lot of magic resist. Not really much armor, but still. It's looking rough. It's looking rough, Mazel. 4,500 gold lead at this point. And I don't think TT show any signs of slowing down, really.
Except for, you know, right now while we're waiting on objectives to spawn. Because that's all we fight about. I mean, I know TT have looked for a few
Don't
things.
question me, Mazel. Okay.
I'm not questioning you. I just think it's funny how religiously they are just fighting over these objectives constantly. And I know we've given some up, especially last game. But this one right now, there's no giving up any objectives anymore, it feels like, for BLG. They will need to find responses where they can.
And I just think it's literally going to be either the Baron fight or the Dragon fight, and that's like all or nothing. But I really struggle to see them finding a route in. Like, you know, there's sometimes, like, there's other games, like that game 1. I said, even though they're behind, I can see how the fight can work. I ain't seeing it right now, especially since there's
yeah, you gotta clean those glasses, man. Come on, you can't see it. It's a little bit far in the distance.
Double Zonyas and double stopwatch right now.
Oh god, that's terrifying.
Yeah, good luck. By the way, also all summoners available for TT, all those flashes. So yeah, nice try, I guess. We'll see what they can do. You know, maybe Kepler has a stopwatch on the wrong button. Yeah, that's the hope.
There you go. Hey, they also have all their flashes, maybe they'll be able to make some flashy plays here. Speaking of, Crisp goes in for the engage. Depth charge utilized on Kepler, but now it's a reset positioning from TT. Engage tool used from Crisp. And it feels like TT have all the advantage now. They can force a fight over Baron. Oh, maybe Beishuan gets caught out. Knockback, nicely stunned onto Yao Yao. Big pillar on the side here. You still have to watch out for the carries. It's all about Yukao. It's all about Kepler, and they're still 100% HP.
Yeah, I know that engage from Crisp. He got the enemy Jinx's flash. Yes, he burns his own, but the enemy Jinx's flash is significantly more important. His ult will be back up for the Dragon fight, so that is the sort of positive play you want to do. Again, I talk about it. When all the Sunmers up are on a team who are ahead, who have this defensive long-range front to back, it's so hard to fight. If Jinx and Azir both have flash, it's incredibly difficult. I'm not saying it's suddenly easy. It's still rock hard for BLG, but they make a positive play. We see the turn engage from Yaya that doesn't result in anything but burning his flash, so it's not much, but at least BLG have found a little advantage leading up this Dragon. It's 25 seconds though till the Ocean. Yukao's gonna slam a tower down mid. He already has that prio, and BLG have to try and find a way to contest.
Might try to find Weiwei here as well, but they won't do so. They'll just try to get positioning around this pit. Level 16 is completed for Icon here, as they'll try to move in. But again, the positioning a little bit sus here. Bin trying to build up the Mega Gnar bar. Weaver's Wall comes through to separate. They're trying to catch up Beishuan, but Crisp is the one getting caught out first. Who's going to die first? Crisp. Is he going to go down? Beishuan goes down first, quickly followed by Crisp. Here comes Doggo, though. Stolen is the killer instinct from Hoya. They got to get a stun. There you go. Hoya's in the back.
Slick.
They've got so much damage here. Kepler's got front to back. Emperor's Divide comes through. Icon blast away from it. Hoya gets the kill, or doesn't. It's a double for Kepler, who is continually getting excited. This is Soul, and at this point, it's just the game, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, BLG kill Beishuan, but we kind of got the movie death for Bin where he dies off screen. And then we see Crisp also going down, and it's kind of just downhill from there. Hoya's really slick with the killer instinct in and then repositioning to find Icon. But they just clean up the fight easy as anything. They're going to secure the Baron. No smite does not matter. They have the Ocean Soul. They have the Baron. And BLG's hopes are looking absolutely shattered on the back of this one.
The Soul is going to help, the Baron's going to help, and the Siege is going to help at this point for TT. And really just on the precipice again of this second series win of the season. You talked about so much at the end of the day. It is, you know, best of round one, or one round robin rather, where you only face each team once. This will be a huge pickup for TT and a huge
single round robin
desperation situation for BLG going down to TT.
Yeah, I mean, dropping a series to TT as a team like BLG does not bode well for your chances in the split. And there's that slick Hoya ulting to Weiwei to reposition Igon. Very nicely played. I just think it's nice when, like, as much as I said the Gnarl is the best, he knows the versatility. Like, if he wants to be tanky, he goes for Weiweis. If he wants to dive in, he can go for Doggos. The rotations, Icon's ultimate, has that choice and uses them. And now,
oh my god,
Doggo. Oh no, he's caught.
Yeah, he is. The stun perfect for Yao Yao, and now the rest of TT trying to catch Bin. Bin gets over the wall. Nice little slick move there, but gets connected on by Beishuan. Tries to use the Mega Gnar ult to get away. Does buy some time. Nice little move. Nice little moves. Let's use the wall up there. The jump. Look at him. He's got the schmoves here. I don't know if Beishuan could catch this one, and Bin might just be walking out. Beishuan doesn't want to let it go. Nice little boomerang.
Just let him go.
Let the Yakety Sax play. Oh, he turned back. Okay. He thought he had the big brain play, and yet it was the big leg to the face.
Yeah, and now they don't have Bin for 40 seconds. Baron pushing in. The good news is that at least Hoya can't steal Bin's ultimate. The bad news is he'll just steal Crisps instead.
Yep, and now they have another form of engage on top of Yao Yao's perfect headbutt pulverizes so far. Besides the time he got stunned up before the fight. That's not on him. And it's another tower that goes down. TT still using Kepler's excitedness to continue sieging down. Weaver's wall comes through. Hoya caught on the other side. Does not get the engage there. Depth charge still available. Hoya goes golden, so he doesn't get seismically shoved. And it's mid lane pressure now for TT. They want to try to finish and break out these inhibs.
Yeah, I mean, mid's going to be gone in a second. Bin has respawned. And you even see Hoya burn the Nautilus ultimate, so he'll be ready pretty soon to steal away Bin's ult once more. They're going to push on this bot lane tier 3, sorry, and there's nothing that BLG can do here.
Kepler playing pretty aggressive here as well when he gets those excited procs, just trying to look for the chip damage that they can get. But now they got more Marin minions on to the base. TP out to top lane for UCal means that it's an uneven fight. UCal's pushing side lane, but here comes the engage for BLG. They're trying to cast him out. Kepler, that's a huge Mega Gnar stun into the wall by Bin, and they're picking him apart at this point. You can see it's a bit of a base race. BLG can't burn them down fast enough. Look at Kepler. Is he going to be able to pull this off? He's about to go down. His GA will be popped, and it's still low health bar for BLG. They take down Kepler. They lose their third inhib, and that's double super minions, and that's worth for TT.
Oh, what did I just watch? Like, what? How is that necessary in any world, in any universe? Like, sure, they get the triple inhibs, but it's 2 minutes until the objectives. Like, you just gave over a ton of gold. Yeah, this cannot be the correct play. Like, UCal just TPing out, and they let him go because they're like, cool, we'll take a 5v4. Like, TT is so strong, and there's no way they should even be close to losing a fight. But because their Azir just decides to piece it, then yeah, I mean, of course BLG are going to be able to clean this up. I'm mind blown, Mazel. I'm mind blown. I just don't... This is kind of similar to the series against LNG, where UCal just like destined in to die. I have similar feelings. It's not as visceral, but man, get a clue.
He was trying to set Kepler up for the big play, right? Kepler's really close to getting a crazy outplay there. That's definitely that's what I'm thinking in my head. But it is a bit of a slip up, a bit of a fumble for TT right at the end. Now they do have double super minions spawning in every lane for or against BLG, and it means they just have all the pressure in the world. Look at this. They're just getting the double pincer here. Mega Gnar into the wall. They're just taking down Bin. He Mega Gnar's right back. Kick to
goodbye, Bin.
Back into the back into the team here. TP. Wait,
Icon.
what? What is going on? The Emperor's Divide. This is tragedy for BLG. Not like this, they say. Not like this. But TT say yes like this, and yes to a second series win in the LPL Summer Split. So many analysts, so many people counted this team out, and here we are. We're right into the clump, right into the thick of things as TT finish off Billy.
I'm done, dude. Like, what? Icon, TP,
TT hashtag got him.
Oh, my... I don't know, man. It just feels like we can't have a TT series without some shenanigans going on. Credit to them. They were by far the better team today. The game 2 that BLG won was a fight, whereas it felt like game 1 completely controlled by TT. And other than that flub with UCal teleporting top, game 3 felt pretty convincing as well. But BLG...
That's disappointment. It's absolute disappointment to lose a series like this.
If you're losing to TT, a team who are 1-4 going into this series, things do not bode well for you picking up the points to go to playoffs. That is all I'm going to say on that subject. We thought Icon would revitalize this roster. Clearly hasn't worked. And yeah, they just look rough. I think that's the only way I can present it. They really look rough. And bear in mind, this is a team who made playoffs, got through the first round last split, and I feel like if they play like this, they aren't making playoffs. I'm flat gonna say this team is not making playoffs if they continue in this direction.
It's little mistakes. It's little personal mistakes from each player. It feels like little slip-ups, little catch-outs that just add up.
I respect you, Mazel. You try and say little mistakes. That TP from Icon was not a little mistake.
I mean,
that was
yeah. All right. Maybe that one's a little bit out of left, but I just think that it's such a tragic way to lose because in both game losses in this series, it was not fun. I will admit the third game a lot better than the first game in terms of responsiveness, in terms of being present on the Rift. But again, it's those little slip-ups, those little catch-outs, and just all in all, the snowball continuously building for TT.
Yeah, and I think it's a positive for TT, right? I think they've had some mixed results. They completely annihilated WE, which is nice, but then like the LNG series was sloppy for both sides. They honestly could have won the LNG series. They didn't completely run it. And they've had some trickier series, like 2-0 by JDG. That's rough, you know. I don't really expect them to win that one. 2-0 by EDG again. But I think like the fact that they're picking up a win here against BLG, they faced some of the harder teams so far. I think TT, you know, they've also, like, bear in mind, TT have faced V5, TT have faced JDG, and TT have faced EDG so far. You know, their scoreline is currently going to be 2-4, and they faced 3 of the top teams. Things aren't looking so bad for TT, all in all. And you can look at the goal graph. Yes, they made that big int when UCal teleported top. You can see where it is, Mazel. You can see it. I can see it. But it wasn't enough. You know, they outscaled. They ended up bringing it back in the final fight. Icon decided to do the TP to dab on them in the end, which, and then, yeah,
For
TT
me,
claimed the victory.
It's the little things as well that added up for TT. Like, even at the end there, the can that we get to see of them, getting to see UCal giving so much love to Hoya there, just realizing, you know, Hoya trying to find his own right and went up against Ben today and was able to hold his own in the series. And then you have the likely step up of Kepler and Yao Yao coming through, subbing in for Puff Southland, and still coming out on top in dominant battle. Like Kepler, top damage done by a huge margin there. And it was off the excitedness. It was off of the just play and decisiveness that TT found in that last game, and keeping, again, the pedal to the metal.
Yep, kept the pace, made sure that once they got control of the game, they maintained control of the game, and were just able to make it convincing. And I think, you know, there's definitely some volatility to CT. There's definitely some games where it just feels like they fall behind. It's like, oh, well, that's rough. But I think if, like, they have a decent early game, we saw that against LNG, I just really think they need to, like, stop. This sounds super crazy to say about a team, but just stop making these really bad plays. Like, they'll be in control of a game. I'm like, oh, TT looks so good. And then they just do something like that TP top from UCal. I'm like, bro, why? Or the UCal Destiny in against LNG. And I'm like, why? Or the UCal... Okay, maybe there's a running theme here, but just some of these plays, I'm just like, dude, like, just don't, right? Just slow it down a bit. Maybe take 2... That's it. That's it for TT. Take 2 seconds, just 2 seconds, whenever you make big decisions in a game, to think about it. And I think they will look like a good team. So when you're thinking of TP and top, think, maybe I'd leave my team vulnerable. Okay, that's not. Should I Destiny in here? Maybe I just die as soon as I appear. Okay, that's not. You know, that's all TT needs. And I think they'd be a pretty good team, being real.
I do want to look forward for TT as we'll be waiting on the MVP for the last game there for them. But looking forward and looking at the competition ahead, I know you were saying faced a lot of good teams, but now they've got to make their way through the middle of the pack. There were a lot of teams who, you know, we've been seeing fight back and forth, right? Next is IG, then they have Anyone's Legend, then they have OMG, then they have Weibo. So it's not going to be an easy task, but I think TT can utilize this win, especially against BLG, who were a little bit higher up, I would say, on the stand, not very far, but utilize it as a springboard.
Yeah. I think ultimately, if they can find momentum from this, and you know, we can look forwards in the schedule and kind of see who they're going up against next, because they'll face IG. I think TT can beat IG. They'll face AL, maybe a little bit tougher, but definitely not without the rounds. Oh, sorry, dude.
It's fine. It's fine. I understand. I understand. It's fine. It's fine.
It's been a rough one, you know.
Yeah, it's got the brain thinking different ways now. It's got the brain thinking different ways. The couple TPs, the interesting plays. Who do you think gets MVP at this point? Because the way that it finished out, do you have any harsh judgments?
Not Icon for sure.
Not
that
Icon.
much. Probably. I think Yao Yao could be a decent shout. I feel like there's a lot of decent shouts, honestly. I think UCal's Azir was pretty good. Kepler, I think the thing is, that's the thing. When TT win, it tends to be like a whole team performance. It seems to be good across the board. So, you know, I feel like in that regard, maybe we see it could really be anyone, but probably Yukal had a good EDG, I guess. Maybe, you know, he's cleaned up some kills early. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe. Hey,
I'm speculating.
I would say it's got to be either Kepler or Yukal, at least in terms of playmaking ability there. I would throw a special shout out for Beishwan, who I think going back to the very beginning of the series, the jungle matchup mattered so much, right? Especially in game 1 and 2, where we saw a lot more skirmishing in terms of the early pathings and things. I think game 3, we got a little bit more calmer, you know, full clears coming through, but it turned rampant very quickly, and it came off the back of a lot of jungle plays, and especially Beishwan trying to set things up. So I think, again, it's hard to say because a lot of people performed on the day, and I think it was a holistic step up as I wanted to see from TT at the beginning of the day, and I don't know. I wouldn't say sky's the limit here, but I'm really excited to see the continued growth for a few of these newer pieces to the puzzle for TT who have needed a reinvigoration of some sort.
Yeah, and this point, I don't know what you do. For BLG, do you put Fofo back in? Do you put neither of them in? You know,
You put neither, just empty mid lane?
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like we had a last episode where we speculated what would need to happen for BLG to work. And at the time, I said, maybe you need like Xiaohu or Rookie or someone like that. Like, maybe that's who you need in this team to make this team work. And then Icon had that decent series. And I was like, you know, maybe Icon's enough. We talked about the most recent last tip. But like, maybe Icon is enough. Maybe, you know, he was being active, roaming on the map. No, Icon is not enough, right? I don't know what this team... Like, dude, Bin literally just won MSI. You know, I don't think Weiwei is a bad player. Doggo did okay. Build Campunk Chainsword again on Kaiser, and I will have some strong words. But like Crisp is good.
Everybody gets
I just don't understand like this roster. Just I don't know, man. I don't know what the solution is. It feels like there isn't one.
Hey, we got our MVP, and it is Yao Yao coming through. Clutch support plays and the clutch engages. Some very fun stuff to see Yao Yao come through. You know, formally pudding and get his own MVP.
Yeah, I mean, really strong on the Alistair, constantly finding engages, and particularly making Weiwei and Crisp have such a bad time, just consistently finding them, bullying them out.
Exactly. We'll get to walk through memory lane here. The combos from Yao Yao and Kepler on the headbutt pulverize into the chompers was so huge every time. Like, we've already seen it happen twice in a row here and why they win in these skirmishes. But then it's also like every time you see it's multiple members. Everybody is included in these situations.
Yeah, and I think it's just him being on this Alistair to set the engages up and the follow-up being there. Really positive to see. Like, there was a dive as well, which we didn't get to see here, where like it was a defensive 3-man pulverize helped to get them the trade kill. Just felt like really positive play coming out from Yayo, and there's someone, you know, subbed in, late substitution, brought in, and really performed well. I think the bot lane for TT today should be really proud of their performances, especially since, you know, haven't necessarily had the best performances in their previous tenure in the LPL. For anyone who, you know, I mentioned this at the start of the day, Yao Yao is Pudding. It was a rename, so if you recognize him from before, then that is, you know, that is why. If you know him as Pudding, it is the same player.
Yep, it is an interesting one, but it is another series win for TT to kick off our night here over BLG 2-1. Next, we have a bit of a fun one. It's OMG versus EDG. Expectations ride high for EDG. We'll see what OMG can do about it. We'll be right back after a short break.
I think the big question for me, though, and I'm going to pop it over to you two lads, is like, how do we actually feel about BLG's success? Because for me, it's kind of like, okay, well, I can see that they're doing the right things, but I still feel like there's so much miscommunication in their team fights and like target selection seems off. I don't know if it's going to be enough to try and put them in towards a good spot. Like, they have half, what, 2/3 of the split left or just under. So do you think it's enough time for them to kind of right the ship and maybe see themselves do well in playoffs? Or do you just think it's, look, this is definitely a roster that we're looking at more for spring 2023?
I would say I feel like this roster's not going to... I mean, I'll put it bluntly. This team probably will make playoffs. They're not going to make Worlds. The roster's probably going to get remade going into the next year. That is my trajectory, I think, for this roster. I think Icon might make a difference. That might mean, you know, they do better. But even like spring playoffs, they made it through the first round. But I think with like the player names on this roster, the expectation is that they should be going to Worlds, right? Which is, it's hard to say in the LPL because even though we have 4 slots, there's a lot of teams. But like the expectation coming in spring, BLG didn't put this roster together. They didn't sign Uzi, so they could be like, oh, you know, guys, we came 7th, good job. It's like, no, this team is there to make it a Worlds, and I think they're so far away from that. Like this team will never be better than V5, never be better than Top Esports, never be better than RNG, never be better than JDG, and that's 4 off the bat before I even move down to other teams like EDG, Weibo, anyone's Legend, you know.
Yeah, though that Dan has the right gauge, and I think like realistically, you look at the rest of the league right now towards the top end. It's just a really tall ask to make it to top 4. I think with the way that they're playing, and if you're asking for development time, I'm just not sure there is quite enough time. But playoffs is like the bare minimum. You look at the names on the roster, you're like, yeah, like any other league, this is almost guaranteed like world slot, but it's just not the case here, especially with the way they're playing. I hope for their sake, at the very least, they can like maybe make it competitive, right? Make it all the way up to like maybe 5th. But again, even then, just this is not top 4, and then there's just more below it with like Weibo and EDG. So I'm not sure what we'll actually get to see from them, but I hope for their sake they can at the very least give us something special.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh.
面对 RK 选手的话，我有看到他玩一些刺客打野，所以就跟他正面对决一下吧。唱歌水平的话，就修完音能听吧，也是修完音的版本的话，RK 唱的还蛮不错的。
Welcome back to the LPL as our grand finale of the night will be kicking off now. It is OMG versus EDG after our first series of the night with TT coming out a 2-1 victory. We will now get into this one. It's going to be a fun one. I feel like a little bit differing angles for both sides where you have the defending world champions, a lot of pride behind the name. The Knights are ready to go. They're ready for battle. And on the other side, a bit of an enigma on the side of OMG.
Yeah, I don't really know where to place OMG. And this is a kind of an issue of the whole middle of the pack thing where it's so blurry. But like, you know, OMG opened the split. They got 2-0 by Ultra Prime. I'm like, You know, and then they got 2-1 by RA. And I'm like, not good.
A lot of
And then they took a game of JDG. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. And they beat LNG. I'm like, okay, even better. They 2-0 LGD. I'm like, yeah, they're looking good. They take a game of RNG. So, you know, I think they're looking decent. Especially like against RNG, like their first game, they really challenged, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like there's so many middle of the pack teams where I'll be like, yeah, Ultra Prime look good, and I'm like, no, Ultra Prime look bad. No, Ultra Prime, I vary so much week on week on how I feel. It just keeps flip flopping, and I feel like we have the top 5: V5, Top Esports, JDG, EDG, RNG. Those are fixed in the top 5. I know they deserve to be there. And then there's the rest. Maybe WE at the bottom. LNG should be way lower than they are, but like the rest, it's so hard to place. I guess Weibo should probably be 6th, right? But like, there's so many teams I'm so torn on, and OMG is 9th. They are dead center in the league, and I feel like against EDG haven't had the most convincing split so far, but they are still they've only dropped 1 series, so. This should be definitely EDG favored, but maybe OMG can challenge. I don't know.
That's the question mark.
I don't know.
That's literally the question mark. What will happen with OMG? How will they show up on the day? And for EDG on the other side, I was talking about pride. I was talking about wanting to get back to a place of greatness for EDG, where they obviously have only lost 1 series of summer split, but I think last split will go down as a little bit of a disappointment for them. So looking forward, it's a bit of caution because there's some rough terrain ahead.
Yeah, so look at the schedule. Later this week, they will go up against V5. Pretty rough, right? Then the week after, they have Ultra Prime, not too bad. Top Esports, Then week 7, LGD and RNG. So, right now, EDG have only dropped that 1 series so far, which was, who was that against JDG? Yeah, they got 200 by JDG. They've only dropped that 1 series. But they will face V5, Top Esports, and RNG with only a week apart between each. And, V5 are first, Top Esports are second. Yes, RNG are 5th, but that's because they've played less series than everyone else in the top 5. Like, this will be a hard run of games, and I expect EDG to get bloody. So, clean sailing. This is the opposite of clean sailing, right?
Better make sure you have like a off-road cart or something going on. I just am
and really, a life jacket. You're going off-road with a life jacket. That's how concerned you are.
It'll be the perfect setup. For me, it's the duality of seeing the difference in competition they'll be going up against, right? And how they tackle that, going against Ultra Prime, then Top, then LGD, then RNG. I think it's so it's gonna be so interesting to watch them, and especially if they continue to look strong. Whereas, speaking of looking strong, none other than the bot lane carry himself. I know one of your favorite in the entire world, Ox. It is Viper, and the bot lane matchup today is going to be a fun one itself because Viper has been incredible this split.
I said it in spring. I said it now. I said it recently. I still think Viper's the best AD carry in the world. Especially given that Gumi usually had a bit of a rough MSI performance. I think he really solidified Viper's position. I think he's outperforming the other LPL AD carries. And I mean, you can look at the stats as well. Stats out everything, but damage per minute so far, highest in the league, a 708. Damage per gold, highest as well. And he does keep himself alive quite consistently, keeping that KDA high. Zeri in particular is something that I feel like we've seen, a couple of Zeri performances that weren't that successful. Viper was the one who, when I saw him on Zeri, I was like, okay, this champion is problematic in the right hands. And for your viewing pleasure, we have a few clips from him just absolutely decimating on this champion. I think particularly the fact that Mako is someone who is comfortable playing enchanters. Obviously, Mako is someone who brought out the Yuumi at Worlds and even has the Yuumi World skin. Means you can kind of just like give buffs to Viper and he will do Viper things.
Yeah, it's the timings as well for me. Obviously, we know this got to be such a mechanical god at this point, but it's just the little things, man. The little side steps, the amount of damage he's able to keep up, right? You were talking about that damage per minute number, and it's just always finding effectiveness in every movement that he has, right? And you see a lot of that with the Zeri plays, but as well as just in general when he's seeing, like, even if the Zeri isn't available, even if it gets banned away, you're still seeing him perform at the level that we would expect Viper to perform at.
Yeah, and even here, like, this is like an earlier skirmish he's moved up to, assisting with that one, just able to clean up all these kills. I just think he's a force to be reckoned with. And even when EDG was struggling in spring, I still thought he was the best AD carry. It's just the team was flopping hard. Mako was underperforming, Flannery was underperforming, Scout was inconsistent. So, if this roster pulls together, I think this is prime Viper meta. You have so many strong bot lanes. Enchanter meta is perfect for Mako. You buff up Viper, as I said. So I'm hoping we get to see EDG show some of their issues. Yes, they're in a strong standing, but as was pointed out before, they have a hard run ahead. I just want to see Viper popping off, hopefully at Worlds as well. But then we look on the other side and we look at Abel for OMG. And I think in, their wins, the games they're able to take, he has looked solid. There's definitely been some moments from last split which were regrettable, we'll say. But doing a decent job, particularly bringing things out like his signature Samira, have been pretty potent.
Yeah, and when you look at the difference between these two guys, obviously Viper a little bit more prestigious. But Abel himself, I think we've seen so many pop-up plays. We'll get to see some of those. But it's not necessarily dictated in the stats, right? You're trying to look at, I know it says Dolg, but it's supposed to be gold percentage. And it's still...
no, dude. That's Dolg. Do you know what Dolg is?
What is Dolg? What do you got?
Dolg
make it
percentage?
broadcast appropriate.
Dude, you don't know what Dolg is? Man, dude.
Broadcast
you know what
appropriate,
Dolg
what is it? I don't. If you know, you know, I guess. But anyway.
Bro, if you know, you know, dude. If you don't know, you don't know. This isn't the time to be teaching. I can't believe we have a caster on the show who doesn't know what Dolg is, dude.
But anyways, to actually get to the point about Abel, is he's going to have a tough test against Viper today. And, you've seen him be a key point to a lot of the success for OMG, but it's also the killer instincts, pardon the wording, because of the Kaisa plays we've seen him play on. But I think it's also just been like the split-second decision-making that has made Abel such a rivaled ADC this split.
Yeah, and I love this moment, the flash over the True Shot Barrage. That is such a confident play, because you flub that, if you mistime it, you just flash into it and die. But yeah, and we've seen some pretty solid team fighting coming through just consistently on the Kaisa. Moments like this, diving in to finish off Tarzan, the confidence knowing you have the GA, just being hyped
This was
to
the
see.
end
And
of the
I
game,
think,
too.
yeah, and I think Abel functions better when the meta is more leaning towards like these more aggressive picks. Like, I'm not saying the meta is strictly in that place, but I think the fact that in spring it was like Jinx, Aphelios only, I don't think suited Abel as much as having things like this.
He gets his own Zeri clip in there too. It's not all Viper with the crazy plays, because himself able to pilot the champion very well in this, in a very back and forth fight, but still finding a way.
Yeah, those get shuffled in, but obviously Zeri just decides to glide all over the team fight and pick them up. So, expectation is in the series, it's favored towards EDG. In the AD carry matchup, it's favored towards EDG. But OMG just have this charm. They managed to pull out a game against RNG, who, especially considering how RNG looked, how clean they looked in their most recent series when they went up against Ultra Prime. Like, that was a shellacking, right? It feels like if they can bring out a game there, maybe we can see them challenge EDG here today. And also, I gotta say, EDG haven't been the most consistent top team, so remains to be seen.
And I think we were obviously putting a huge amount of resources and focus on the bottom lane for both these two teams, but you also got to look elsewhere, right? And I think you're looking at what's going to happen. Shanji just coming up with 2 big awards here in week number 4, now in week number 5 against the defending world champion of Flandre in the top lane. I think it'll be a tough test for him, but one that will come, I feel like, with a lot of volatility this time around.
Yeah, I think Shanji has been volatile. There's been games I'm like, oh my god, this guy is sick. Like, there was in spring the Rumble performance. I said Juani game against RNG was really good, but there's other games I'm like, not ideal. So I don't know. Remains to be seen. I also think one thing to mention is Cream. So when Cream looked best, for anyone who didn't follow back then, Cream looked really good in 2021 when it was like his debut year, and the mid meta was like Silas, Akali. Like, this stuff he was so good on. His Akali was like still getting bans in spring just because it's so feared, even though it wasn't really the meta. So I think if Cream gets his hands on picks like that, things like the Silas or picks Akali into the enemy Silas, we could really see him have a good performance.
All right, we've seen 100% win rate on blue side this day so far. OMG will start this second series off on blue side. EDG on red side, ban away the Wukong, Zeri, and the Viego. Back to OMG's side, they banned away the Senna, Ari, and the Gwen. See what their first pick's going to be. It's the Lee Sin for Aki.
Yeah, something he does lean on quite heavily and interesting, but I feel like when you have Viego and Wukong banned, it kind of puts higher prio on it to secure that one. So we got EDG go for, I mean, Aphelios for Viper, kind of really strong for him. Has decent matchups into both Lucian and Kalista, which have been left open. We may end up just get able trading with something, like a Jinx or even like an Ezreal can work into it. And, the more things change, the more things stay the same, Mazel. This feels like spring all over again.
It really do be. Nautilus, Aphelios locked in together. We'll see what the iteration of OMG is going to be in their bot lane. I would expect them to go ahead and pick those here. Try to leave some things on the table, at least for the second phase for themselves. But I don't mind the Aphelios because I know everybody means about the 200 years, but LPL we've seen so many crazy pop off Moonlight Vigils and insane performances, especially from Viper himself. Not too bad. I have a couple of those top plays in his belt, but they will go ahead and grab the Ezreal here, so a little bit of safety and some comfort for Abel.
Yeah, I think like mostly if you're into Aphelios, you want to pick something that outranges it, and Jinx is the standard that we see, but Ezreal is something I feel like Abel's more comfortable on. And they pick up the Sylas for Cream, which I think, it's a great call. This is a champion that was buffed quite a bit. We've started to see him show up. Cream is good on this champion. Get him on something he's comfortable on, rather than trying to lean onto the control mages, which he looked okay at times. And also, you already have a good ult. You already have the ult from the Nautilus to steal away. And I think that's the thing with Sylas. As long as you have one good ult to teamfight with, you're kind of good to be able to pick it. Oh, and EDG just give him a second ult, And actually, I want to specifically mention this. So we saw EDG when JJ brought out the Vi before. I can't remember which series it was exactly, but they fell behind. And JJ was like, I'm just going to put my body on the line. It was into an Ezreal, and he was just like, every time, just ult in and find this Ezreal and kill him and die for it. But it was pretty legendary to see. So interesting they bring out again. We did see EDG one of the first to play the Vi Ahri combo together, but obviously Ahri is not available for Scout. We'll have to see what they go for there. We will get the Sejuani ban towards Shanji, which makes sense if you saw his performance against RNG. And also, you have 2 melee champions already on your side. It would be very effective.
Yeah, and knowing where to target those second phase bans, I think, is super important. And trying to cool down Shanji a little bit and maybe open up that volatility that we were talking about in terms of that top lane matchup. But the Zoe is the ban by OMG going into the second phase, so trying to dwindle down Scout's pool just a tiny bit.
Yeah, Zoe definitely something we've seen Scout bring out with a lot of proficiency, and you want something ideally that can contest in the mid lane. Braum, I like as a ban because obviously, again, you have a lot of auto attackers who can proc it. Does a good job mitigating the pressure from the Nautilus. It'll be interesting to see what support we do get out for OMG, because you can obviously go in a range of directions. You can pick something like Leona, we've seen paired up with Ezreal a decent amount. You could also go for something like Rakan. You could go for the Yumi, which they're hovering before, but it'd be a bit bold because you kind of know that like if someone's overextended, they will get ulted by Nautilus or Vi, and then the Yumi will go down with them. But gonna get the Sandra ban coming through, removing some of that lockdown from Scout. And I mean, the way they've played this Vi is they've wanted to have someone who could follow up on the Vi engage and be able to connect with the target that the Vi goes for. So I think Lissandra makes sense removing it because of the way it works similarly with that. We'll see if EDG opt to go for the Rise here into the Sylas and looking to potentially have a bit more roaming pressure with that Realm Up, and they will go for it.
Now they're just saying, let's overload Cream on the Sylas, not let him choose exactly what he wants. There's too many good ones, right? But I do feel like it's a little bit scary. We have seen the Sylas Realm Warps work out pretty handily in the past, but also not so much. So I'm very excited to see this mid lane matchup, how it works out in pertaining to the mid jungle duos here. But now going into the final parts to OMG, obviously still looking for support. It'll be the Leona, so some forward engage for Cold, and that'll be a nice combination with the rest of the comp.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Leona Ezreal paired up together. Obviously, Leona has the lockdown. You can W and then E forwards. If you press the attack, you have good all-in pressure. And actually, you're going to see Shyvana come out for Shanji. So, bit of an interesting one coming to the top lane. I'm interested to see what Flandre will pick in response to this. Hovering on the Yone. See if he opts to bring this one out. I actually think the Kale could work here.
Okay.
Well, we could talk about the Shyvana in a second. But we'll see what Flandre wants to pick into it. Might just look to scale into it, the GP. Yeah, so going for that. So there is like a new sort of Shyvana build that's been going around, which has been Frostfire Gauntlet and Demonic Embrace. It's like a really strong spike because the Frostfire Gauntlet, you get the AoE burn when you're in melee range, you get the slow, but also Demonic Embrace syncs really well because you're going to be a bulky tank. You get the AP, that you have really good AP ratios on your E, and also the burn is really strong as well. So that's going to be the jungle build that's being seen. It'll be interesting to see what build Shanji opts for here. Definitely a bit of an interesting one to bring out, especially blind. And obviously Shyvana not the strongest pre-6, tends to get a massive boost with the ultimate because obviously you get that dash, you get the safety net, but also an engage potential, empowers all your abilities. But we'll see how this one goes. I feel like
smiles on OMG.
I feel like Shanji has been the sort of player to bring out like wackier stuff, like bringing out Rumble when no one else was. And I feel like, you know, if we're gonna have someone who's bringing out something like Siobhan, it's him.
Yeah, exactly. I think being able to see some of these niche picks that come out more than the one-off time is important, but it's also to see what EDG is going to be able to respond with, right? This is a big testing moment for OMG towards EDG and how the rest of the series is going to go, because it feels like they've let some things go, but they've also gotten some comfort in some ways, and it's going to be a lot, again, the spotlight bot lane, but the in-between is all about this top side of the map.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as the game goes on, it's going to be a lot of power on EDG's side, right? The Aphelios, if you can get in range, can do a ton of damage. Ryze and GP can play well through size. But we'll see. We'll see how it transgresses. We'll see how it plays out. I think a lot of comfort for the side of OMG will do them a lot of favors.
Indeed it will, as we hit the rip for the second series of the day. It's OMG versus EDG. A little bit of fun on this wonderful festive evening, as it is just no early level ones, no craziness to start us off. I was hoping for a little bit of something, but I think that when OMG are looking to approach this series, it is with a bit of reservation. It is with a bit of respect, because EDG do deserve the respect in terms of trying to make these cheese moments happen. And I think that's one thing that I'm looking for EDG is the ease of which they win this series, or at least the ease at which they try to control this series, which might not be in their hands at all, because now they've lost control in Scout burning his flash.
Yeah, and getting Chunk. I mean, he's going to be able to reset in time, is he? No, I don't think he will. He just has to go in the lane at like 40% HP. So not only the flash being down, but also super low on health. Not a good start to be in, especially against the Silas, who can get up in your face and contest you. See if that ends up happening. But yeah, a little bit of a blunder of a start coming out from Scout.
So, and this is looking, okay, Mako going for the level 1, no big deal. And this is looking in the future, in some cases, maybe a false future, but what happens if OMG have gotten wins against JDG and now ED? I mean, the story, again, the amalgamation that is OMG continues to build the question marks. And now we see mid lane, the gank is pulled off beautifully. Lord. Scout just bites the dust, and that's first blood for OMG.
Yeah, really nicely played. Flash in to guarantee the stun from Cream. Finds the play. Oh.
Level 2 for EDG's bot lane, and Cold getting some work done on him here. The Ignite burned down. Cold trying to just walk away. The Calibrum, not enough damage today.
Yeah, and just a massive overstay in the lane. When you know the enemy's going to get level 2, you have to respect that. So OMG's bot lane struggling. The positive is that mid lane, though, and Cream actually start with a Dark Seal. So it has those extra stacks. And a very nice path from Aki here. Knows the positioning of the ward from that invade. Dodges it. And here, as soon as the stun lands, the play is done. Connects it. Scout, no flash. Can't dodge away from the Sonic Wave. Easy pickup. And a big influx of gold for Cream on this Silas.
And that will enable the skirmishing that this top trio truly needs to be successful. I think it's a huge pickup there, but now it's about how they utilize that. We got the TP coming back in response for Cream. He'll be back onto the Rift here. Has a couple Dark Seal stacks. Has the tier as well in inventory. And now we look at the EDG response. They want to try to get something mid for Scout or for JJ, as Mako makes the flash play, the dredge line, the combo CC. It's 2 times, but it's on the other side this time. JJ picks up the kill, and that was nicely executed.
I mean, that just didn't look fair. I'm going to be real with you.
Both times didn't look fair.
Harsh, but a nice play, a positive one from JJ and Mako, going for that 3-man, making sure they have enough CC to lock down Cream. And obviously, it's kind of the trade-off, right? OMG knew that Scout's flash was down, so they go for the play. But then EDG know that Cream's flash is down, so they go for the reverse play and answer back. Does end up meaning it's a kill on JJ, though, instead. And you can see Aki taking his time to steal away a camp from his opponent.
Yeah, nice little side visit there from Aki. But it's still that early kill onto JJ. It's both sides at this point looking where they try to use these resources. Not a lot to be spoken of, but I wonder how much of a difference in this game we'll get from last game where the early dragons weren't super big priority. But with the way that we've opted into the early game skirmishing, I feel like that's going to be a bit higher priority on both these teams' lists.
I mean, I feel like BLG were prior in the Dragons a decent amount in the previous series. I think it just varies team by team. And also varies based on like what the comps are sort of looking to prioritize. Ultimately, like a lot of spikes at level 6 for both compositions that we could see leaning towards that Herald, look to contest it. Time being, EDG get their crash in the bot lane, so they're happy. They try and scout out some vision. I have to be careful. They could actually be collapsed on here. This is not best place to be in if they overstay. OMG actually, you were talking about it, Zel, in terms of prior on early dragons. This is pretty extreme, even more so than BLG were in terms of trying to secure this early objective.
It is indeed, but it will set OMG up here as JJ will come down.
Yeah.
Not in time, though. The smite comes through in just a moment, and that'll be first objective secured for OMG.
Yeah, so maybe a reason behind the heavy prio for the early dragon is Shyvana getting the extra armor and magic resist for every dragon taken. So, it's flat resistances. I believe it's 5 armor and MR for each dragon taken. That's going to make the most difference in the early game, right? So that first dragon, you've essentially just given a bunch of extra stats to your top laner for, that little investment of time into picking up that neutral.
Which is exactly what you need, right? I think Shanji's getting pretty heavily pressured by Flandre in this top side. Hasn't hit level 6 yet. Waiting on that Dragon's Descent to be available for him to really put the pressure back. But again, I think it's a different situation from both top laners at this point because you have the global utilization of the cannon barrage for Flandre and no real global to speak of besides the TP for Shanji, and it's gonna need to mean that some side lane pressure comes through or they start to bring Shanji for these fights. And as we speak of fights, EDG, look for the early pathing. Hey, speaking of fights as well, hey, there's the Dragon's Descent. We get the nice shiny dragon. What's your favorite dragon? I guess in League of Legends, oh my god, I don't get to speak about it. I really wanted to know, too. The flash comes through, and it's going to be Lockdown City for Kareem. He tries to flash away here. JJ needs to try to get the safeguard. Huge from Aki. He doesn't have the kick yet, though. Here comes the charge in from JJ. The rest of the lockdown is there, and Scout gets his kill.
Every time it's just Mako diff, right? It's like the play there. Aki's there to defend, has flash, should be able to get out, but no, Mako's there, manages to find the CC. Cream does survive, but EDG edging ahead in this mid lane matchup. It should be able to get some pressure around this Herald area. However, it's an early kill. Aki's already back up on the map. They won't really be able to do much, and the timer isn't quite there. We're going to replay coming out. And yeah, go for the Realm Warp. It's obviously short ranged at this point in the game, but Cream kind of knows. He's going to struggle to get out, get the flash route into the Vault Breaker from the Vi, and then yeah, it's just the fact Mako's here, and obviously you can see Cold is like walking up but miles away.
It is a long walk, but all worth it in the end. And the cease and desist being utilized there nicely to get the lockdown. That's exactly what EDG were looking for when they drafted this composition. Dragon's Descent is not available yet, and here comes the cease and desist. Shanji in some trouble here. He does not get out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You have no flash. Without the ultimate being available, not much you can do. And kind of burning it to have that as a trading tool into the gangplank, but ends up backfiring. And now with EDG, they pick up that kill, looking towards the Herald. Bear in mind, Shanji has no TP either, so it's not like he can join in quickly. We'll see if Aki can be there in time to try and steal this, though.
Try to get there, but as we've seen with objectives, just a little bit too late means you're not there for the party.
Yep, and here's the great thing for EDG. They get the kill, they get the Herald, they don't even have to move the AD carry up. So it's not like, sometimes you see teams heavily commit into that first Herald, and then the enemy AD carry picks up a bunch of plates, a bunch of gold. Not the case here. EDG just essentially get a freebie.
They do, and it will work out nicely for them. 1,000 gold in the lead, sub 9 minutes. Next dragon up in about a minute and a half as that early stacking has been started, at least in terms of getting the respawns going. And as you were saying, very high likely to put some more priority on those dragons for the side of OMG. Just get Shanji's extra stacks in the side lane. Gonna need it against this gangplank, I feel like, as time goes on. And at this point, we're seeing a little bit of aggression down bot lane for EDG, but but I'm looking at JJ for the Rift Herald as Aki is looking top lane. Oh, Dragon's Descent in. Little early. Try to just get some damage down there onto Flandre. We'll have it up for a little bit, and maybe they're looking for a dive here.
I think they are.
They are. The flash comes out. The CC. Flandre flashes away. I mean, Shanji might need to back away at this point. Yeah, those barrels doing lots of work. They still want it. They're forcing it here. They do get it as Aki able to safeguard right away. And that's a nice little bit of execution for OMG to pick up a kill.
And here's the mental games, right? So normally, if you see the enemy Shyvana ulting towards you, you're like, okay, maybe the jungle's here. But because Shanji did it earlier, Andre probably just thought, oh, this guy's trading with me again, and doesn't run away from the tower. And as a result, even though he outplays the initial dive, they're able to drop aggro and find it again. Bit of mental warfare paying off there for OMG. They get a couple of plates, they get the kill. And ultimately, we didn't see a response from JJ. Normally, if you make a play on one side of the map like that, you'd expect the Herald to be slammed on the other side. They're now posturing to look for this, but bear in mind, Cream has TP, Lee Sin is coming. They have to make this quick, otherwise there will be a response.
It looks like the response is going to be there just in time. True Shot Barrage is coming out to do some damage. Make sure they know they're being scouted out as they go. The scout returns to the mid lane. Dragon pulled out by EDG, and this will be another objective for EDG.
Yeah, able to deny that dragon and equalize. Pretty important early on if you can secure that one. Just to stop the stacking, slowing it down. How about the replay of the top play coming out here? So Flandre ends up getting kicked. Able to use the oranges and the flash. And then just buys all the time. But the problem is the wave doesn't get cleared. He goes to the barrel on the Shanji. The problem is his barrels at this point wouldn't clear those casters. And then they just end up going for the redive. Aki was full HP. He can easily tank.
All right, I'm going to go back to my question now. Since there's so many dragons, I just can't get it off my mind. Are you a big D&D guy? Like Dungeons
I guess,
and Dragons?
yeah, why?
What's your favorite kind of dragon? I will let you utilize D&D dragons, or you can utilize League of Legends dragons. What's your favorite kind of dragon?
Well, I'm also a bit of a RuneScape gamer, so big fan of green dragons. They're my homeboys out in the wilderness.
All right, so green dragon for you.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
I would say mine, and we're talking all totality, gold dragon. I would say would be mine. But if we're looking at League of Legends dragons, I would say I would have to be cloud dragon. I like cloud dragon. It looks cool and it attacks fast. I know that's nothing to do with like analytics, but that's just me. We got dragons everywhere. I don't know how you expect me not to talk about dragons. I mean, look, Sandri's playing a dragon at this point. Rift Herald is utilized in mid lane. They will get some plates for Scout as my brain just continues to return to dragon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just resisting the urge to make the very juvenile dragon-related joke, which isn't broadcast friendly.
I am stretching your possibilities at this point. You are. I'm gonna keep doing it until you're. Yeah, I am. I mean, hey, you never know what could happen. But I don't know what could happen at this point because we do have the TP now utilized by Abel into the bot lane. Has his Manamune completed now for himself. And it's just a bit of back and forth until the next objective spawns. About a minute and a half until the Rift Herald.
Oh, cool. Okay, we actually seen this, by the way, this game. So I talked a little bit about this last game when we saw the double Leandries come out from TT. And I explained, obviously, if you have two Leandries, the burn doesn't stack, so it's pretty bad. And I said, you know, maybe Night Harvester if you want more ability haste. Cream has gone for Night Harvester. So if anyone is not familiar, they buffed Night Harvester. It used to have 15 ability haste. It now has 25. It also has the ability haste mythic passive. And, you know, we all know, Silas, you want to stack ability haste for days. So as a result, you are able to get your W on a really short cooldown. Part of it also is Everfrost had the root nerfed. It's no longer a 1.5 second root. It's now just a 1 second root. So I can kind of understand the thought process behind this. That being said, you do lose out on the ability to go for that, you know, E stun into Everfrost into Q combo that we typically have seen from Silas.
The combos need to be executed pretty quickly. I will say Abel is just... He's got to feel like somebody's watching him at this point. EDG has had eyes on him the entire time. He's been like finicking around in the bushes, walking around. He's just like, you know you're there, dude. You know you're there. You can't do anything to walk away from this one. We are seeing a little bit of attention, at least from Aki, as he's on his blue buff now. Rift Herald coming up in just a bit, but JJ is pathing down towards this bottom lane, realizing that with OMG potentially putting focus towards that Rift Herald, they can make a play.
Yeah, I feel like OMG might just look towards the dragon again, though. Like,
honestly, yeah, they're just gonna look for it. Nice CC layering. The Realm Warp is trying to get JJ out. Nice delivery system.
It's the fact that worked. I mean, I was hoping Aki could get a kick and knock him out of it in time, but absolutely finesses OMG. They commit for the play, but won't find Enable. He's actually just chunking Mako. Mako ults in response, but like, you ain't following up on that one.
Cease and desist is available here, and Aki will find a JJ. Dragon Rage kick back, and JJ is just down. Kill goes to Cold. TP's coming in aplenty. Scout's all by his lonesome, and OMG gets the kill on that one. Dragon's Descent comes out from Shanji. He's just buying some time here. True Shot Barrage coming through onto Viper here as well. Cream around the edge, might be looking for it, but needs to back off after the trinket is used. And OMG coming up big.
He's happy to force him away. And now I saw the TP. I was like, maybe this is going to be Flandre coming in, going for 5v5, but he was going to be in a bad position. But Scout ends up just in the mix there. Instantly decimated, instantly deleted. And OMG will be rewarded with the tower. It's 15 seconds on Dragon. So EDG able to get there in time. And we see Aki has picked up the Herald in response. But I still think, even with the fact that EDG respawned, they can't just go straight to this Dragon. See if Aki can pick this up in time. But yeah, we're going to replay coming out. And, you know, it's just Mako ends up being in the ult because he's chunked out. But, like, it's such a meaningless ult. It does nothing. And then JJ is just like, you don't have mid-prio here. You don't know where Aki is. There's no reason to be here. And then to make matters worse, Scout also TP's in just to die.
Like dominoes falling here on a Monday night, or Monday morning, I guess, for me. JJ will be taking out the dragon here as they have gotten that objective. It was the Rift Herald secured by Aki in the end. So just some continued trading of neutral objectives.
Yeah, so EDG to get the dragon, that's something at least. Deny the stacking from OMG and those extra resists from the Shyvana. They also will get to pick up a tower in the bot lane to respond. But OMG will answer the top side. Gold's actually fairly even. It is an advantage for OMG, but not by much. So despite the fact that OMG came out ahead in that play, EDG is still kind of happy. I am looking though to see where the Herald is used by OMG. Probably going to use it mid, break down that mid tier 1, open up the map, especially as they've already picked up the T1 in the side lanes, both top and bot. And you can see this is where OMG quite comfortable playing out in the side lanes, having Cream in one lane, having Shanji in the other. Shanji has picked up that Crossfire Gauntlet already, so if he does get on top of a target, can just run them down and keep them slowed.
He's also got the Frost skin for the Shyvana. So hey, it's about the synergy.
He's on theme.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. What's your favorite Shyvana dragon skin?
Bro, I don't play Shyvana. I don't see Shyvana in pro
on.
play. How am I supposed to answer that?
All
you know,
right,
I think I got in like a chest the Super Galaxy one. So
Hey,
I guess
like
that
it.
maybe.
That's my favorite. I like it. You're fine with me, Ox. You're fine with me. But what else is fine is OMG taking down another tower. That's all 3 towers falling within just a couple minutes.
Yeah, really rapid pickup, decent amount of gold. But I think the major thing is that the map being opened up, allowing people like Cream to potentially fish for flanks on the back of that. But, you know, EDG, they still have strong scaling elements. They still have a Gangplank. They still have an Aphelios. And they are looking for some Cream.
They're looking for some Cream, all right. Hopefully it's fresh. Hopefully it's not out of date. We'll see Aki, though, as a bit of defense. And Cream will make it out alive in that aspect of it. So EDG backing out, not going to pull the trigger on that one. You know, they've been very quick to do so already in this game. And I think it's been a lot off the back of Mako, who has been really, really good in setting up the team, at least so far on the Nautilus. And even with, you know, some of the bounce backs that we've seen from OMG, we've seen why EDG were, you know, the favorites in the situation like this, because they do show such a great strength in terms of mechanics, in terms of know-how when it comes to making these plays.
I think it's quite cool to see such a difference from our first series where, you know, a lot of these players are being patient, fishing for windows, not wanting to overstep or be punished. Whereas it did feel like sometimes in that first series they're kind of just throwing themselves at each other. But yeah, OMG happy to take this one slow. But EDG, again, they know they have Viper Aphelios. We talked about this guy at the start of the day. Absolute monster, this champion. He's going towards the Bloodthirster seconds, so the poke from Ezreal won't be as significant. And he will become problematic as this game goes on.
Ezreal, though, not too shabby in his own right, I feel like. And having now completed the Muramana, has a bit of a power spike in his own corner, at least. And, Warmog's picked up for Shanji, so a lot of health there. A lot of tankiness for the front line of OMG, which at this point I feel like is going to be very, very important, because in the way that EDG want to set up, they have pick tools, but they also have a lot of peel tools, and they have a lot of strength in a team fight.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that like both teams can find opportunities to pick off lone members. I think it's going to make like the pressure on team fights a lot easier. The fact that like if you do connect a CC chain onto anyone, they will just go down. You know, you have the fact that Cream can steal the Vi ultimate itself. You can't really do much to mitigate that once it connects. So we'll see how the teams kind of fish for this in their setups. For now, though, you see both teams kind of playing wide map state, pushing waves in on the side, trying not to get collapsed on. What you see now, though, with the prio mid and bot and top, actually, OMG want to move into the jungle, be a bit more aggressive. This is the thing, when your team is ahead, it's not just the fact that like you're getting minions and stuff, it's the fact you can also steal away jungle camps. Like with where EDG are now, they're kind of trapped into their tier 2 turrets, so all the jungle camps on their side of the map are kind of forfeit to OMG.
And with Dragon spawning in about 40 seconds, it's perfect timing to keep pushing up, keep the priority up, and even get some chunking done on this mid tower. But it looks like EDG do not like their mid tower getting attacked, as they take an engage there. Aki connects onto JJ, but EDG just trying to back OMG off of the fight.
Yeah, and EDG really trying to push out, threaten, and try and get in a position to contest this Dragon. Bear in mind, we're post 20 minutes, so a big one fight here does mean probably Baron for either side. OMG are contesting. Oh, wait.
Oh, EDG are going to have to, they're going to have to draw a line in the sand here because of the TP. Scout has to go golden immediately. Dragon's descent into the backline. Shanji has to walk away, though, and Viper's front to backing. Viper is a carry. He gets kicked back. Viper is taken down. The carry for EDG. You still got to watch out for the rest of them, though, because it's 4 strong and they're grouped up. Colt goes back in for the engage, but they've already taken out Abel, and it's a back and forth fight. Flandre gets away with barely any health. Cream keeping up with the Kingslayer here. It's such a tight-knit fight in both teams. They walk away with 3 apiece.
Such a messy fight, but Shanji without the ultimate isn't worth much, but the Warmogs is healing up. He might just try and run them down.
He's got a
Flandre is trying to get the reset of TP back in. I don't think JJ is strong enough to go for this. Shanji is going to heal up in a second. Abel has TP. Maybe OMG in a position where they can try and contest this one, or at least hold out for Aki to respawn. A very messy fight. Looks like if they secure the objective in the end, OMG are the benefactors. But yeah, Scout's TP, a little bit suspect for the second time in a row.
Little bit, just kind of forcing his team, as I said, to defend that position no matter what, and it does not work out to some extent for them.
We're gonna get a replay of that fight, and I wanna highlight a couple of moments that were just, there was something, they were special. But I think we might have to hold off on the replay because Abel looks like he's posturing to die.
We'll see as EDG move in, try to get some vision around this Baron pit here. As you said, any big fight loss for either team could threaten the Baron for one side or the other. Got TP now coming from Flandre in the top side, trying to get a flank here, but OMG, Shanji, he's got Dragon's Descent. He's got a ticket out of there, but he has to be able to use it. Viper's in the pit all by himself. Viper!
How is he there?
Oh my god! No way! OMG! They're taking it to EDG. Huge kickback as well. Scouts down. Aki goes down as a trade. The Kata barrage is huge, though. Nice re-engage from Cream. Flandre with some nice barrels to back off OMG, but they are still hunting. They still want it. And they will just look for the tier 2 tower here.
Yeah, and I mean, they crushed the team fight. Viper, I don't know how he ended up there, but that is not where you want to be as an AD carry, particularly not in the Felios. And they just fall apart from there. They thought they'd found the loop around the collapse onto OMG, onto Cream. We got a replay. Okay, so Viper is... No way.
No! No! Oh, everybody, Let's have a moment of silence.
Sus. That was pretty
Let's
sus.
have a moment of silence
I'm not
for
gonna
Viper.
lie. That was pretty sus. That was pretty sus. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my lord, man. I was like, how did he end up there? Like it just, I couldn't compute it. You know, I thought maybe he had pressed Q with Severum for like the movement speed, and he just like autoed. I don't know, right? But he.
That one's going to be a bit of a conversation and review, I have no doubt. But until then, it's OMG in the lead against the defending world champions who have found themselves.
They're in the same room,
in a
right?
strong position.
I guarantee Viper would have just turned and stared at him. That's what I would do in that situation.
Just gave him the eyes of
this
death.
This guy, yeah. Oh, my lord, man.
Oh, that's a feels bad moment. That's a feels bad moment for sure. But we got to continue, right? Viper's right back with it. He's got red, white if he's looking to fight. And it's Baron started up by OMG.
Oh, they're looking on Mako.
They found Mako. Big true shot barrage across the bow here. Mako gets engaged on. Mako's just down. Moonlight Vigil. Look at Viper, though. He's got red, white. He's got the potential to carry, but his teammates are falling all around him. He can't do damage to Shanji. Shanji is a monster dragon, and he's taking it to Scout. They can't stop the Realm Warp, but it's a huge fight win for OMG. They lose 3, but EDG lose more.
Wait, is the tower even doing anything to him? Bro, this dragon's a mole. Like, Shanji just walks up like whatever.
Hey, Ox, that's my favorite dragon. That one right there.
Jesus, man. I feel bad for Viper. Like, he needs low dom soon because he was doing... I hope we're going to replay that because I was just like standing in the face, as you said, red, white from Aphelios, and it just did nothing. It did nothing. Mako ends up contesting for the vision and ends up a bit overextended.
Oh,
flash,
he tried
unfortunately.
to flash.
Yeah, and then has to ult here to turn it. I know, EDG, like, this is a good fight spot. We have the choke point, and then look at Shanji. He's full HP, right? Look at his health. It doesn't move.
He's literally not taking damage.
It doesn't move. Bro, invincibility hack in League of Legends. just don't take damage, lol.
It's the Randuin's diff right there. Oh, man. Feeling real good for this composition from OMG, whipping out all the stops. The Ezreal, now having completed your favorite item, is working on the next item here, but has the Kempung Chain Sword for himself, and he's way above Viper's build right now.
Kempung Chain Sword and Ezreal, pretty good. Kai'Sa, not so much. Obviously gives bunch of ability haste, bunch of AD, everything that Ezreal wants. It's super cheap, super gold efficient, and he's not Kai'Sa, so, you know, he's golden. Pick this one up. I feel like until Viper gets low doms, they just aren't killing Shyvana, so, you know, they can push all they want. I'm not convinced.
Well, he still doesn't have it.
But look at that health bar from Shanji. Yeah. It's so disturbing. Dude, if he gets Ocean Soul, he will never die ever.
Hey, we've gotten real lucky with the Ocean Soul. Shanji does get engaged on Dragon's Descent in. He is frontlining like a beast right now, and able to do so just easily. Mako has to back away now without the health bar. He can't be the engage. He still had depth charge, but he has to back and reset, and Dragon is on the table for OMG.
Yeah, Shanji will go on to it. Obviously, one of the big things is when your Dragon form runs out, you're a lot less useful. But he'll heal up with Warmogs. He's throwing them away. He gets the Dragon. More armor and magic resist, as if he needed it. Yeah. And as I said, if OMG get Ocean Soul, bear in mind, Grievous Wounds was nerfed. Grievous Wounds is only 40% empowered, 25% reduced. You cannot tell me that Shanji will take damage. He just won't. He already isn't taking damage, but the thing is, like, pen items are going to come in. Low Doms for Viper will make a big difference. Low Doms has already completed for Flandre. We even have a Black Cleaver and JJ. Like, they're going all out to try and make sure that this Dragon will go down.
You absolutely have to. There's no ifs and buts about it. They will dominate your backline if you don't have a way of dealing with the upfront tankiness that's coming through, right? And you're looking at a Bramble now completed for Shanji, so Viper's even going to have a worse time of it. Naki Cole.
Dude, I swear,
combo.
if Shanji gets Ocean Soul and Thornmail, I think Viper would just die, like, by autoing him. I think Viper would die before Shanji did, honestly. Oh man, this is so disturbing. And OMG are pushing around Baron, but there's no massive pressure on them taking this, because obviously they can't just lean into the Dragon where they're one away from Soul. But if they find the window, they'll definitely look for it, find the opportunity. We just see Abel pick up the Frozen Heart, so he's really come along in the build. Doesn't have a Serelda's yet, interestingly enough. But there isn't too many super tanks on EDG, so not much of a concern. they will just start this up. And it's so hard to get in range when Cold's playing interrupt. Shanji can just jump on you. TP's now going to come in,
this.
double TP.
Double TP now, yeah, as you said, they're trying to get in here and get this fight going. Cold is on the outside. Baron is going to go down. It's taken by Aki. As Cold is caught out, he has to flash over the wall. Look at Flandre, look at Viper, Dragon's Descent. You can't touch him. Aki's going for it. He doesn't find Flandre on the backline. Cream is getting handled here, but he's going right back in. And Shanji can't be touched. Shanji is a literal dragon, and you do not step to the dragon of OMG. Mako gets chased down, and it is inevitable. It's looking like Thanos.
And I'm guessing Siobhan is just the most broken champion in the game.
Scout trying his best here, but Cream shuts him down. And OMG shut down Ace EDG.
Bro, what is this champion? By the way, Shanji's immortal. Just walks a Viper. And what can he do? Mako's even playing interrupt. It doesn't matter. Like, that fight should have been okay for EDG. They killed Cold. Abel got caught out, but no. Shanji just walks a Viper. That's enough, apparently.
That is enough indeed for OMG, as they find permanent base damage, at least for the little bit, and it is back to the fight. That decided it all.
Yeah, so like, okay, initially they kill Cold. He does stopwatch to buy time, but then Abel goes forward, gets rooted and bursted. So this looks pretty good for EDG. And then Shanji, you know, I want to say any TFT enjoyers out there, they know how this feels to have like an immortal Shyvana just run at your backline. But like, you look at his health, like this is red-white, and his health just isn't moving.
Yeah. I mean, that's twice we've seen that now, right? Like, he just doesn't do damage. You can just run him down.
Okay, he has low doms now. I don't think he had low doms there. I don't know if it's enough. I feel like you need more. I feel like you need like 4. You need IE as well, maybe. I don't know, man. He's picked up Thornmail now. He's going to have Ocean Soul in a minute 30 if they secure it. What?
Jesus. Oh, my God. It's the tech. It's the Dragon tech. It's OMG's tech. And they are bringing it to EDG. And it's honestly been a roundabout first game in terms of just having fights left and right. We're getting blood across the rift. Comparatively to our first series where it was very slow and steady, few kills by the 20-minute mark. Here we are, everybody putting it on the table here at OMG, trying to put the finishing touches on EDG.
They can just walk up. I'm so amazed by the
Shyvana.
Shyvana.
Look at it.
Dude,
just
it's
look
so
at
disturbing.
It is so big. Okay, now some shred has come through, you can see, as the cannon barrage hits, does a decent amount of damage to Shanji, but he still has the Dragon's Descent, and he'll go ahead and pop it now. I'm sure, no, he saves onto it. Okay, they're just going to go for the inhib.
Dude, he just doesn't. He doesn't even respect them. He can just walk up, and it's like, I'm what? He has warm-ups.
Look at his healing. Oh, my God, that's so dirty. It's so dirty.
I'm calling it. The Ocean Soul game's over. We nexted it. EDG know that as well. They know this Shyvana will 1v5 the whole team.
He's literally just going to walk straight into them. They're in a chokehold here, in a choke point, and now kick back on a Scout. He goes golden, but we've seen this time and time again, and Scout is going to get taken down. Not first, though, because Mako goes down first. Shanji's still tanking. There's only 2 members of EDG left. Big Moonlight Vigil, but he's put in the dirt in OMG. They'll take game 1. Easy.
I am just amazed, Mazel. How is this legal? How is this Shyvana allowed to be played? Like, just taking 0 damage every fight just felt unwinnable. I don't know what else to say. Shanji's just a beast, I guess. One rookie of the week, and now we're seeing why.
He has turned himself into a literal dragon, and he has helped secure. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the fun. Oh, yeah, get it, Shanji, get it. I love it, man. I love it. I love to see this kind of performance from OMG. We called them the Enigma to start this off. Question marks abound, but here we are at the finish of game number 1 with a victory for OMG.
You know, I'm going to predict one thing is that next game they are banning Shyvana. I never want to see that ever again in my life. That was disgusting. Like, okay, I think one thing to think about as well is that you have like heavy crit AD top, heavy crit AD carry, both of which got quite negated by the random ones. Like Shyvana gets on top of the the Aphelios and pops Randuin's, reduces your crit damage. And then your only AP is Rise, who, you know, wasn't really able to cut through Shyvana either. Maybe a different composition would have an easier time. Maybe if you had, like, I don't know, a Trundle, a Cassiopeia. It's like, I don't know, man. That felt so disturbing. It felt so hard to deal with. And I guess Viper punished by going the Bloodthirster second and not picking up the LDR sooner. But I don't know, man. I don't think ADG expected that. I don't know if the rest of OMG expected that, but Shanji clearly did. He clearly was thinking of something when he picked it out. Yeah, and he made it work. That was literally just a Shanji diff. Like, credit to OMG, they did play it well, but man, that was Dragon diff, right?
I think Abel as well.
I'm bringing up the TFT analogies as well. It's like, you know, you're level 7 or level 8, like you have a super low percentage chance, and then you look at the enemy team, they have a Shyvana already. If anyone doesn't know, Shyvana's like cost 10 gold. Like, one of the highest cost units, and yeah, full tank items, just, you can't kill her. It literally felt like, look at the damage! Look at the damage! How is that okay? How is that okay? You're full tank, you built full tank!
Oh, that really feels bad, man. That is a heck of an awakening for EDG. And yeah, I mean, I love it. I love that this guy, Shanji, is building upon his already impressive streak. Here, winning player of the week, winning, you know, best top laner of the week for week 4, and he comes out in the first game for them in week 5. They smashed the world champions here with a composition that feels like it just the Shyvana already played, right? But it still is something that we wouldn't have expected in a situation like this, and it comes out, and EDG don't have any way to deal with it. They have no answer.
I think OMG are a team who thrive on comfort, right? Shanji has these picks that maybe are off meta, right? Like the Shyvana, we've seen the Rumble before. You know, Abel going for the Ezreal, and when other AD carries might have taken Jinx. Cream on the Silas, you know, something we saw him be really strong on when we saw him, you know, last summer, back when he was like really popping off. But yeah, they clearly showed up in this game, and now EDG 1-0 down, have to win 2 in a row to make the series. Dropping a series to OMG would be pretty devastating.
It would be.
In terms of maintaining their spot in the standings. So we'll have to see what they bounce back with. I legitimately, genuinely think we get a Shyvana ban. I'm not sure, unless they like go away and think how we can handle this. But I wouldn't flip it. If someone brings out a pick that you don't understand, because I don't understand how it's so immortal and how it's just so broken, I just ban it and move on, right? What's one ban? You already 1-0 down. You can't risk that again, man. That was something.
It was terrifying. I will say, though, 100% blue side win rate so far tonight. 100% Ocean Soul so far tonight. I want to see if it continues here, as we're going to send it off to a little break, and we'll be ready for game 2 right when we come back.
But at the end of the day, fantastic for TT. Baytron now trying to escape, using it all very early on. There's a charm from Yagao. Yagao has to survive as well, though. There's 1 for 0. Kanavi going so deep on the back of the plate. Southwind will fall. Xiaosheng alone. Puff knocked up in the meantime. Hope with a double kill. How do you lose the Infernal Soul and then take a fight so handily? Puff will go down. Hope with a triple kill. And he is a new Hope for JDG with a quadra, because that's the 4th Star Wars film.
Wait, is that the game? JDG, they've got the push. They can just run through. UCal needs to reset, and it's UCal versus the world, but I think JDG just ends.
And I think Yagao might have just grabbed himself an MVP with that engage there, making the pick happen onto Beichuan. UCal has to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough here. Trying to clear the way for the cannon. Well, that should go down. Well, maybe it is enough. 369 is going to use his death passive. It's a pentakill! Hope got the pentakill somehow and then died afterwards.
We're gonna see if Care can find the engage.
This is a burger if I've ever seen one, and it's flipped!
Oh,
Clint gets the smite! And JDG are in some trouble! They are completely surrounded! FPX just need to close the pincer! The heroic entrance not gonna go through for Care, but it does not matter! No one cares! JDG is moving down. Hope tries to get the plays, tries to get Summit. They've actually turned it! And 369 is back, but 369 goes down. Hong and Clid, they're trying the resets for Clid. Oh, he can't get the 4th one. It's not going to be the Quadra, but FPX find the fight yet again. Oh my god, he still
Oh,
finds
he's
it.
gonna do
No
it.
way. He's got the red buff. He's got the damage. And he clean aces JDG. What a fight. And FPX are alive and well.
Now Clit is here. The Cataclysm is available. They want to try and continue this chase. They will get the flash out of Cube as the taunt does not land. Now Stripe goes back in with a two-man Everfrost and forces Care into stasis. They do get the KL ultimate, but the Galio has gone down. Now iBoy trying to chase this one down as FBX have gotten a little bit too sure of themselves. Never mind. They've got a Cataclysm and they've got a Zeri just zapping everybody and nothing you can do. LWX with the quadra kill.
Now it's into the Dragon Pit for the fight here as Kare's trying to go around the side, make sure the vision is okay. Might be looking for over the wall. Big taunt, 4-member taunt, and Kare makes the game changing, but it's a big AoE combo and JDG, they're throwing it right back at him. Look at Hope. He just goes for the Gale Force. Yagao gets stunned up, locked up, and maybe he's just dead here. As now it's another kill for the ADC of JDG. It's turned back as the Chaos Storm.
Knight though with a cleanse, maybe enough here as Odd flashes forward, gets the dredge line, the golden status of Knight. Willie Gale to fight this one back. It's so close.
he does!
Knight! He's doing it! Knight, you're a god!
What was that coming out from Knight?
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC. Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me. I can't stand to be without watch you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity. You're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you, don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction.
我觉得龙宇能用的原因是因为我排位里面也是不断尝试，然后发现这英雄就是挺好用的，然后我们比赛也能用出来。喜欢他的原因就可能比较恶心吧，这英雄就又肉又有伤害。上将哥这位选手的话就比较全面吧，然后他进攻或者说防守都做的挺好的，然后打他们的话，我们可能尽量拼团战吧。
Welcome back to the LPL. You heard it from the man himself. She is disgusting. As the Shyvana comes out from Shanji in game number 1 of this series. It is Aki, though, who will take the MVP for the setups, for the assists, for the salutations to EDG's first game.
Okay, I'm just going to say, normally, you know, I can see the perspective, and I can't see here. Aki made some big positive plays, but my man Shanji was robbed here is all I'm saying, bro. That Shyvana was so disturbing. And if you're still here, I respect you for not instantly jumping into a solo queue and to play it yourself, solo queue game to play it yourself, because I probably would if I wasn't casting today. Yeah, Aki was obviously the one who set the ball rolling, got his top laner ahead, got his team ahead, and had some fantastic plays. But I feel like it was hard to see Aki's play when I was just looking at Shanji every fight and trying to see if he was actually taking damage or not.
There were multiple times where Aki was just delivering bodies on a silver platter to the rest of OMG. And I think if you look at the holistic approach OMG had, there was a lot of skirmishing. There was a lot of fighting. I mean, it was over 20 kills for OMG in the end. And I think it's a stark contrast to our first series, but it's exactly what I would have expected with that volatility into this one, right? And how OMG planned to take down EDG, because you're not going to find those wins if you just farm for late and hope for best, right? Like, this is EDG. You need to find some way to get under the armor.
Yeah, and particularly when apparently Shyvana's the best champion in the game, so it appears you have to do something a bit more proactive. And bear in mind, like, EDG banned away both Wukong and Viego, so they kind of pushed the jungle pool towards JJ being on the Vi, which honestly had a strong early game. I won't deny that. But really allowed Aki to have this Lee Sin, which we've seen such high priority on in the LPL, allow him to really take control of the early game. And that's the thing, is I feel like OMG had comfort across the board. I feel like, the composition did work together, but it felt like it was more so about having each person on a champion they felt really solid on. And for the side of EDG, I'll be interested to see if they do ban away the Shyvana. But bare minimum, they should definitely change to the draft. Ryze, not exactly the best at cutting through something like a Shyvana that's tanky. That is that tanky. Something like an Azir would be able to create space, and also you could go into like Leandries. We could see a different AD carries, maybe a bit more mobile. Doesn't get chased down as easy. Because that's one thing to note, is that if you're playing into Shyvana, once she's ulted, she has no other dashes, especially as Shanji had Ghost. If you're playing something with a dash, you just dash over a wall, and then obviously Shanji has to run all the way around to get back to you. Viper, unable to do that, clearly struggled, right? And even, I mean, I guess had flash, but that wasn't enough in most situations.
So, bear with me here. Special shout outs to Kelsey Moser for this one, but Shanji did take the Shyvana into the original LPL, top Shyvana with Smite and Flandre back on Snake. Huge shout out to you, Kelsey. But what if here we get Flandre's Shyvana, and then we summon, because EDG are on blue side. But I would think that we would get it banned away. I think I'm dreaming just because I love dragons and I want to see more of that Shyvana gameplay on my screen, just because it was, as Shanji said, disgusting. I highly expect a big adaptation coming out from EDG in this next game. Right? They are held to a higher standard for a reason, and on blue side, again, 100% win rate so far tonight.
Yeah, I think the problem is, like, if you're EDG, you can either index heavily into a composition that can deal with a Shyvana, but then you risk like having the wrong read and just losing the series.
Banned. It's banned by EDG.
This is the correct call from EDG. They're now on blue side. They have more freedom with the bans. They ban away those tanks from Shanji. They ban away the Salas from Cream. They're like, we are sick of you playing your comfort. Get off them. And then they pick up the Viego themselves. So EDG much happier with how this one has progressed already. Started off better. and mostly just because they won't be facing into the Shyvana. And now OMG go for the Ari. I feel like a Lissandra answer would make a lot of sense. I love Lissandra Viego. It's a really strong combo. The fact that you have that point and click lockdown to set up a reset, you both get resets as well, really potent. We're gonna see what Aki is gonna go for. Looks like they're trying to deliberate a jungle pick. Lee said makes sense, it's still available, why not? We'll see if the Lissandra comes out for scout. That is the expectation. I do really love it with the Viego, as I said, and then probably gonna prioritize an AD carry here, unless they're like super set on picking up a support. And they actually go in a completely different direction and pick up a top laner for Flandre, taking the Gnar. So we'll see what OMG respond with.
You know, I was seeing Aki hover those assassins. It's something they did try out earlier in the season. It did not work out for them, so I'm glad to see you go away for that one. A little throwback to the hover there, but it's the Gangplank response for OMG as we round out the first phase.
Like, this makes sense, right? And it's a decent pick, and you have the oranges against the stun from Gnar and the stun from Sandra. But I was really hoping he'd bring out something wacky again. That is just, you know, that is the hope. Bring out the Yone into the Gnar would have been cool. But we get both teams, interesting enough, no bot lane pickups in the first rotation. That is quite rare. Normally we see, I mean, particularly in the spring season, it was like mid jungle AD were often secured in the first three. Sometimes support was thrown in there. By the way, looking towards AD carries, Samira banned away from Abel, Obnifious Speciality, Callista banned away by OMG. There is still Lucian, there is still Ezreal. We do end up dropping a bit down in terms of AD carry tiers. There's a Felios, which obviously Viper played last game. There's no Shyvana to go against him this time. Jinx, there's still options. OMG gonna go with that Lucian ban. EDG, maybe Ezreal. I feel like it's probably the thing Abel's most likely to play in this situation.
But I think that EDG themselves showing a lot of respect, especially after losing the first game in the series. I would think they would need to, but as well as just making sure that if they are going to be on blue side, they're still taking away a lot of the comfort picks that could come through for OMG. And when you're looking at OMG, right, we were talking about wanting to see some of that comfort, want to see some of that playability for them, and it comes through those kinds of picks. So the run out of final ban for EDG, they'll take that one away from Cold, and they'll hopefully wait for a couple of spicy picks for their own right, because OMG are on the table right now.
I think, oh, they're going for the Nautilus already. I felt like counter pick support would be more important, especially since EDG already have Scout for engage, so you could lean in pretty much any direction. We'll see what EDG opt to go for in this situation. If they try and counter the Nautilus or just go for like an exchange in terms of picking something like a Leona. And what AD carry they'll go for. The Felios is open again, but the Ezreal's there. They could take the Ezreal themselves, and they could even pair up with something like a Braum. This is why I felt like the blind Nautilus was a bit questionable, because you can go Ezreal, Braum, pretty strong, safe lane, hard to punish, and the Braum's a good matchup into the Nautilus. Again, you have engage from Lissandra. You don't need your support to be primary engage, so you're pretty comfortable in this situation. And now OMG, they don't have the Ezreal for Abel. You know, they have the Nautilus, but the AD carry pool has been trimmed significantly, and there's not many picks that can really match the range off this Ezreal either.
I'm really wondering what they end up going for. We did see the Kaisa earlier on today. There's a lot of burst potential and a lot of the picks that are still on the table. You still have the likes of the Xayah that we've seen creeping up as well, but I feel like that's just not the response you're going to want into this kind of setup. And it looks like they're just going to go with damage profile. They're going to go with the Tristana here as the final pick for OMG.
So, I mean, in theory, like, Tristana and Kaisa are both good into Ezreal, but the problem is the Braum. This is why picking the Nautilus initially is the issue, because the Braum, like, if you jump onto Viper, like, Mako can block the bomb application, he can block you stacking the bomb, he could do so much to mitigate that. It's the same into Kaisa, so I'm not super convinced about this matchup for bot lane. I feel like mid jungle, EDG have the edge. Top lane, Shanji's going to be fine, but it's more for scaling matchup. So I think EDG are really happy with that comp. And not just because the enemy team doesn't have Shyvana.
I would say that's a good starting point, though, at least from that first game. But in all actuality, I just feel it in my bones at this point. Ox, we are going to 6. EDG on the blue side, feeling very confident in the draft that they were able to grab. And again, it still does come down to execution a lot, but you could see where things got tilted off last game and why things maybe snowballed in favor of OMG. And this time, reset situation, no Shyvana, as we already mentioned a couple times. It does feel like EDG have the moment to strike back.
Yeah, I think they put themselves in a better spot. Be interested to see how things pan out. You know, they have good matchups on the entire bot side of the map. Really, though, junglers is going to be a massive thing, right? So Lee Sin into the Viego this time, but we saw what Aki was able to do, how he was able to snowball the game. If he finds opportunities once again, that could be the real difference maker in this one.
I will love to see us go all the way to 6 games yet again. The gameplay for this second series has been very fun so far. We've only had 1 game of the best of 3. But as game 2 kicks off, EDG want to push us the distance against OMG. Can they do just that? We'll have to find out very soon. Early lines of scrimmage established, early vision from Cold towards the top side of the map. But OMG finding themselves on the red side. I feel like that's been a huge difference, at least in terms of what we've seen so far tonight. And again, I know I've highlighted it a couple times, but it feels different. I don't know what it is. It's just the blue side buff. Whatever it ends up being, it just feels like teams have control over the map.
I mean, I think a big thing with blue side is when you come out the ban phase, like think about how this ban phase went. OMG, they had to ban on red side a bunch of broken stuff like Zeri, Wukong, right? That you kind of just have to ban, whereas EDG have more flexibility.
Yeah, exactly. The flexibility is king in a lot of situations in League of Legends, but it will be opposite.
Too much stuff to ban, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of a similar issue we had at MSI, where like, you know, so for example, when we looked at the T1 RNG series, RNG had a bunch of picks that they were really happy with, like things like the Galio, the Nautilus for Ming, the Viego for Wei, right? The Kai'Sa for Gala in the right situations. All these picks really favorable. Gwen for Bin as well. But then there's still things like the Wukong that red side had to ban, the Lucian that red side had to ban. It's like being on red side when there's a lot of strong power picks. You sometimes have a big debt to pay in terms of your bans because like you don't want to leave Zeri open because that singular pick can be game winning, right?
Yeah.
And then it just means when a team's on blue side, like I said, EDG target ban, they didn't, all the stuff they banned was very targeted, not typical first rotation bans. And so they had a lot more freedom in this one. And that's kind of why I feel like blue side is strong at the moment. Obviously in a meta that's more focused on counter picks and there's less like super broken stuff that's like game winning off like one pick, then red side tends to fare better.
Let's see if that still works out in favor for EDG. You can imagine the disappointment if they are the first team to lose today on blue side. But I'm sure they will continue to cross their T's, dot their I's at this point. And I think we saw the early advantage, at least in terms of trading for Abel and Cole, but you can also see the response that comes from the Braum pickup and from Mako and Viper in bottom lane. JJ looking for the early path here towards top, wants to punish Shanji for that dragon game last time. Nice little engage there. The wallop is not available because he's only level 2. Shanji will flash. That'll be a return gank at some point here.
Yeah, and if you look at the way that JJ Path, he actually did it so he can loop back around. Nice pretty heavy
buffer.
trade coming in bot.
That was a good buffer, but already you see the detriment that this bottom duo can do. It can put you in, rather, against OMG.
I mean, the problem is if you're not all in on Trist, like all you're doing is just perma pushing the wave, and EDG will easily pick it up. You can't even attack the tower because if you start attacking the tower, then Braum puts a shield up and you take aggro. So just not a fun situation to be in overall. Nice Q there onto Abel and able to follow up the damage. And then, yeah, like I said, the trade pattern of Tristana is very simple. You jump on someone, right? You put your E on them, you stack it up, it blows up. And Braum just completely disrupts that. So I found it really weird that they picked Tristana into the Braum, but I expect EDG are going to have a fine time scaling up in this matchup.
They will be fine and dandy. They continue along the straight and narrow path here. We got to see early Dragon focus. Last game, we got Dragon coming up this time around as well. 45 seconds. But it's just a little bit of that early game prowess here as EDG. They take a heavy trade this time around. And Aki is here just in time. Cold, not really having to re-engage here. Flashes for the stun. They might be in trouble. This is a Braum under tower. You can't do that. The force shot comes out, stunned there. Aki is now going to die. And first blood for Viper and EDG. He wants more. He goes for the flash. One more auto. He can't get it here. Does he get it? Abel, one auto attack onto him, but Cold survives.
I mean, that was just such a rough play. Like, you're playing into a Braum Ezreal,
really gonna
super
back
safe
right
bot
there.
lane, super... Oh, no.
Is he really going to back right there? Oh, my God.
Apparently
okay. And you know what? Stick to the nomenclature. Oh, my God.
EDG just kind of dismantling with this Ezreal to already have this early lead. Oh, it was just such a botched play. And you can feel it's over 4. So you have the flank angle, but the problem is Braum, not the easiest target to burst. Abel doesn't even connect on him initially. Gets the jump away here. And then Aki comes in, but waits so long to come in on the Sonic Wave. The flash from Mako means the damage actually doesn't even connect. Really nicely played, although he obviously doesn't pull Aki deeper in the tower. And then Aki's like, oh, I'll save my support. No, you won't. You'll just die. Viper tries to go for the play, just slightly off it in terms of damage, but Coldman, just walk it back at that point. Just walk it back. Look at the animation. He's jumping the swag on them, and they just die.
Yeah. Questionable decision making coming out early on from OMG. Not exactly what we would have expected from them, as they had a pretty strong game 1 performance. But hey, maybe it's just a little bit of that pracky needed. You don't want to push it to 3 games at this point. It feels that way, as a huge CS lead in mid lane. Decent CS lead in top lane as well, and bottom lane is looking worse for wear for OMG at this point.
Yeah, it is not in the best spot right now. Aki's looking for the scuttle. Scouts in the vicinity, but Gigi's nowhere near, so he should just secure this. But yeah, we've got a big lead mid and bot now, and even top as well. Flandre, you know, there was that gank that obviously was a contributing factor, but all 3 lanes just winning for EDG. And Cream has cleanse here, so shouldn't die.
Yep, that at least doesn't have to use the cleanse. Use the spear rush. A little bit shorter of a cooldown there. A little bit of mobility utilized.
Unfortunately, the problem is he doesn't burn the ultimate from Scout. And the thing is, like, if you get caught by the ultimate of Scout, it obviously leaves that slow on the ground. You probably have to flash, you know, if you don't have Spirit Rush available. Doesn't mean there's potential setup there. So it's a nice play from EDG. They don't burn much, and they just get Cream's ult. He's already down in lane. He's now not going to be able to fight. He's now not going to be able to contest something. So EDG just say, cool, we'll take Dragon. Thanks very much.
Early Dragon stacking a little bit later than last game, but for EDG this time around would be nice to have in terms of direction of pacing for them. And I think when they start moving around the map, when we start getting this movement for the Rift Herald here in about 35 seconds, it'll be big. And I would expect
I mean,
a little bit of early movement up that way.
EDG definitely appreciating how much easier it was to kill that dragon than the one we saw last game. We do see a gank coming up here from Aki. He has Flandre spotted him, but he isn't mega, so this might be tricky.
Cannon Barrage gonna get the slow, the kick back. He has to walk through the bush here, but it's the barrel that'll seal his fate.
Really nicely played from Aki. He doesn't have to use his flash, but manages to catch out the Gnaw and kick him backwards. Scout trading heavily onto Cream. But still, again, not burning those summoners. But Cream now, he's going to stay around. But isn't really going to be able to contest. The problem is, you stay around, you're low on mana, you're low on health. That means EDG know they can just go for Herald, right? They know Cream's not going to be able to contest it. Aki and Shanji are resetting, so EDG get everything they want, despite the fact they lose their top laner.
Yeah, and you could see Shanji was kind of moving down just in case they wanted to make a move to contest the Rift Herald, but it's just the simple game plan so far from EDG. Take advantage of good timings and take advantage of getting early prowess in terms of objectives. I think it's a nice start for EDG. Still a lot left to go. True Shot Barrages, level 6 is coming across the board here. And I think for a little bit longer, EDG are going to be scary on this bot lane. I don't think that there's a chance that Abel really finds the advantageous trade that he wants in terms of this bottom lane, because Mako has just been so dang strong on the Braum, and it's the pick that, in essence, you've talked about so much, but it's been so integral to this bottom lane.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, like, we saw a limited amount of Braum last split, which I thought was a bit weird, because, like, we had so much Leona and Nautilus, and it felt like there were a lot of Braum windows that you could look for, but people just weren't really playing it. And I guess part of it was they wanted their supports to be able to engage, but especially when we had that, like, high agency mid laner meta, like, if you have things like Lysandra that can find their own engages, like, you're not relying on Mako for it. He can be follow-up, and it's so good in matchups like this, where, like, Abel just cannot function because there is a Braum on the enemy team blocking everything he does and just preventing it.
Yep, it's the CC game to some extent. I will say, if you're looking at the CC game, it's looking a lot finer for EDG.
Hold off on the CC game. Look at the item game, by the way. Viper already
No
with the Triforce, man.
It's sub 10 minutes, my dude. Oh my goodness. That's incredible.
Well, here's the upside, is that his base AD won't be that high this early in the game.
True.
So
there you go.
You know,
it's the bright spots. It's the bright spots.
Yeah, not too much of an optimist on that one. And I'm interested to see where the Herald will go down. It obviously has been picked up by Scout, so maybe. Oh, can't you see the play here? But Abel should be
He's
out.
already used it though, so now he might be in some trouble. Yeah, he tries to sidestep. Buster shot nicely used. It's not enough to get Abel. Oh, the little sidesteps, but it's the flash burn.
Okay, the downside of this situation that Scout has the Herald is you'd have loved to just throw it down bot there with no one to defend from OMG. Possibly could have threatened the tower. That being said, Shanji has Cannon Barrage, which does make it a bit more difficult. You can thin out the wave. And that Viper, you know, Triforce proc should just be able to pick up a plate here.
Such a big wave. I'm trying to get Abel down here as fast as possible, but decent amount of CS going down, and he's already down 20 CS as well. Aki wants to find something top. Flandre just got out of Meganar. Cannon Barrage in. Flandre kickback. He has to walk through the Cannon Barrage. That'll be another kill. 0-2 for the top laner of EDG.
And Aki's finding these good angles to punish Flandre to answer on the other side. But the second you see that, you know, okay, enemy Lee Sin's top. That means we can just further apply pressure on this bot wave. Just completely zoning away Abel. He's not even going to touch the wave. And shit, a lot of plates taken top, a lot of gold in this GP.
Trying to get a catch out here. Frozen Tomb is used. Cream having to use his cleanse as well.
Yeah, dude, they spin the cleanse. Nice for a follow-up, but doesn't do anything there and then. Like, look, think how long Viper's just been here and how long it's been since Abel has been able to actually hit the tower. They're actually going to Herald mid because they don't need to Herald bot because they'll just take the tower with this extra pressure.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the bot lane is a wasteland. Oh, Abel! Those are the little things, you know. Those are the little things.
Okay, that's the dub. That's the mental damage to JJ. JJ's just so tilted now. It's like, okay, next, done. Can't handle this.
I'm out. I'll take this L.
Yeah, stick one there, but first tower goes to Viper. They got the Herald down mid to thin the health, so second Herald should be able to secure it if they get that. Dragon is up soon, and Viper's TPing back in to move over and help. Hasn't quite got the Manamune finished, but it's still very strong. I just don't think OMG can contest here. This is second Dragon for EDG, and we'll see. There is, if you actually look, there's still an extra plate on that mid lane tower. So we'll see. I think Viper wants to walk up and be able to get this gold.
Viper is 2,000 gold over Abel at this point.
There you go.
That is really rough. Be second Dragon secured. So full objective, at least focus for EDG and securing every single one so far. Oh my God, what is happening? How? It's been 5 games. We've gotten Ocean Souls every time. I thought it was supposed to be RNG.
The chance of that is so slim, actually, when you think about it.
What if we get all Ocean Souls and all blue side wins? What do we do? Where's the statistics now?
I don't know, man, but like I know we have a lot of LPL days, but like this must be such a, if it is like even chance each one, right? Because there's 5 dragons, so the chance of having this many dragons, like it's been 5 games, is pretty stupendous.
But it is something to come back to later on. We've seen Ocean Dragons be super crucial in both series so far, actually. We do see also item completions coming across now as well. And obviously some big points, the double Everfrost in the mid lane. I'll be looking for those engages, the follow-up to the engages. And I think if you're looking at the side of EDG in this moment, like that's a beautiful setup now. You've got Viper in the mid lane. He can be mobile. He has the True Shot Barrage to answer any side lane aggression, but it's the farm that's going to continue pouring into the pockets of Viper.
And he should have Manamune when he bases, because he got that gold from the plate. He should just be able to grab it as soon as he next resets. They have got mid prior and are leaning up towards top to zone Shanji away. And then Viper will just walk bad mid. We'll deny him this wave. Don't think they'll be able to take the tower quite now, but just these constant back and forth could be really strong.
I think this is huge from EDG as well, because they realize, right, they have gotten a lead for Viper in the bottom lane, but Shanji has been getting a pretty decent lead in the top side as well. So now, having transitioned Viper to mid, they're threatening to punish Shanji at every which way. Aki is threatened here, has to get away with the safeguard there, but it's an interesting pull from EDG, I think.
Oh, Mako!
Oh, he steals it. He throws up the... Oh, no, Aki. You got to get down to your rest of your team, buddy. JJ goes over. Flandre turns back. The rest of OMG in the sights of EDG now. Cold flashes away. Cream gets a nice charm there, and EDG back away.
Yeah, a lot used. Flandre having to TP up. And obviously the flash from Cold there. It should be enough though to secure the second Herald for EDG. They can slam that down mid. Oh, contest coming in.
Scout flashes, frozen 2 mana Aki. Cold goes back in. Look at Shanji. Shanji is coming in with the flank. Watch the barrels. OMG is taking the fight front to back. Scout gets caught out. And all 5 members still alive for OMG.
And it's just a pivotal error coming out from EDG. They're clearly the thought process is if we kill Aki, then we'll be able to, you know, secure the objective. But it's the wrong target because Aki is going to have Legend Tenacity probably in this game in his runes with how much CC there is. Has Merc Treads already. Like, did you see how short that stun was that came out? Literally lasted just like a millisecond there. So yeah. Ultimately, Aki ends up surviving, able to dash out of the follow-up with the root because obviously Scout was going to ult into W into Everfrost. And as soon as the commit comes in, and JJ ends up out of position, it's like ult, and look how short this is. Tries to get in range for the root, but it's just so quick. And then JJ trying to go for the reset gets caught out in a charm. And EDG know they've just lost at this point, have to back away. So a pretty big flub.
It's a really good execution from OMG, though. Realizing they've overstayed their hand, they were going for the objective, they were going for complete objective dominance, and then they lose it all. And at this point, you know, OMG find themselves in the lead and in a bit of a driving position here. I still will say, though, you know, double Trinity forces on EDG, there's still a lot of damage to be done for EDG, and especially for Viper. We've got to keep an eye on him in all of these fights, in all of these next few moments in the setup for this AD carry.
Yeah, Viper's really scary right now. This is when Ezreal's really spiking. Those Mystic shots are going to really hit, and they're setting up for the Dragon. But I apply pressure to this mid lane tower.
Trying to get the tower
And ideally
here.
just get some poking as well. Like, they're close to getting... Obviously, ideally, they would have had the Herald down to throw down and secure it. They don't. And Aki... Okay, don't mess it up this time, Scout. You know he has a ton of tenacity.
He does not pull the trigger on that one. Aki doesn't also just face check the bush there. So that's a good call, I'd say. And back into the defensive positions into mid lane. Both ADCs still just trying to farm it up as we get set up for this next dragon. Would be a sole point for EDG, and OMG just going to give it away.
Yeah, not sure you can really do a ton about this.
We're just going to get the outer tower here. Be a nice little
they'll throw down a
charge
Herald in
with the
response, yeah. 4 members there, they should be able to get this, especially with the Tristana assisting. And you can actually see Shanti pushing in the top lane, threatening that tier 2. So, yeah, Dragon secured for EDG. They're now on sole point, but a lot of work done by OMG.
Well, I think Shanji hit that barrel a little early, but it doesn't matter. Still gets the tower. So big pickups for OMG as they do trade the objective, meaning they will have to force a fight over the next dragon to not give soul to EDG. But it's something they were willing to do in the moment and willing to kind of bet their laurels on.
It's kind of a mixed bag because, like, you get a ton of gold, especially on the Shanji, right, with that tier 2 take. You also get a decent amount of objective map control by taking those towers, but there is a threat off that soul. So OMG have given themselves the gold lead to lean into this next dragon fight and hopefully find favor. And if they win the fight, maybe get Baron.
Viper is still oh so scary, though. Cannon barrage onto the backline here. JJ is caught here by himself, and he goes down to Shanji. Abel caught, though. He tries to rocket jump in, and rocket jumps to his life's death. That'll be a nice turnaround for EDG as Flandre gets Mega Gnar, and they're looking to siege.
Confidence from Viper here just to keep stepping up. Won't be able to get too much damage on the tower, but the poke is coming out, and you see they're just willing to play around Ezreal's strength at this point of the game. EDG end up trading kills there. And you can kind of look at some of the summoners being flashes down for Flandre, JJ, and Mako. Abel loses his, but this cleanse is still available. OMG favored in terms of those summoners. And bear in mind, that's the thing to take into account. Dragon fight in 3.5 minutes. If you burn summoners like flashes now, you're not going to have them for that. And it can be really significant. It can make all the difference. Like if Gnar has flash to get a big ult, knocking them into some terrain.
We'll get a replay of that re-engage there. Nice timing for the Glacial Fissure from Mako to stop the charm from really doing much there. And
Buddy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Viper blocks, and it's like Mako blocks the charm for Viper, and then it's just like, okay, now I flash behind JJ and let him tank the rest.
Just give him up, man. Just give him up. And we see in that trading pattern, though, Viper is just so strong. I know you mentioned the item spike here, but they're utilizing it so well. And now EDG turning their pressure to top side as they will take another outer tower with Scout.
Yeah, so able to respond a decent amount, some extra gold in. 2k is now the gold difference. And we'll see Viper trying to clear the wave here. It's 2.5 minutes still till that dragon. Setup for it's going to be really important, particularly with like playing flanks as well. If you find good angles for the Meganar, for the Gangplank barrels, for either of these mid laners to land CC, can make all the difference. And I feel like the fact that, you know, as I said, OMG have more summoners, but also there's cleanses. Like, it's a similar scenario where you have 80 carry with cleanse, mid laner with cleanse, and top laner with oranges. So that CC from Scout and Mako as well isn't going to be as relevant, isn't going to be as capable. Yeah. On top of that, Cold has Merc Treads, Aki has Merc Treads, and I think Legends Nasty with how short that ult from Scout was. It's just not easy for you to make that CC stick. And you have to remember, like, you know, often teams will put Nautilus in the mix. So you have like Nautilus and Lissandra. So you have knockups and you have stuns. Most of EDGs, in fact, all EDGs, apart from the Brawl Mold, is stuns, right? That can be cleansed.
See if they can execute to that extent, though. Aki is still on the flank. He's been waiting back here this entire time as OMG
they spotted him.
Will now pull the trigger on it. They did see him. He'll back away as well. So we're looking at item completions here, but I feel like the setup is not going to come. You're not going to get the back for Viper just yet before the dragon spawns, unless they're able to get some more priority in mid lane here.
Kind of just turning into an ARAM on this one. You know, OMG trying to make sure that tier 1 mid does not fall down, and Viper and EDG set on trying to make it happen. See if EDG can land any poke. They're the ones that have a bit more pressure in mid lane, so should be able to get the first move into River. And the side wave will be answered by Cream. He sees the wave pushing in, he'll go down. Barrel doesn't connect, so they should be able to get the tower here.
That'll be a nice pickup here as the outer tower falls. That'll be the last one for EDG to take down. And now they're set up in front of the dragon. Oh, Aki gets caught out here. Cream as well. Needs to be careful. Charm connects with the barrels. That's huge. And Abel is right back alive. He's still full health. Kick. And that's Viper down. OMG. Abel gets the reset on the rocket jump. The main damage is gone for EDG. But you still have to be careful. They have Flandre. They got JJ full health here. But OMG find exactly what they need.
But it might be a bit too soon. There's teleport available for Scout and Viper. Dragon is up in 9. Viper's up in 19. There's a 10-second window. And as you said, OMG are so low. I think this might be a throw for them if they go for this.
It could be. Shanji misses the barrel. They're just going to go for it. Cream is here as well. He tries to get the Everfrost. This is very dicey. Cold misses the engage. Cold has to flash away. Dragon is secured, so stopping the soul take from EDG. That's huge, but they got to get out of here. Flandre stacking up the Meganar. They got the True Shot Barrage coming across. That's big damage from Viper. And now you got the resets. Flandre's got Meganar. They get another one. And OMG might have stopped the Dragon stacking. They don't stop EDG.
And this is the problem. When the enemy team has 3 dragons, OMG couldn't let it go. They secure it, but they lose 2 members, and now EDG can look towards Baron. This is the cost of letting the enemy team stack up so many. If you mismanage one fight, you have to go all in. Aki is fishing to come into the pit, but there's so much CC. I should think they'll be able to stop him.
Yeah, they're not going to let him into the pit. You got Mako providing the bodyguard services. And Baron goes to EDG 24 minutes in. A big power spike for the defending world champions.
And at the end of the day, OMG getting a dragon is almost meaningless, right? It just delays your soul. But we can watch a replay of this fight. Some fantastic play by Aki here. Goes in, uses the stopwatch to avoid the Everfrost, and then he gets stunned here, but lands Sonic Wave, and Viper does not expect this. Ends up getting jumped on. The kick flash into the mix, and look at Cold ready to come in with the root auto. Really nicely played from OMG to remove the Ezreal. But then obviously here, OMG just want the dragon to get away. They know they're so low. They're against a Viego. They do not want to hang around. But in the end, when they're trying to run away, the ult from Viper connects on so many, and it just allows them to start chasing down these kills. And Abel goes back to try and ult, and it actually means he gets caught too.
And the AoE from the Ravenous Hydra that had just gotten completed, that extra little bit of whipped cream on top for Viper. Aki just trying to look for the picks on the side again. If he can get a big kick on the Viper, that is a game changer. They're losing base defenses as we speak, right? They lose a tier 2 in mid lane. They're looking to lose a tier 2 in bottom lane as well.
And that's the thing is OMG has so many more towers than EDG. Now EDG with the Baron can just pick up a bunch of that gold. Aki again looking for the flank, but this is a Lissandra. This is not an easy target.
Gets the kickoff immediately as Abel will have a rocket jump to try to separate the distance. Needs one more on the satchel charge there. The scout gets caught up too. Frozen Tomb buying tons of time. AoE damage. Buster shot back. JJ wants to get the resets. He wants to get these kills. Bottom lane. Viper is dead somehow. JJ needs to get this to make this work. Aki, they're saving his life right now. It's going to go back in on JJ, and JJ's left out. The decision making from EDG is scattered. And bottom lane, Shanji comes up big.
What is happening in this game? And I'm just going to say, I said at the start of today, well, at the start of this series, that I thought that Viper was the best AD carry in the world. He does not look like that way this series. He has looked exceptionally rough this game. I don't even know how he got caught out here. Like, you know JJ's moving away. Ends up getting hit by one barrel combo. We see Flandre overextend into Mini, and then Viper arcane shifts forward.
Oh, no.
Bro.
Oh, no. He took like almost 100% damage from the cannon barrage there.
I feel like Viper's just trying to make me look stupid because I made that statement earlier, because this has not been a good game.
He survives the level
He gets
up.
shut down.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So rough play from EDG, and this is kind of what I mean. This is a team who are 5-1 in scoreline, and yet this game does not feel clear cut. This feels like an absolute fight to get over the finish line. It's a minute until Dragon. They're still favored, right? They're up in gold by about 1,000. They're looking towards that next Dragon that will secure the motion soul if they can get it. But it looks messy. And Shanji, oh, those barrels do damage. You have to be really careful because they will chunk you out if you get caught in one.
But this is a predicament. OMG are forced into those situations like this. They have to be here early. They have to get vision down. They need to get a better edge against EDG if they want to hope to take a fight. And this is not how you do it. This cannot be how you start off the engagements. And Cream having to use his cleanse early and the Spirit Rush.
Yeah, I mean, they can just wait until the ult times out, and then Cream's effectiveness in this fight is drastically reduced.
Aki is in the bush. We got TP from behind. That will be Scout with the flank. Aki has a flank himself, though. Here comes Scout. Triple root. Aki is waiting. He's trying to get Viper, but the rest of his team, they can't go in. And Viper is now found, but it's Aki who just separates the fight a little bit. You got to watch out for Cream and the rest of the team, though. Viper is doing some serious work. Viper is still alive, and the health bars for OMG are looking worse. You got a 1v1 continuing in the top. Viper going forward. He can't find it. JJ is down, but Aki is trying. He can't find Flandre, but guess who can? It's the rest of OMG. It's a 3v3 in terms of Mako is almost dead. Oh my god, Aki's coming in here now as well. Aki, he hits it on the Mako. Does he go in? Oh, he goes down. His GA is popped. It's a huge Viper fest here. And the rest of OMG need to run away at this point. It's a double kill for the ADC of EDG. Oh, he might get more too. Aki barely gets out and able to survive, but Aki needs to stick around because he's got to steal the dragon. What are they doing? He has smite. He's going to go in. He gets dragged back. He comes back. It's going down. OMG. What is happening? Oh my.
Why did they start the dragon? The jungler respawned. He was on the way. Why did they start it? Just leave it. Wait for your jungler to be here. Oh, but we'll get the replay of the fight, and I'll mold later, but TP comes in from Scout. This initially looks really good for EDG. They end up getting this big AoE into the Mega Gnar. I saw this, I thought, okay, fight done, game done. A nice ult from Mabel creates space, and then JJ possesses a Nautilus and just misses the Dredge line into a charm. Aki is splitting the fight up so well, and then Viper just keeps not connecting Mystic shots. You know, he missed one there on Abel. That one doesn't connect onto Cream. Moving forward, misses another onto Cream. Okay, next Mystic shot. Again, misses onto Cream. Keep him count at home, hopefully. It felt like all the skill shots just went hit him for Viper. Then finally he gets that one. But we don't get time to go further in the replay because EDG want to fight again.
They do indeed, and they're setting up for it here. It's looking a little bit dicey for OMG. All right, so won't get the engage at least. It's a little bit close though. And you can feel the tension in the air for OMG. One overstep, and they just lose their entire base, but one catch out, and they could win the game.
They're looking for the window. Aki has a Sonic Wave, and we know how deadly it can be if he connects and gets a kick onto Viper. But he won't follow it now. Both teams just posturing around this Baron area. It's a while until the next dragon. And OMG have gained a lot of ground in that regard. 2 dragons to 3. Favor VDG. Viper now has the Zereldas, so if he starts connecting onto a target, hard to get away.
Really is. You can see there Cold have no dip, dive, duck, and dodge away his Spider-Man skills. But pings from EDG onto Baron. They're forcing the fight.
But they're against the GP. This is level 16 Shanji, 4 items. If they get trapped in the pit against this,
there's pings coming in.
It's not going to be a fun time.
They're just trying to bait the fight. They're trying to bait the rest of OMG to coming in. Mako trying to separate the line. Baron is getting really low, though. It will get reset here. Yeah.
Have to be concerned about that as well. I mean, OMG approach slowly. They don't even burn the cannon barrage. If they were really scared, they'd burn that.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shanji. Oh, Glacial Fisher misses. Cream with the spear rush over the wall. It's a little bit zealous there, I would feel like. A lot of cooldowns being used from both sides.
Just feels like so many skill shots aren't connecting from EDG, and I feel like the game would be done. You know, a few more Mystic shots hit, that Glacial Fisher hit, and they killed Shanji.
Just rinse and repeat.
I think that would be game done. They'll clear out the vision once more. They still have the cannon barrage. That's the pivotal thing. So if it ever becomes truly desperate, OMG can just slam that down, and they get information, and they'll do a ton of damage to them as well. Now is the time.
They need to pull it off here now. It's down low. It's getting low. They're not even in the pit yet. Cannon barrage comes through, but Aki is just taken out. The play calling was not there for OMG, and EDG get out scot-free.
I don't understand it from Aki. It's like he saw the Baron at 1,000 HP, looked down at his keyboard, took a moment, and then pressed his Q button, but he was so late to get in the pit. Like, I'm never going to be able to steal it. Like, if you're that late, just don't go in. But yeah, secured by EDG, they managed to find it, they managed to pull the trigger, and ultimately OMG aren't able to respond in time. We actually have an interesting final item just picked up by Viper. He's gone for the Humble Glaive, which, you know, I think with a build like this, having a lethality item is decent, but also the utility of it, being able to clear out the vision, quite potent.
Also, 2 full items over Abel at this point. Like
I mean, to be fair, some of those are cheaper items, but like Abel doesn't have Infinity Edge. We look at Shanji though. You saw how much damage he just did to that wave. And sure, it's a minion wave, but he is starting to hit like a truck if these barrels do connect. Honestly, it makes me feel maybe Viper would have been better suited if he picked up a Frozen Heart just to protect against that damage. But yeah, Cream forced to ult away. 45 seconds to that dragon. Once more, we've sang this tune many times. Zell is going to be potential Ocean Soul for EDG if they don't flub it.
Yeah, they definitely have everything going for them at this point. It would be a nice pickup here. They've gotten 2 taken out from under their noses so far in OMG. They want to make it a 3rd. They're trying to look for priority in mid lane. Again, a minute and a half still on the Baron buff, so EDG are sitting pretty at this point. And now they've got the CC on the Cold potentially. The re-engage from OMG though, he's about dead. Aki is singled out on the side as well. Scout's not even there, and now he shows up, and all the Frozen Thralls start popping, and all of OMG start popping. Viper is a double kill. He's looking for more. He can't get the 3rd, but it's a kill for Flandre, and this has to be a big soul for EDG, but even bigger, a potential win and a lengthening of this series.
The EDG managed to find the fight. The skills connect and they can close it out, but that game was not convincing in the slightest. Aki and Cream there to try and defend, but I think this is done and dusted.
I knew it. I called it from the very beginning of the day.
Viper?
It's feeling like a 6-game day in the LPL. Wouldn't have it any other way, and we're going the distance. EDG had to sweat. They had to work for it, but they will bring us to game 3 of this final series.
And it's 2 sides of the coin, right? EDG managed to close out the series. I mean, not the series, sorry, the game, and equalize the series. OMG did a good job to make it difficult, but EDG, I just feel like so many times it was so straightforward what they needed to do, and they just didn't. It just felt like there was repeated moments where I'm like, why? What are you doing? What is the game plan? Or like just mechanical errors, like Mako's ult missing, the fact that like Viper missed 7 Mystic shots on that replay or something like that. It's so weird because, like, especially Viper, because Viper has been probably the most consistent player, I would say, maybe since they won the World Championship and came back to the LPL. He looked horrific in that game. There was definitely moments where he looked good, but, like, the level I expect from him and the level he was at was so different. I have to credit, though, the team managing to find the win in the end. I think Flandre, despite the fact he was bullied out early, looked pretty solid on the Gnar. But yeah, messy game. And OMG, you know, as much as they lost that game, I would feel confident going into game 3 if I was them. If you come in with a better draft, I could easily see you pulling ahead in this one. If you go back on a blue side, they don't have as much freedom to ban, pick the Shyvana up, the immortal God Queen. Why not?
I was just about to say, man, I was feeling the 6-game day at the beginning of the day. At this point, I'm feeling the 6 Ocean Souls and the 6 Blue Side wins. I don't know what to say. It just feels like an inevitability at this point. And it has been such strength from the teams that we see on the blue side today. It has been monumental, right? And even if there were some very difficult situations for EDG in that last game, they got the lead early. They got some of the advantages that they needed to close out the game.
Yeah, and it's such a weird one because, like, they won the game and we should be looking at it positively, but it was just such a back and forth. And, like, look how much damage Viper did, right? You know, his DPM is highest in the league for 80 carries. But the amount of times he was caught out, the Mystic shots missing, there's just so many things where it's like he just felt off, right? So maybe they bounce back in this next one. Maybe he was just traumatized by the Shyvana running him down in that game 1. I can understand that. And credit to Shanji, you know, he was fantastic in game 1 on the Shyvana. On this GP as well, a big reason why EDG struggled to find progress, you know, connecting barrels in fights consistently, doing a boatload of damage. So OMG, I think, are looking good. EDG looking a bit weaker than expectations, and they're kind of meeting in the middle, right? Bear in mind, EDG are top of the table, not quite at the top, but they are pretty close, currently sitting in 4th, and OMG are in 9th, and it kind of feels like they're meeting at like a 6th, 7th place performance level right now, and so we'll see if either of them can step up in this next game.
Look at those stats for Viper, man. 43.5% damage, 215% damage to gold ratio. I mean, obviously, Shanji himself on his team having not too shabby of a performance, but man, it was a rough and tumble game, to say the least. And I think with the amount of volatility, the amount of chaos we've got in this game, the amount of focus on the 80 carries, right? Abel trying to pull out miracles left and right with the rocket jumps, with the resets, with the Tristana, not able to do so in the second game. And I feel like the culmination of this series will end up being in the hands of the ADCs and, you know, how they get propped up by their teams.
I think ultimately OMG didn't have the best draft coming into that. I said it coming out of the draft. I wasn't a big fan. I felt like the bot lane matchup was rough. I felt like the mid jungle matchup was rough. If they come in and they fix up some issues in that draft, I think they can take this game 3.
We'll have to see as we have game 3 prepped and ready to go after this short little break. So don't touch that browser and be right back here in a few short minutes.
迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远，尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次吹了过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间。 冷漠与偏见，接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。曾多少次摔倒过，但笃信总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结。被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇。每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You live a life that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of
首先我们之前比赛都是赢是赢了，但是还是失误也很多，打的也不是特别好，所以还是要加强的点也很多。我只是一般吧，现在我的表现也是普通的。
Welcome back to the LPL. The kickoff of week number 5 has gone the distance as we are here in the final game of the last series of the day. OMG versus EDG. The world champions come back, bring us the distance in an interesting fashion in its own right, and none other than Viper picks up MVP.
Yeah, I was pretty critical of his performance, but I'm going to be real. I just hold him to a ridiculous standard. He definitely performed in a lot of those fights. Some he didn't perform in, was caught out by Aki, maybe missing a few too many cues, but still, when it came to it, was able to clean up and follow through for the side of EDG. Especially the early fights, I think, were pretty well played, consistently landing his abilities and just being able to work with Mako to apply passive onto people.
Yeah, you get to see the combo work out a lot, and especially early on, OMG failed attempt at a dive, then the greedy back by Cold gets punished, and even in situations where I found that we were backwards a lot of the time, we were having like opposite side fights for the teams, it ended up in EDG's favor, and Viper's, because he got so monstrously ahead early, his Mystic shots were doing so much damage.
That's the thing, once he got ahead, he was really able just to absolutely massacre everyone. In this final fight in particular, finding positioning just to keep bursting people out, cleaning up the kills.
We didn't even see the true shot barrage either.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest game, but he definitely was there to clean up in the end off a bit of a messy one.
Yeah, absolutely. And as our attention turned to Viper, my attention also turns to Abel, who really needs to step up in this series and really needs to try to be the true carry for the squad of OMG in terms of finding a pick that will make you comfortable and confident, because the Tristana, while it looked good in the game itself, it wasn't the key to victory for them, and I think you're going to need an incredible bounce back. It helps to be on blue side, it feels like, as well, in these series, because we've had 100% blue side win rate so far. OMG on the blue side again. Senna, the Ahri, and the Gwen banned away. EDG ban away the Zeri, the Wukong, and the Silas.
This is an interesting one because this is similar to the first game draft, except this time Viego is left open for the Silas. OMGs take the Viego outright. EDG can answer with Lee Sin for JJ, or they can go towards the Vi again. They have some options, so they can look to prioritize different areas. A lot more AD carries open than we saw in the previous draft, for example, where we went in the second rotation, things got thinned out. But it looks like for now, EDG might just lock in that Lee Sin.
Would be a nice, at least, trendsetter in terms of what the composition could be looking like for EDG. I obviously would love to see JJ on the Lee Sin. They'll switch to the Gnar and then the Lee Sin.
I've seen insane Gnar priority, and if anyone's unclear, with the durability changes, one of Gnar's weaknesses is when he's in mini, he's squishy. He's now more durable, and also his percentage HP with his W in mini, which is obviously a lot more effective. So one of the reasons we are seeing a ton more off the Gnar, and with Silas banned, no concern about getting your ult stolen. So we look at
yes! The dragon is back!
Okay, you're facing into a Shyvana, who obviously we can see has become a mega tank. You're facing into Corki, and it looks like Azir's the play. I talked a little bit about this after game 1. Azir into the Shyvana. You have percentage HP damage if you go Liandry's. You have the ult to push her away and make things difficult. EDG can obviously go for a comp a bit better at dealing with Shyvana. Last time Shyvana was picked in that game 1, it was the 5th pick for OMG on blue side. So EDG were kind of already like committed to the comp.
Yeah.
This time a bit more flexibility. But no AD carries or supports picked up in this draft. Kind of reminiscent of game 2. And we see once again the heavy AD carry bans will start to fly through. Samira denied specifically from Abel as something he's exceptionally proficient on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would expect maybe even 3 on each side. Just kind of dwindled down that pool even more so. Obviously, supports had a lot to do with these games so far, though. I think Mako and Cold have been the underlying, I guess, assassins at this point, because they have found so many crucial engages for either side in both of their wins. The Nautilus joins the Samira for EDG on the ban table.
Yeah, so actually removing that support as well. And this is something that, you know, Mako play game one, Abel play the next game. Very effective at sort of setting up that CC, that initial engage, picking off individual targets. And we'll see what EDG up to go for here. They could go for the Ezreal in this situation for Viper. Does offer that extra bit of mobility to help you deal with the Shyvana. I won't lie, I don't think Ezreal's going to be exactly the best at cutting through a Shyvana. But if you're able to kite her, that can be the more important factor, and you can allow your team to get a position to respond.
That's the biggest thing, right? Because I think if you have the kiting factor and you're able to just like kite Shanji away from the fight even and just buy time, you feel confident for EDG that you can handle the rest of the fight.
Yeah, you just don't want to get run down. And here's where there's a bit of an issue, because Ezreal would have been great for OMG. Abel's comfortable on it. It would have fit well with a comp. Now they're looking between Trist and Kai'Sa, neither of which are really exceptional, I feel. They're good into Ezreal, don't get me wrong. Okay, I'll run this back a little bit. They're good into Ezreal, but you don't have support matchup counter pick. So depending on what Cold picks here, we could see Mako go with something that's able to mitigate whatever Cold picks. So we'll see what ends up coming out. If you go something too passive, then Mako can pick something to outscale. If you go something aggressive, he can pick something defensive. The one thing is they don't have Lissandra anymore. So they actually go for a Yuumi. So this is the thing, is that like if you pick like Leona, they will take Braum in return. You pick the Yuumi, so you pick the super scaling pick, not expecting pressure. But the problem is, Mako will just take Karma. Karma doesn't necessarily outscale the Yuumi, but this is a hard lane to play, right? Because they will just focus poke onto the Tristana. You know, the extra combat summoners that Yuumi offers doesn't really come into it when you're just getting poked out of lane. And so you're going to end up in a rough time. And now we sort of take stock, right? Top lane, Flandre is going to have priority. Mid lane, Scout is going to have priority over Cream in the early levels until Cream can just burst through waves when he gets rockets and a bit more damage. And then bot lane, Abel and Cold are going to get bullied, like to an extreme degree. So
not a lot to work with for OMG.
Yeah, I think Aki's the one who's going to suffer the most, because JJ should be able to take over this game. That being said, EDG, you know, the composition doesn't exactly have the most fantastic engage, and there's a lot of scaling elements on OMG that can look to get into the later stages. The fact you have Yuumi, Shyvana, like think about how broken that Shyvana was. Stick a Yuumi on it, right?
Yeah.
Now how are we feeling?
Yeah, it's gonna be feeling real good, I would say. And you can obviously see a little bit of fun, a little bit of lightheartedness on the side of OMG, but I think that's important going into this final game, and especially for OMG to pilot this composition, because I was honestly kind of interested. We didn't see the Braum for the side of OMG, but they go with the Enchanter. They go with this, as you said, really not having any agency, and now they've got to pretty much leave Aki up to deciding their fate and figuring out what the early game is going to look like. We've seen, you know, some early focuses to objectives as well. That's going to be very hard for OMG to deal with if EDG decide to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I think it's hard, because I think if we had a team like RNG who had the red side draft, I would be really convinced they would just take this game. The lane pressure would be too much. You'll take over the map. Game's over, right? But EDG have been very messy, and kind of relying on their mechanical proficiency in team fights to bring them back into games. I don't know if they start flubbing this game, right? Let's say OMG gets some early dragons. We saw them put heavy prio in that game one on the dragon to get the armor and resist for Shanji. If you start relying on dragon fights to come out ahead in this game, the package is going to be difficult to play around. You know, Tristana with Yuumi could have some free range. Shyvana we saw was an absolute beefcake. It could just all get very, very messy.
And as we hit the rift for the final time of the day, the grand finale. Got fireworks aplenty, maybe a bonfire for Ox, but here we are, OMG versus EDG. EDG on the red side. Again, we've had 100% win rate for blue side so far. 100% Ocean sold, and it will not be so. Maybe the curse is just broken at this point, as we have an Ocean Dragon first on this rift. But it's, again, all about the early pathing for both these junglers, keeping an eye on where the resources will be dealt.
And I have a little tidbit for you, Mazel.
What's up?
Did you know that one of these champions on the Rift has a 100% win rate so far in the summer split?
No way.
And
who could it possibly be?
It's the Shyvana.
Oh, that's out of left field.
Earlier today, he's managed to pick up that one win. If you didn't catch the game earlier, Shanji played this in game one, and he was immortal. I'm not sure if it's going to go in a similar direction in this one, simply because here we have a lot more tools to potentially deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, is now EDG get a second crack at figuring out the Shyvana, figuring out what to do on stage with it. But it's a different look from OMG all around when you look compositionally as well.
Yeah, I think ultimately they've been given more space. Like the problem was before it came very late in the draft. OMG knew they couldn't leave it till late in the draft because they get banned out. And so it gave more space for EDG to respond and then adapt in this situation, and adapt they have. So one thing to say is that Lee Sin normally likes a lot of setup in his lanes. We don't really have that. As much as I said Lee Sin should be in control because he has the prio, like you don't have easy CC setup. Normally you're looking for like, you know, a stun. Obviously Flandre has it in Mega. Mako has the root if someone overextends, but it's just not really going to be expected.
Yeah, I guess it's a lot about this the early trading breakdown, as you had kind of mentioned in the draft, right? Looking at a lot of the pressure that EDG can have in the lanes and where JJ decides to go with that. As we see, it's full clear for Aki on OMG side, where get a little skipping camp. The Krug obviously a little bit harder to reach for JJ on the red side. But I'm sure he'll be going about the same way and trying to pressure down towards this Scuttle Crab on bot lane while Mako and Viper have so much presence in the bottom.
Yeah, I think this is the thing is really, you know, they end up on the same side of the map. You actually see pings already coming out from Aki going up towards that top side scuttle because he knows that there's no chance of securing this. Honestly, JJ should look to get both scuttles in this situation.
Would be interesting. He's actually going to go for some pressure bottom lane here. JJ is, as it's a I don't think there's an easy way to approach this, especially at the level 3 mark. The rocket jump and everything for JJ, so he'll back off this time around. We do see the Scuttle Crab secured by Aki, so no double scuttle this time.
Which is as much as you can hope for as Aki, right? If you're keeping him up, not getting denied both scuttles, that's fine. As you can see, the lanes are playing out in the manner expected. Scout's able to dictate mid, Flandre dictating top, bot lane dictated by the Ezreal and the Karma. And ideally, this is what you can sort of use to lead into things like the neutral objectives, like the Dragon, like the Herald as well, by having first move on it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
yeah, I think that's just going to be how really EDG want to set up the game. And it's about having a clean one, not giving opportunities for OMG to make it back into it, because especially there's a lot of resets as well when you think about it. Aki has the resets, Trist has the resets. If you start flubbing in a fight, it can quickly fall out of control. And bear in mind, outside of the Mega Gnar, a lot of squishy champions on either side of EDG can get bursted.
I guess that's a way to approach it, because for me, I'm always looking like, how do OMG secure an advantage at least? Because right, Shanji got a little bit of gold in the first game of the series, and it just snowballed with the Shyvana. And you can see Aki has a lot of the same idea coming to top lane now, as he might be able to find Flandre. Flandre will have the flash, does use it, and does have the hop, but he doesn't get the double, and this could just be it. First blood for OMG.
That's the thing, if you have triple prio lanes, then any lane is set up for a gank. Flandre gets chased down, and we've seen this before. You're accelerating the Shyvana can make all the difference. We'll see on the opposite side of the map. EDG might look towards this first dragon as a response, but, you know, giving that gold over to OMG, not how you want to start the game.
It's I'm not saying we're getting reminiscent from first game. Don't worry about it. It's not gonna happen. It's gonna be different this time for EDG. It's gonna be different. It's not gonna be a scary dragon. We do see a lot of movement here on the bottom lane, though, as Aki transitions down to the bottom side. EDG's bottom lane trying to move up, at least Mako is, with the poke that is there, with the Karma, the mobility that is there. But there won't be a response while OMG start up the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, kind of crazy. I mean, Shanji even actually resets to come over. This is, I mean, we saw this in the previous game, but like, Shanji is so like, I won first dragon, I will walk down and my team will take it. It is like, we are getting that first dragon. I need that extra 5 armor and MR, and then you'll TP back up top lane. He's happy, he got his resistances, he got what he wanted, and OMG secure first dragon. And I have some news for you, Mazel.
What's up?
We got 5 in a row, 5 Ocean Souls in a row, but this game will not be an Ocean Soul. We're gonna change the scenery.
Yeah, I said it at the beginning of the game. Seeing it as the first dragon, I was really excited that we actually get a change to the break. Maybe that means that red side will win one time.
Yeah, we were having some audio issues with our feed, so I was trying to fix that, which is why I missed that. Sorry, dude.
We had to get the resets off. It's all fine, though. But that means that we're now perfectly in position to watch the rest of this game. See, everything's fine now. I will say it's still getting a little bit scary in terms of at least CS differential on the top side of the map. I think that's going to continue to be so, as we were saying in the draft, right? Like, this is how it worked out until Shanji got the lead that he got. And at this point, I would say Aki is not going to be just able to go anywhere he wants, right? I think he's still going to need a little bit of time to set up and wait for these lanes to really have influence in some way, shape, or form.
I'm going to say something to note is that bot lane has been going far better than I expected it would be. Like, Abel hasn't had prio share, but like the Trist Yuumi have kept even in CS. They're chilling, right? And top lane is, as you said, a sizable CS lead. But when Shanji gets like Bami Cinder, which is very cheap, starts completing like his mythic item, it just means that he can obliterate waves quite quickly. And Flandre can't just freely step up to him in case he risks getting engaged on. And that's kind of the point. Like, already you can see how quickly he kind of burns through the waves, but add the Bami Cinder and they will just, it's like one combo, boom, whole wave's gone. And you shouldn't be denied any CS, really.
Look at this aggression, though. I thought JJ might be looking for a little bit more, as Scout was on his way as well, but it'll be quick movements from OMG's mid and top to get in position, as Rift Herald is on the table for EDG.
Yeah, I think EDG need to be getting this. I think if they don't get this, it's pretty devastating. But OMG, like, you can give this over. Look at your bot lane. You have Tristan and Yuumi pushing up to the tower.
Dragon's Descent
You
is
don't
available.
need to die for this.
Meganar is almost up for Flandre. Yeah, I would say they're just posturing for a little bit of pressure. Make sure, you know, EDG can't just...
I think the pivotal thing with that play is making sure that EDG have to move the bot lane up. They have to move the bot lane up. If Viper starts to move down as soon as he knows it's a sure thing and he sees Abel. Oh.
I can't see what's going on the screen right now, so I'm going to try to reset my feed so I can hopefully find that out.
Mazel, I think you lagged out a bit. Okay, I don't know if Mazel can hear me.
I'm just
going to keep talking.
I just can't see what's happening in the game right now. I am now reloaded in, though, and I see that Abel is trying to set up a little bit of something.
Yeah, I think you lagged out because you lagged out on Discord as well. Like, you just cut off.
Hooray for remote broadcasting!
Yeah, they are looking for an opportunity here.
It's all the fireworks. Speaking of fireworks, we got the Satchel Charge. At least a little bit of damage onto Abel returned. A big True Shot Barrage back, but Aki was just a tiny bit late.
Yeah, a lot burn from both sides. The flash is the longest cooldown for Viper, but, you know, they still have Flash and Mako, they still have heal, whereas Exhaust, Ignite, and Cleanse used from OMG. I think Abel was trying to maybe find an angle to ult Mako backwards, but doesn't overcommit into the play. And for now, well, Fish for actually another opportunity.
Keep on going. The rocket jump in, but it's Abel putting down damage onto Viper. Viper falls. Get the healing back, and OMG, throw up those thumbs up.
Finds a nice window, and you know, Trist into Ezreal works. My concern was the support matchup. If it ends up being Braum into Nautilus again, or Braum into Leona, then EDG can easily just mitigate that. But in this situation, we see, you know, an Ezreal with a Karma. The Karma can only really offer shielding, can't disrupt the Tristana from getting on the Ezreal, and Abel making it work with the Yuumi attached. We do see Scout go for that shuffle, but a Valkyrie from Cream keeps him safe.
Easy peasy. It's going to be a big ult to use. It'll be about quarter way done with cooldown now, though, so not too shabby. JJ shows in mid lane as Mako also on a roam. They'll go ahead and pop the Rift Herald in mid lane, though. So that'll be a couple plays for Scout and some more scaling for the Azir.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, and getting Mid Tower is really important, don't get me wrong. But you don't really get to capitalize on this until second Herald, because chances are, with the Corki in the mid lane, they'll just clear the waves endlessly. You shouldn't get free time to finish off this tower unless OMG mess up. So we'll see if they're able to pan out on that one, or if EDG needs to lean on the second Herald. For the time being, Dragon is spawning soon. We'll see if either team opts to heavily invest into it. You can see JJ is fishing around for an opportunity. And obviously, you'd love to be able to secure the second Dragon and try and deny the soul stacking from OMG.
They're here in response, though, as they'll be clearing out some of the vision behind the pit. And JJ pulls the Dragon out, at least, as Scout's on his way here. They're also pulling Flandre here. OMG, at least taking a lot of the forefront damage of the Dragon until it gets the reset off, but they're just buying time until the entire team of EDG can show up here for the Dragon fight.
Yeah, looks like, you know, we knew the prio from Dragons
We're
to
about to
come with
get a
Shanji
5v5.
and Shyvana. We're getting a 5v5 already. Package is there for Cream, though. That's the big factor.
It is huge. As Flandre, speaking of huge, about to get Magnar. Package comes across. Dragon goes to OMG. Final chapter connects onto JJ. He goes over the wall. That's huge, though. They get away. You'll take that over giving lives and just the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, OMG got the Dragon. They got what they wanted and they get out. And now it's going to be a Cloud Soul, which I think OMG is probably... EDG is probably happiest with that. If it was Hextech on Mountain, you'd be really concerned. Mountain on the side of OMG would be pretty big. I think Hextech would probably be the worst. Like, the slow effect. Like, you saw Shanji just running down the enemy team. Corki rockets as well. I think if Hextech Soul would just end it. The movement speed is still nice for OMG. Don't get me wrong. It's solid.
Yeah.
But it definitely could have been worse. But OMG, 2 Dragons in pocket. Extra resist for Shanji. And we already know what an absolute beefcake Shyvana can become.
I just can't believe we
So,
actually got that
start.
5v5 setup. Like, I mean, I understand, like, we've set up some of the points that, like, it is really important. But, man, we just got a full-on 5v5.
And this is the problem, right? Is because the package, right, makes this very hard to contest. But you've now missed out on the first 2 Dragons. And Corki is weakest in, like, the early game, right? Like, look at his items. He's got, you know, just a grab bag of stuff. But it's going to get to the point where Corki's really strong. And Corki's going to sync up package with every single Dragon. You are now 2 Dragons down. And you know that you're going to have to face into a package every single one from here on out. It's going to be difficult. You're going to have a hard time contesting. So this Soul could happen sooner rather than later. And EDG have to work on a solution. The fact they had Prio in all 3 lanes. You have a 20 CS discrepancy mid in favor of OMG.
Oh, again, Cream gets out this time, having to utilize the flash.
But it's a flash to flash. OMG are fine with that one. And it just feels like top's advantage is negligible, not really that much of an issue. Mid is actually behind for EDG. Bot is down because of the kill. Like, EDG are down. They're behind in a game where they had triple prio lanes and needed to make something happen. They just couldn't find it. And I feel like this game is going to get rougher and rougher from here on out as a result. Crossfire going to complete for Shanji. You have the Yumi, you have the Tristana, the Corki. You have so much scaling on this composition.
We also saw the first iteration of the Yumi on the Shyvana with the Dragon's Descent and the final chapter. I mean, it was just a little foreshadowing to what we'll see, but it is a terrifying fact for EDG to face. Meanwhile, Viper and Mako keeping a lot of aggression on the bottom lane, just trying to hack away at this turret as much as they can while they can.
Yeah, I think there's somebody said that they do have a better comp for dealing with the Shyvana. Like I talked about, the Rise not being the best at killing her. Azir, who's likely going to go Leandries, will be much more suited. Oh, he has Leandries. But still, it's not exactly positive now. EDG are trying to apply some pressure down bot and make a lean in. In the meantime, we see the Herald being picked up for OMG. So, the positive here is you end up getting the tower, most likely. Shanji's going for heavy trade. Yeah. So you get first tower. You get some gold. Nice. Great. Problem is, you know how they used the Herald mid earlier? You're not getting the second Herald. So how are you going to take out that mid tier 1? It's so easy to stall a game out if your mid tier 1 is up. You can see in reverse, look at this pressure coming out from OMG. Like, they're not even using Herald. They've already really chunked out that tower. Scout's in a bit of trouble. And I just think the problem is, like, I'm not going to criticize. I think the right play from it's a good play from EDG to get the tower at least, rather than nothing. But the fact OMG have gotten, you know, those 2 dragons and that second Herald really puts a lot of pressure onto EDG to make something happen sooner rather than later. The 2-item spike for the Ezreal will be big. I feel like that's kind of the point where you have to try and make things happen. Otherwise, things will get harder and harder.
And let's be real, it's EDG. If anybody's going to step up, it is EDG. Yes, they've had some rough things happen for them this split so far in terms of games, but it's still a positive record. It's still a positive essence for this World Championship team. And I think in these moments, even if we've seen such a one-sided affair in terms of the blue side and everything going against them, even in this early game, it's still, there's a potential. There's always a potential with this team to turn out an incredible performance and win this series.
And this is one where they need the big one. And again, like 5-1's a good scoreline, but we talked about this at the start of this series. EDG will face V5 later this week. They will face Hop Esports next week and then RNG in week 7. A lot of games they will struggle to win if they play like this.
They just can't get Cream. He's too quick every time.
Can't put him down. Yep, so he's able to survive, and now pressure comes out mid. They're just going to Herald to take the mid tier 1, and it's gone.
We'll go ahead and take this. Dragon spawning in about 12 seconds as well. The charge will come out. No real defense to be had because it's just going to be automatically gone. And Shanji, perfect timing, has the Dragon's Descent. We'll see the back coming out from Cream. It looks like EDG will actually just get this one. They're too quick on the ball. They'll burn it down. Unless...
He could try and steal. No, he won't get it.
I like the package shout out though. Final chapter, Dragon's Descent in. Abel on the side there, TPing. Cream is coming with the package. The Heartbreaker as well. And now the recess for Aki. They still have a tower though. Is the package going to be enough to do this? You still have a lot of time on the Dragon's Descent, but they'll back away. The timing just a little bit off for OMG.
I think we just got a taste there, Mazel, a taste of what this dragon can do. And Shanji with the Yumi on top jumps into 5 people with the confidence to make it. You might be left behind.
Scouts just used the Emperor's Divide to help kill Abel. Everything is chaotic at this point, but OMG take advantage of the chaos, take this outer tower, even if they did lose their ADC.
Absolutely just goes crazy there. Now OMG pushing the wave up, managing to get that tower, building up a lead once again. And the fact they lost the dragon isn't a major concern. It just delays the soul, but EDG still miles away. And yeah, this is the taste of what we expect from the Shyvana. EDG just scatter as soon as Shanji comes in, knowing the package is there to follow up.
And it was so
And they do a decent job of burning through Shanji, but still, there's 5 people there pumping damage into this dragon, and it just doesn't do enough.
Like, it is an absolute Oh, Abel. Oh, Abel. Oh, Abel. It is an absolute force from OMG, though. Like, they were going ham in that moment. They didn't need to go under the towers. They didn't need to continuously fight that one, but they did because they're feeling confident with the composition they have. And I think in the LPL, it's an underlying fact that means so much for a lot of these teams. We will see EDG respond with a tower of their own in mid lane.
So they finally get that mid lane tower, which is something was obviously weakened by that first Herald, but the state of the game isn't exactly getting better for them. Manamune now picked up for Cream. Viper still working on his, and expect probably the Ludens to come out here from Cream. You know, we have seen a little bit. Well, he has the blasting one, so it must be. See a bit of the Leandries. I kind of prefer the Ludens build. That flat pen makes such a big difference with the bursty rockets, and it's a fact that you don't build much AP on the Corki build, so you don't get the extra.
Oh, Emperor's Divide Scout with the big play and the separation. Final chapter is not enough. Aki's resets are not enough, and Cold gets dragged down with the rest of his teammates. That's a quick couple kills for Viper and EDG. They find a potential win here to propel them forward.
And that might be enough. You know, they just found this massive engage from Scout. The problem is it's a little bit too soon. If that was 15 seconds later, maybe, that's Baron. But the problem is Baron is spawning as Aki is up. I don't think they can do it in time. And so the end result is they won't be able to secure that objective. It's a good engage. It's a good pick from EDG. It's all positive. But I just don't think it will be enough due to the timing of it. Just a massive overstep here onto the dragon, and Scout finds this beautiful shuffle. Gets both of the champions he can hit and gets the extra Yumi. Buy 2, get 1 free.
A little bit of a deal going on over here, but not a deal that OMG will be very happy about. We'll need to talk to a manager at some point. At this point for EDG, again, a lot of the stuff that I was talking about earlier, where they're never down, they're never out, it's feeling pretty good at this moment, even with the advantages that OMG had found on the Rift.
And we now have the Warmocks coming in for Shanji. I wonder what the itemizations. I wonder what the itemization is going to be for Shanji in this one. I feel like a Force of Nature is kind of a given. That item's so strong for reducing the magic damage, and then you can probably just build armor outside of that. Shanji going in solo here, but should just be able to ult out.
Will use the ulti out and does so nicely. He'll turn back around for the aggression as mid lane push for OMG. Feels like they're stalling just a tiny bit, but again, we were talking about scaling aspects for them, and so I think it's all fine in this moment, and as long as they continue to get objective control and especially vision around these objectives against EDG. And now that we see Abel complete the Phantom Dancer there, a little bit of a power spike. Still waiting on that 3rd item though.
Yeah, this will be where Viper is spiking harder than him though, you know, at the 2-item spike with the Essence Reaver and the Manamune. You see Shanji quickly trying to stack up his ult again to be ready for this dragon. It's in 30 seconds now. Cream has TP, so he can reset and TP in once again with the package. But he's trying to get some poke down beforehand. And this is ideal, is you get some poke down on the Corki, you reset, and when you grab the package, it actually recharges your ammunition. So you can just spam rockets and fire off the big one and then come back in for it. But it's 10 seconds till Dragon, so he's got to be quick if he wants to make this work.
Abel is pushing mid lane. He'll come join the team shortly. Aki is on the flank here. We'll spot out JJ. Gotta watch out for those Emperor's Divides. The Shurima shuffles coming through from Scout. He's been trying to find him. He's already found one now. But it's all onto the Dragon. It's a fight that you wouldn't expect be life or death in the LPL at this time. But with Shyvana in the game, it absolutely is. Here comes the final chapter. Dragon's Descent not used yet. It will be stolen by JJ, though. The Dragon 2 in a row for EDG, and OMG need to run away.
Great smite coming out from JJ. Didn't even manage to connect the Sonic Wave to go in on it. OMG, you know, they don't get the Dragon. They just back off. But importantly enough, the package wasn't taken by Cream there. What we could end up seeing is he delays the package till now. They're going for the Baron. I mean, Shitty, he grabs the package now. This is a bit of a weird play.
Here it comes. They got the
They
package.
just want to fight.
They do just want to fight. Shanji's got Dragon's Descent up and ready to go. He's got everybody in behind him. Aki trying to get around the corner here, but trying to get back into the pit as Baron. This is a flip. Package comes through. Viper is the target. Cream gets Viper.
Cream.
That's huge. JJ is now caught out, and OMG have done it. A double kill for Cream. Make it a triple. And Flandre Mako, they're the only ones left of the world champions. The Dragon's coming to town, and the Dragon is hungry.
That easy. Just grab package, start the Baron. Cream flies in and decimates EDG, and now the Baron will be their prize. Sure, they didn't get those 2 dragons. I don't think they care.
They do not. They started it up. It got down. They turned. They fought. And now they get it as a prize. OMG are taking EDG to task. And it's incredible. It is the blue side buff. I don't know if it's the Shanji buff, the Dragon buff, whatever it is. But OMG are threatening EDG in this series so heavily.
I mean, this is looking pretty bad for EDG. You're 4K down before the Baron is even being used. Cream is approaching level 16. It's going to be super strong then. And we're going to replay of how this went down. Viper was already chunked out from the previous engage. And now this is such a bad spot to be in. He's trapped against the wall. Was trapped in his Mystic Shop animation. So yes, he dashes out, but he takes the burn.
Oh,
and
they
Cream just
tried.
fantastically repositioning. The Yuumi helps keep him alive, and here Scout nearly takes him out. But not quite able to before the heal comes in. And Flandre, he's trapped. He does end up flubbing here and wasting his flash in the end. Not sure what that one was, but regardless.
Scout
OMG,
tried so hard.
Win.
Scout tried so hard to stop what was happening to his ADC. But it's the crucial catch out. We've said in the beginning of this, the big spotlight is on Abel versus Viper, how the teams prop them up to be carries in this situation. And catch outs like that will cause EDG to lose this game.
Now, OMG have to be careful not to overextend. TP flank coming in from Scout.
They have Dragon's Descent again with the final chapter. They have their tools. Abel is a little bit caught out here, but now the resets from the rocket jump are coming through, and Shanji is still ridiculous. EDG just don't have an answer. I don't know what to say at this point. Aki is going golden, survives. The resets coming through, and Shanji is going under tower here. But it is OMG avalanching through EDG.
And this might just be gain. They have Baron. They have 5 members up, and the sustain for the Yuumi as well to keep them healthy. It's only the bot lane of EDG to defend. OMG might have just found the upset.
OMG, they pull out the Shyvana twice in the series. They pull out wins against the world champions, EDG. This will be a disappointment for EDG, but this will be a glorious victory for OMG. They already took down LNG in their first win of the split. Then they took down LGD, and now they take down Edward Gaming.
And the message is clear. Shanji Shyvana cannot be stopped. I was concerned about some things coming in the draft, right? Them going for the Tristana with the potential for Braum coming in, but they don't go for the melee support. They don't go for the engage. They go for the Yuumi, and it panned out perfectly. Triple lanes with Prior for EDG, and yet they couldn't do anything. They couldn't find the advantage. And OMG come out with
devastated.
A convincing win.
Viper is devastated, and that is right. That is rightful for this situation because EDG should not have lost this series, and they do so off the back of some incredible play from OMG. I cannot upstage the fact that they just took it to EDG in a way that I feel like EDG hasn't been tested like that so far.
Yeah, and I mean, the package was fantastic from Cream, like really working with that tool well.
See how happy he was after the game?
Yeah, I mean, they're vibing. This is a great win for them. Bear in mind, the only team to have beaten EDG so far is JDG, who up until FBX took them out, we're undefeated, we're top of the table. So I mean, this is huge for them. It's a much needed win. They'll help push them up the standings. They're currently 9th going into this one. I don't think this actually changes their standing at all, surprisingly enough. They will still be 9th, but a little bit closer to being 8th than they were before, at least.
And they took down EDG. The one time these two teams meet, they get to hold that over their head.
And also, it's one of those things where, you know, there's a lot of teams where, like, for example, WE 05 at the moment, they're struggling. OMG beating them isn't that big of a deal because, you know, it's one of those ones you expect. But taking a game of EDG, that can make a difference. Bear in mind, OMG didn't make it into playoffs last split. They were 11th. They were the highest placed team not to make it in playoffs. So it could have been wins like this. Getting over against EDG can be the sort of thing that could push you into playoffs this time round. So massive for them. Well deserved. And I think, you know, game 1, very convincing from them. Game 2 was a mess that EDG managed to pull ahead on. And then game 3, it just felt like EDG never got any momentum. And with that composition, they needed it.
They absolutely did. But the momentum was all in favor of OMG. I love that we saw Shanji whip out the Shyvana again 2 more times. Both times OMG knew Abel will be a late game carry, but how do we get them there? It's through this massive dragon in the top lane who can start fights at any pull of the trigger he wants, pretty much. The dragon's descent was almost constantly up, even if the other ultis were still down, and it was incredible the way that he piloted this champion because it made EDG force their hands so many times. He was just walking into them. That is incredible.
It's just like, it's like chilling. Oh, a bit of a lead. Nah, never mind. The boom.
Bye-bye.
Game over. Yeah.
It's the fireworks. It's the grand finale. Look, it's really high in the sky. You got all the brights and explosions. The fire. I guess it was ice because he was wearing the ice skin of Shyvana. You know?
I mean, Cream, I feel, was the one responsible for the fireworks display in that game. But yeah, EDG, very rough for them. But OMG, this is such a positive. And, you know, I think they can take this forwards. Next series against WE, that should be a win for OMG. They do have some trickier ones further down the line, but this is a good bit of momentum for them.
I will say, I understand, like, I pointed out the whole disparaging fact that Viper is pretty upset about it. But that, for me, watching a competitor, that means a lot to me, right? Like, seeing a player be upset, especially the caliber of Viper, he's going to come back 10 times stronger, right? You're going to have to watch out. He will remember this performance and be like, yo, this cannot happen again. And I think that's super important when you're thinking about the competitor's mindset, especially in the LPL. Like, this win is huge for OMG, but it's also a big lesson for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it is. I feel like there's a lot of takeaways from this. You know, there's definitely some things they could fix up in the drafting phase, but I think the play was just subpar. I think, you know, even the players who expect to be exceptional, Viper had MVP the previous game, but it wasn't a flawless game from him. And that sounds harsh. It sounds really heavy when I'm saying, oh, you didn't play a flawless game, but this is Viper. Like, the expectation is this guy does play flawlessly, but not today. And it feels like members of this roster have been slumping. It feels so long ago. You mentioned a lot in that series about them being world champions. They don't feel like world champions right now. They feel a long way away from the form they had in 2021. Spring, we looked at Spring as being like, sometimes teams have a rough spot after they've won like Worlds or MSI or something. We saw that with RNG post MSI. They have a rough spot. That was okay. But the fact that like we have the same roster that won Worlds last year, we are coming up halfway through the summer split, closing in on Worlds, and they look nowhere close. I'm not even sure if this EDG roster will make it to Worlds, right? That is the current form of them right now. So a lot of work to be done if they want to get into the form where they're even in the conversation.
I will also say huge shout outs to Abel, right? There was a huge test laid in front of him and Cold tonight against Viper and Mako. And yes, there were a lot of big performances across the entirety of OMG in all actuality. To be able to stay stable in most situations in that bottom lane, to even be able to come out on top in some situations, against the likes of Viper Mega. Like, I think that's a huge stepping up point. And what I wanted to see from this bottom lane, who has been, on the charts with these crazy outplays, but also has been on the charts for giving up some big leads in the bottom lane for OMG.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Mako and Viper play this Karma Ezreal so often and really harass lanes out. They picked the Tristana Yumi and they weathered the storm. They even found those all-in windows.
He did.
So I think everyone on OMG had good moments in this series. I think that's the main takeaways. Everyone had good moments. I think Shanji looked really good in all 3 games. Aki had a solid series. I think Cream looked decent. I think the Corky game was really good. In this one in particular, maybe that game 2, not as much, but I think ultimately it's strong performances all around. It turns out it's going to be Cream who's the MVP of this one, because, those packages, they hit right.
They hit right, especially the last couple ones. You were wondering about the timings, right? Didn't have it for the Dragon. Turns out they didn't need it anyways. I think that's the most interesting point, is we had so many games today that just went almost the distance to the soul, and then the game just ended right before. But Cream, the packages, the Corky, but the entire series, it felt like, we're starting to see why this guy was so lauded, why this guy was so heavily praised.
And I think just the fact that they had the confidence to say, you know what, we don't have the package timing. That's one of the nerfs that took Corky at the meta originally, was the package being nerfed, 5-minute cooldown, very tight window to make sure you have it before the Dragon. And they just went, you know what, we're taking it to Baron. I will kill Viper. Packages through, burns him, repositions to dodge everything EDG throw at him, and ends up on the back line, ready to take the play. And then just clean up. This was all they needed. This was the fight. This was the fight that essentially put OMG into the game-winning position.
Yep, exactly that. I think being able to see, those little mechanical outplays, but also just the general chaos that OMG were somehow harnessing.
I will say this fight was a bit messy. We saw JJ kicking Cream, and then Scout also ulting Abel.
Yeah.
Everyone was
Just
a bit all
the
over the place
chaos.
from EDG. It was chaotic, but OMG seemed to thrive in it, finding the game-ending play and able to take, as I said before, much needed win for this organization.
Yep, exactly that. I think it's a great step forward. It's also widening the clump a little bit here in the LPL, and I will obviously get a chance to look at the standings here in just a little bit, and we'll have that conversation. But I think it's getting so interesting, man. It always is tight knit, especially in the top 12 teams or whatever. It's always within one game. But this time around, it just feels like the bottom level has really stepped up to some extent. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of the reasoning why the schedule is so important in the LPL, and especially looking at, obviously we've talked about it so much today, but the one round robin, the fact that you're only getting these
Single
matchups
round
one
robin,
time, and single round robin, and EDG goes down to OMG, and all these things that kind of correlate into who wins what and how do we figure out after the top 5, because after today's results, it gets a little bit more hectic here, I will say, especially after going the distance in 6 full games. We did have a little bit of a pan out in game number 1, though, the way that we had expected it potentially with the TT victory 2-1. I expected. I'm on the TT train over BLG, but then this one, a real banger, honestly a classic for OMG, and a 2-1 victory over EDG.
Yep, and I feel like in terms of scoreline, both of these are upsets. I think, as you said, first one, TT, within the realms of possibility. BLG have looked rough recently, but that OMG one, definitely an upset and definitely secured an important win. And now, I feel like this is the thing. EDG, I feel like it's a little bit more harder to place exactly their position, because I don't think they're quite on the same level. I think the top 4 we had in spring, V5, Top Esports, JDG, and RNG, are kind of top 4 now, right? That's how I feel about them still. RNG has played less games because, they're coming off MSI, so that's why they are below EDG right now, but they obviously have 1 loss less than them. I feel like those are my top 4 in my mind. And then the middle of the pack, it's such a mix-up. It's such a mess, And I feel like at any day, a lot of these teams can beat anyone. I feel like, we just had OMG beat EDG, but I could easily see, OMG losing to, RA, for example.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
maybe not RA. RA look a bit weak.
Hey,
FPX, definitely. FPX, I definitely could see beating OMG, even though they're 4 places lower.
Yeah.
Ultra Prime could definitely... I don't know. It's so hard to place these teams from, 6th down. And that's just how it is. And then tomorrow's match is LNG against IG. Do not be fooled by the scoreline. that is going to be a close series because LNG have this amazing ability just to sink the level of the series into a fiesta. So I'm looking forward to that one. That'll be a fantastic one. Shun against Tarzan should be great. And then the second series, I think will actually be a banger. I think this will be a close one. Weibo have taken a few losses already, but still do look formidable. But AL, I think, have the ability to punch way above their weight.
Yeah, that one is going to be such a fun one to watch, especially getting to see Weibo bounce back in some extent, but as well as just seeing AL and how they're performing, how they're going to come into the week and into week 5. It's some fun stuff. I'm excited. It will be Hysterics and Dagda bringing you those series as yeah, it's been a really fun day. I know it's been a little bit of a long one, but you have any crazy takeaways? Is there maybe like a form of a champion that maybe changes forms that's kind of broken? Oh, no, disgusting was the word.
Yeah, if you get off roll top lane, you're like, I don't know what to play. I want to play a tank. I don't want to run it down. I want to help my team. We have the new pick. It is Shyvana, right? If you're top lane player and your best friend's a support player, and you're like, how can we duo? How can we make cool combos? Shyvana, Yuumi, there you go. That's your cool combo.
You got to be cool like the best league in the world, don't you? You got to play a little bit of Shyvana top. We'll see how it all pans out tomorrow as we return to the Rift in the LPL. Week 5 continues on. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast here alongside you, Ox. It's been a long day. Thank you to the production team for putting on all the show and putting on all the gears. Thank you to the audience for tuning in, the players and the staff for making us have something to watch. And make sure you tune in tomorrow for the same time, same place, the same wonderful action here in the LPL. We'll see you there.